Chapter 321. 0321. At around 9 p.m., in a suburban county north of Huahai, a few lights were on in a farmer's house. When the nearby residents saw the lights, they were a little surprised. This was because the old people in this family had all passed away, and the young ones were working overseas. Basically, it was rare for them to come back once a year. It was so late, yet the lights suddenly lit up. That meant that the descendant from overseas had returned. However, because the nearby residents were not familiar with each other, they would not come over to visit even if they saw it. At this moment, in the basement of this house, there was a hidden basement that was accessed through a secret door. The bright lights made this place look like it was daytime. Tong Huijin was still wearing that gray coat. Standing in this underground laboratory that covered an area of more than 400 square meters, it was as if she had entered a future world. A large number of scientific instruments, glassware, and all sorts of anatomical materials were placed in some unknown liquid. There were even quite a few of them that were human organs. There were even people who had been split apart. When Tong Huijin saw a female corpse that had been split open vertically, she could see the various organs of the female corpse from the side. She immediately started to retch and hurriedly turned her head away, not daring to look any further. It had been almost an hour since he had entered this place. Once Song Xinghe arrived at this secret base, he told her to wait here while Song Xinghe himself ran to an isolated room, doing something unknown. The real owner of this house, the overseas student, had long since been killed by Song Xinghe. Song Xinghe had seized that person's identity and taken this place for himself. Because this place had nothing to do with Song Xinghe in name, no one would be able to find this place. Tong Huijin once again deeply felt the depth of Song Xinghe's schemes. A cunning rabbit with 3 holes could not be more appropriate. Finally, after almost 2 hours, the door to the small isolation room opened. A man walked out barefooted, completely naked. When Tong Huijin saw this man, she was so frightened that she cried out in alarm and nearly sat down on the ground. You! Tong Huijin's eyes widened as she pointed at the man with a trembling finger. Wei Ming. The man in front of him looked like Su Weiming. However, Tong Huijin immediately came to her senses. The real Su Weiming was already dead, and this was Song Xinghe. Song Xinghe grinned coldly, and this cold smile appeared on the face of Su Weiming, looking especially strange. What's wrong? He looks exactly like your son. Is he that scary? Tong Huijin trembled as she stood up. Her eyes reddened as she recalled her son's tragic death. Master, why did you disguise yourself like this? She did not mind that Song Xinghe was not wearing any clothes at all, because between them, they had already seen each other's bodies countless times. Song Xinghe slowly walked in front of Tong Huijin and said, "Do you think that I brought you to Australia to find your son just to take his money? What I fancy is his identity as the successor of the Su family." Su family's heir. Tong Huijin smiled bitterly, but... Master, Wei Ming is actually the son of Jing Hongji and I. He has nothing to do with Su Chongping. If you say it's fine, then it's fine. As long as Su Weiming was still alive, that Su Qingxue couldn't just sit back and watch. As long as Su Qingxue was in a mess, Yi Fan would also be in a mess. If I want to make Yi Fan suffer, I will have to make the people around him suffer first. Our revenge is just about to begin. Song Xinghe laughed evilly. Although Tong Huijin couldn't understand everything, when she thought about how she could make Su Qingxue panic, she was also very anxious. She nodded and said, "Master is wise. That slut thinks that she can be her chairman after getting rid of me. I can't let her succeed." Slut. Speaking of lowly. No one could be more lowly than you, right? The son born from someone else has cheated Su Chongping for more than 20 years. Ha! Song Xinghe laughed out loud and suddenly grabbed Tong Huijin's neck, pressing her body to the ground. Master! Master, don't. Tong Weijun knew what was going to happen next. Although she was already used to it, Song Xinghe's face was Su Weiming's. Her heart suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of fear and resistance, but Song Xinghe didn't care about all of this. He laughed maniacally and pressed forward. When Yifan and Su Qingxue returned to the mansion in Yiga County, Aunt Jiang had already prepared a table of dishes and waited for them for quite some time. When she found out that there were so many twists and turns on their way back, Aunt Jiang was also a little frightened. Fortunately, the old madam didn't misjudge him. With Yifan here, Su Qingxue really had a guarantee of safety. Seeing that not only did the two of them reconcile, but they also seemed to be a little closer, Aunt Jiang was also very gratified. The next day was Monday. On the way to work, Su Qingxue used her tablet to look at the documents. Halfway through, the woman raised her head and said to Yifan, who was driving, "Come with me to the kingdom of enamel." Yifan was stunned. He looked at the rearview mirror. "Why are you going to the kingdom of enamel?" "Wife, do you want to go on a honeymoon with me?" "Speed your head. Come with me on a business trip. Since your foreign language is good, I won't have to find another translator. Our European branch is about to officially expand. I need to meet a lot of partners and put some specific cooperation plans into practice," Su Qingxue said. Yifan turned around and looked. "Wife, your ambition is quite big. This is very risky, and you might lose everything. High risks are accompanied by high returns. My strength is in business. If I want to survive in front of those people from the Ghost Valley, I definitely won't be able to start training in time. The fastest way to become stronger is to let me have a higher position in the world," Su Qingxue analyzed. Yifan smiled slightly. Su Qingxue's thoughts were still rather simple. In fact, no matter how powerful the business was, at a certain level, it was not a threat at all in the eyes of some forces. This was also why old Pinot and the others of the Cloud Corporation wished that they could retire later and protect them more. No matter how top a merchant was, if they didn't have the protection of absolute strength, their wealth would be no different from waste paper at a critical moment. However, if Su Qingxue went abroad, she would be able to grow up quickly, so Yifan didn't try to dispel her enthusiasm. "Why aren't you saying anything? Is what I said funny?" Su Qingxue felt a little uncomfortable when she saw the man's silence. Yifan hurriedly shook his head. "No, I just think that my wife's decision is too wise." "Humph, I don't believe it. You must be laughing at me." "I really didn't, I swear to the heavens. With your thick skin, even if you get struck by lightning, what's the use of swearing?" Yifan was completely speechless. Sometimes, when he thought about it, it was good for Su Qingxue not to speak. Chapter 322. 0322 Yifan frowned, stopped the car, and walked down the driveway. "What are you guys doing here?" The people who came were the Dragon Soul's Bloodthorn and Ling Shui. "Mr. Yi, have you forgotten our previous agreement? The main personnel related to the experiment are all here. The experiment will begin in a few days. I hope you can go and join our security team." Ling Shui smiled politely. Yifan slapped his forehead. He had almost forgotten. He turned around and saw that Su Qingxue had also gotten off the car. He had a headache and didn't know how to explain. "What's going on?" Su Qingxue asked. "Ugh. Wife, I promised an old friend that I would protect someone. I might have to leave for a few days." Yifan smiled embarrassedly and said, "Is it all right to go to Enamel Country a little later? Who are you going to protect? And who are they?" Su Qingxue was puzzled. This matter was too sudden. "I'm sorry, Miss Su, this is a confidential operation, we have no comment." Ling Shui took out a certificate with the national emblem and said, "Please cooperate, don't leak any information." Although Su Qingxue was confused, she knew that it was useless for her to say anything about this kind of thing. Thus, she could only say, "Then take care of your own safety." Yi Fan was happy in his heart. His wife had actually learned to care about him. He hurriedly nodded and reached out to hug the woman. "Wife, come, let's hug." "Go away. Don't be disgusting." Su Qingxue directly reached out her hand to block it and retreated. She couldn't do this with a man in front of others. Yi Fan was very regretful, but he could only watch Su Qingxue drive off. After Su Qingxue left, the Bloodthorn said methodically, "Let's go." Yi Fan chuckled and said, "Wait a moment for me. I still have 2 women working here. I'll go say goodbye to them." What Yi Fan was talking about was naturally Feng Yuing and Su Lingshan, especially Feng Yuing. Recently, their relationship had become closer and closer. When he thought that he might not be able to see this beautiful lady for a few days, he couldn't bear to part with her. Bloodthorn and Ling Shue's faces were filled with black lines. They were already speechless towards Yi Fan's private life. He said he would wait for a while, but after waiting for more than half an hour, Yi Fan finally came out of the brocade building and got into an off-road vehicle with a military plate. The car drove all the way to the military port. Only then did Yi Fan realize that he still had to take a boat. Where is this going? Yi Fan was puzzled. Lu Chun Island, said the Bloodthorn. He had heard of this island before. It was located at the mouth of the sea in Huahai, and could be reached in an hour by boat. It was a small island for vacation, but the cost was very high, so ordinary people were not willing to go. Isn't that a vacation island? Why are the experiments still there? Yi Fan asked curiously. This experiment is highly dangerous. We can't do it in Huahai. We're worried that we'll hurt ordinary people. Furthermore, all of the properties on Luchun Island were invested in by Miss Chu Yunyao. At that time, she had actually secretly built the research institute there. The more Yi Fan listened, the more interested he became. An experiment actually had to be carried out on an island. With his experience, he could roughly guess what kind of experiment it was. I remember that Chu Yunyao is in the field of physics. Could it be that she is doing a weapon experiment? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Ling Shui and the Bloodthorn looked at each other, and Ling Shui replied, "Mr. Yi, when you go, you will have the chance to know sooner or later. To be honest, with our security level, we are still unable to know the specific contents of the experiment." Yi Fan didn't ask any more questions. He followed them onto the military speedboat and quickly headed towards Luchun Island. Not long after Yi Fan and the others left, another group of soldiers came down from the military port. They were all fully armed, and the one leading them was the Silver Dragon swordsman, Ting Ziqiao. Behind Ting Ziqiao, who was being escorted over, was Academician Gu Yu. "Captain Tang, it's been hard on you. Leave Academician Gu Yu to us." Tan Jiang, who was wearing the uniform of a major general, came out to welcome them. "Division Leader Tan, don't you need us to escort Academician Gu Yu to Luchun Island?" Ting Ziqiao asked in bewilderment. Tan Jiang smiled. "Captain Tang, the higher-ups have just given the order. The Dragon Soul Commandos are stationed in Huahai and do not need to go to the island to carry out security missions." "Why?" Ting Ziqiao asked curiously. "Aren't we the backbone of this security mission?" Tan Jiang nodded. "Originally, but it seems that the military advisor and the Dragon King have reached an agreement. The security on Luchun Island can be said to be impregnable and there won't be any accidents. Therefore, Captain Tang, you don't need to go to the island anymore." Ting Ziqiao was stunned. Could it be? The Phoenix girl is here. Tan Jiang lowered his head and chuckled. "Captain Tang, don't ask too much about the specifics. Everyone knows the rules. We will send Academician Gu to the island." Ting Ziqiao narrowed his eyes. Although Tan Jiang didn't admit anything, he thought that the Phoenix girl must have arrived. Otherwise, the Dragon King and the military advisor wouldn't be so at ease. Since that's the case, let's stay in Huahai. Recently, our commandos have been busy running around, so let's give everyone a break. Ting Ziqiao said. I, Old Tan, am not free this time. Otherwise, I would have invited Captain Ting for a drink. Captain Ting seemed to be a top student at Huahai University back then. This time, it just so happens that I can return to my alma mater and gather with my old alumni. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Tan Jiang brought Guyu to the speedboat. Academician Gu, it's been hard on you before. Actually, I should have brought you to the island a long time ago, but after all, you've been overseas for so many years. If we don't do a thorough background check, we won't be at ease. The rules can't be broken, Tan Jiang said politely. Guyu, who had white hair at his temples, smiled and said, Hey, Master Tan, don't say that. I understand. For such an important experiment, anyone who participates in it has to be thoroughly investigated. This is a great opportunity for our China to become the strongest country in the world. It's all thanks to scientists like Academician Gu that we were able to reach this point step by step after returning from overseas and loyally serving our country. Tan Jiang said with a smile. What are we? We're just helping out with some research. Miss Chu Yunyao is the real genius. I'm finally lucky enough to see her in person. Even my old bones are trembling with excitement. Tan Jiang and Guyu boarded the boat one after another, flattering each other. At the port, Ting Ziqiao watched the speedboat leave. His eyes flickered as if he was deep in thought. When the sail arrived at Luchun Island, it discovered that there were no longer any tourists on the island. The entire resort on the island had been closed in the name of renovation. Moreover, there were various naval ships patrolling within 2 nautical miles of the island. On the island, the military radar was also fully equipped. There were at least 1,000 soldiers on sentry duty. Chapter 323. 0323. After getting off the boat, Ling Shui and Bloodthorn still had other security checks to do. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was brought to the Cloud Resort Hotel in the middle of the island by a staff member on the island. Mr. Yi, please. This staff member looked to be around 30 years old. She wore black-rimmed glasses and had a cold expression. She wore a beige office suit and had a very thin figure. However, Yi Fan could tell that this woman's strength was not ordinary, and she was definitely not an ordinary female assistant. You're welcome, lead the way. Yi Fan said with a smile. This 5-star hotel was built against a mountain in the middle of the island. Each floor was surrounded by a large number of green plants, a bit like the hanging gardens of ancient Babylon. The hotel, which was originally filled with tourists, was now very empty, and there were soldiers patrolling every floor. After Yi Fan was brought to the elevator, the female staff member asked through the communication device on her ear, Chairman Chu, Mr. Yi Fan has arrived. May I ask if you want to take him to his room or come to me? Chu Yunyao's voice came from the communicator. Although Yi Fan could hear it clearly, he was very puzzled as to where she was. The staff member curiously looked at Yi Fan, as if he was very surprised that he could directly go to Chu Yunyao's place. Mr. Yi, please enter the elevator. The staff member was much more polite. After Yi Fan walked into the elevator, he saw the staff member take off his glasses and aim his eyes at a scanning point in the elevator. This elevator is even equipped with an iris scan. Yi Fan asked in surprise. Yes, it's only for special floors. It requires an iris scan, the staff member explained indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator began to sink. It was clearly on the first floor, but it had gone down who knew how many floors. After a full 10 seconds, the elevator door opened. Only then did Yi Fan realize that in front of him was a military research base hidden within a mountain. The reason why this was a military base was because Yifan saw that there were 3 submarines here that were under construction. Judging from the appearance of the submarine, it should be the latest nuclear submarine in China. Its appearance was already very similar to the god of the northern wind of the Sioux country, but it had not been announced to the public yet. The threat of this nuclear submarine was enough to alarm the Magnesium country and the Sioux country. China had really hidden quite a few trump cards. Mr. Yi, everything you see here is a military secret, but since Chairman Chu asked you to come down, he must have a lot of confidence in you. As the staff member spoke, she took out her identity card. On it were the words Department of Homeland Security. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled. Kai Ku. Miss Kai, I didn't see it. So you guys are from the Department of Homeland Security. China's Department of Homeland Security was a department directly under the military. It was half a level higher than the Dragon Soul, and it was basically the most trusted person in the first place. The secret department that was formed was not open to the public. Kai Ku nodded. To tell you the truth, the clouds above Group's external business transactions are just a cover. We've always been engaged in the most cutting-edge weapons research, and Director Chu is our chief engineer. If it wasn't for Director Chu's special identity and special request, we wouldn't have allowed her to come into contact with outsiders. Mr. Yi, since Director Chu trusts you so much, I hope we can cooperate happily. Kai Ku extended her hand towards Yifan with a cold expression. Although she seemed to be very polite, the hidden meaning was that if he was unhappy, then Yifan would definitely not have a good time. Yifan shrugged his shoulders. He also knew that in front of the Department of Homeland Security, no matter how powerful a martial artist was, it was all nonsense. This was because they were from the Chinese military, and they didn't use guns or cannons to beat people up, but intercontinental missiles. Therefore, Yifan had to respect the other party and politely shook hands with Kai Ku. Hee hee. Director Kai, you will scare my guest like this. A melodious voice was heard. It was Chu Yunyao. Yifan turned his head to look, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Because Chu Yunyao was wearing a white gown today, a beige sweater and black tight leather pants. If it wasn't for her long and plump legs, ordinary women wouldn't dare to wear them so boldly. The key was that this white gown and her hair that was tied up high added a hint of intellectuality to Chu Yunyao's mature and charming beauty. What, are you dumbfounded? Although I'm very beautiful, you don't have to be so infatuated with me, right? Chu Yunyao walked in front of Yifan and said. The tip of their noses was less than 2 centimeters away from each other. Yifan looked at the exquisite face in front of him. Her beautiful red lips were like a red cherry, and he wished he could lower his head and take a bite. However, Yifan was very clear that the smile and charm of the woman in front of him were all faked by her. She didn't have any feelings at all. In her world, there was only happiness and anger. These could only be considered as reactions to her mood. Not as beautiful as my wife. After Yifan calmed down, he said with an evil smile. Chu Yunyao's face immediately turned ice cold, as if she was a completely different person from before. She took a step away and lightly said, You are really annoying. If you cooperate with me, I don't mind giving you a wet kiss, so it's like that. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yifan regretfully touched his head. Kai Ku coughed lightly and said, Chairman Chu, do you have any other orders? If not, I'll go prepare lunch. No, you can go. Chu Yunyao waved her hand. Kai Ku nodded, then turned around and left. Yifan smiled and said, A director of the Department of Homeland Security should be at least at the main hall level. Under your command, he's actually like a servant. Miss Chu Yunyao, I have a whole new level of respect for you. Chu Yunyao coldly snorted, She's not my servant, she's just a time bomb that the leaders arranged by my side. Once I do anything to betray the country, she'll be the one to take my life. You've seen it very clearly. I think she really admires you. Yi Fan smiled, looked at the nuclear submarine that was about to be completed, and said, "I'm a little impressed. I didn't expect you to even be able to create this kind of thing." Chu Yunyao's face was expressionless, but there was a trace of disdain in her eyes. "This isn't something I want to build at all, it's just something that the military requested. It's just a toy made from the Maoist god of the North Wind. Each ship can carry 16 intercontinental missiles, and one ship can destroy a magnesium country. Is this still considered a toy? With this thing, the magnesium army will probably have nightmares at night." Yi Fan clicked his tongue and said, "This kind of weapon is completely useless. It's nothing more than a nuclear war. In the end, both sides will suffer. The weapon I want to make is a weapon that can destroy the entire world, but only we can remain unharmed." A complacent smile appeared on Chu Yunyao's face. Chapter 324. 0324 Didn't Yi Fan come here to find out what exactly this experiment was? That brat Xiao Linfuan said that this experiment might be very helpful to him. Yi Fan believed that as long as Xiao Linfuan still wanted to live a good life, he definitely wouldn't have the guts to lie to him. Therefore, Yi Fan nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. What kind of research is it that can broaden my horizons?" Chu Yunyao's eyes flashed with a crafty light. "If you want to know so much, I won't tell you. F***ck. Yi Fan really wanted to slap this woman's butt. Then what the hell did you say? Anyway, I'll see it sooner or later. It's fine if you don't tell me, but I'll wait for you to start doing it yourself." "Who said you'll see it sooner or later?" Chu Yunyao teasingly said, "I just won't let you see it. When I'm doing the experiment, I'll let you stay outside and not let you in." Can you stop me? Why do you think I'm here? Isn't it because I'm more useful than everyone else here?" Yi Fan said happily. Chu Yunyao narrowed her eyes. "If you dare to force yourself, I'll let Kai Ku tell the Department of Homeland Security that you are the greatest in the world. You can go wherever you want, but your beautiful wife, Su Qingxue, will suffer. Hurting me and affecting my experiments will be considered treason." Li Fan Xian sucked in a breath of cold air and gritted his teeth. This woman was actually threatening him. But then again, no matter how confident Yi Fan was, he didn't dare to go against the Chinese government. It was fine if he was alone, but now that he had a family, he couldn't mess around. Hee. Do you still dare to say that you can definitely see it?" Chu Yunyao found the change in the man's expression very interesting. Yi Fan became silent. He looked at the 3 nuclear submarines in the water. This Chu Yunyao was definitely not an ordinary genius, so... Her experiment was definitely, as Xiao Linfuan had said, extraordinary. If he came over and was really just a security guard, he wouldn't be able to see the experiment. That would be a huge loss. "Miss Chu Yunyao, if you have something to say, then let's talk about it. After all, I once saved you from the Shadow Warriors. If there's any problem, we can discuss it." Chu Yunyao narrowed her eyes. "Do you think that I will be grateful just because you saved me?" "Sorry. I don't have that kind of boring thought. Didn't you save me because you saw me as pretty? You men are all animals that think with your lower body. I do like your body, your face, but I'm also a doctor. Generally speaking, I'm willing to save people." Yi Fan explained. "I'm not interested in listening to your explanation. As long as you promise me one thing, I'll let you observe tomorrow's experiment up close." "What is it?" "Be my lover." Fan Xian sucked in a breath of cold air, then laughed awkwardly. The style has changed a bit too quickly. How did you become a lover?" "It's not a real lover, it's just a disguise. I need you to cooperate with me in a play." Chu Yunyao said. "Acting? Who are you acting for?" "One of my pursuers, he's too annoying." Chu Yunyao said impatiently. "Do you agree?" "Why are there so many questions?" Fan Xian frowned and said, "The person chasing after you is definitely not an ordinary person, And why isn't he acting as your boyfriend? Why must he be a lover? You're already married. What kind of boyfriend are you? Can't you give me another post? Yifan was depressed. Although I'm quite handsome, I'm still under a lot of pressure to be a lover for a beauty. Chu Yunyao turned her head. If you don't want to, then forget it. You can just be your security guard. Yifan gritted his teeth in hatred. This girl was certain that he didn't dare to go head-to-head with the officials of China, so he could only admit defeat and say, "All right, seeing that you're pretty good-looking, I'll be your lover." Yifan thought to himself, isn't this just giving him a chance to take advantage of me? Since this woman wants to play, I'll play with her. Chu Yunyao then turned around and smiled sweetly. It was truly like a blossoming rose, beautiful beyond compare. Darling, since that's the case, then accompany me to dinner first. After saying that, Chu Yunyao took the initiative to come over, holding Yifan's arm as they walked towards the elevator. Miss Chu, I've already said it. I'm only doing it this time, don't think about making it real. I'm not a casual man. Yifan said seriously, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at Chu Yunyao's chest. A deep ravine could be seen on the woman's white collar. She really had some extraordinary material. Chu Yunyao glanced at him disdainfully. Don't worry, I know very well what kind of person you are. Ha ha. Yifan looked away, pretending as if nothing had happened. The two of them took the elevator all the way to the 20th floor. When they walked out, they were already on the dining floor of the hotel. The decorations were elegant and gorgeous, completely incomparable to the underground military base. It was as if they had traveled to another world. They walked into a spacious and bright dining room. The sunlight shone through the glass, making the entire dining room look fresh and elegant. There were already quite a few people eating on the table covered with white tablecloths and exquisite tableware. Most of these people were scientists. They were wearing white coats or shirts. They were slovenly and dressed very casually. Seeing Chu Yunyao holding Yifan's arm as she walked in, almost everyone respectfully greeted her. At the same time, they curiously looked at Yifan. Hello, Chairman Chu, what Chu wants? There were those who called her Chairman Chu, those who called her Director, and even those who called her Engineer. All sorts of titles made Yifan once again experience the wisdom hidden under this woman's beautiful appearance. It was really not simple at all. What, do you think I'm very powerful? Chu Yunyao seemed to have noticed Yifan's gaze and asked the man with a sweet smile, I'm not on the same level as your CEO Su. Why don't you just follow me? Yifan didn't want to answer this kind of question, so he asked, was it also because of you that your family was chased overseas? That's right, I haven't been abroad since then. Chu Yunyao said with some regret, it's really boring. Her own parents, her own younger brother, had been killed because of her. This woman's sigh was boring, causing Yifan to only bitterly smile. When they arrived at a private room surrounded by green indoor plants, there was a long Western dining table. Before Yifan even walked in, he could already feel that the strength of the person sitting inside was not ordinary. As soon as he entered, he saw a man wearing a Versace shirt. His hair was meticulously combed, and he had a scholarly temperament. He was slowly chewing on a piece of filet mignon. The man raised his head, revealing a handsome face. When he saw Chu Yunyao and Yifan, he paused for a moment before revealing a smile that was as gentle as the spring breeze. Chapter 325. 0325 He is my lover, Yifan. Back then, he was the one who saved me abroad. Now, we are together. Chu Yunyao had the attitude of a little bird. Yifan discovered that this man's strength was not bad. The key was that there were two people by his side. One was a short-haired man. He wasn't tall, but he was strong and fierce. His face was filled with killing intent. Even if he was eating a plate of macaroni, he still looked like he had a grudge against someone. When Yi Fan and the other two entered, they didn't even raise their heads. The other burly man, whose hair was dyed red, had already finished eating. He was actually holding a small round mirror and touching up his makeup. He looked left and right with great delight. After the refined man in the white shirt heard this, he revealed a look of understanding. He then took the initiative to stand up, walked in front of Yi Fan, and shook hands with Yi Fan with a smile. "Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Wang Zhuxiao, and I happen to be the eldest in the third generation of the Wang family. I am Yunyao's fiancé," Wang Zhuxiao said with a smile. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. This damned woman, she really didn't find a good job for him. Her fiancé was actually the eldest grandson of the Wang family. Yi Fan had previously killed Wang Yingping, a member of the Wang family's side branch. Now, because of a woman, he had offended the Wang family's grandson. Wouldn't this mean that he had completely fallen out with the top two super families in China? However, Wang Zhuxiao quickly smiled and said, that was also in the past. Because Yunyao said that she had someone else in her heart and didn't want to marry me, I didn't want to force her. So, the marriage was dissolved. That's right, Yi Fan, he's just my ex-fiancé, he has nothing to do with me, don't be angry at me. Chu Yunyao also distanced herself from him. This Wang Zhuxiao didn't seem to mind him being with Chu Yunyao at all. "Come, brother Yi Fan, please take a seat. You don't have to mind that I'm here. I'm also a member of the research team, and I'm not here purely because of Yunyao." Wang Zhuxiao politely invited Yi Fan to sit down. Kai Ke came over again. After delivering the dishes, he quickly left with his men. Yi Fan looked at the sumptuous food and didn't have any appetite. He was sure that he had been tricked. Chu Yunyao said to Yi Fan, "Darling, why aren't you eating?" "Don't misunderstand, Wang Zhuxiao is from the military, he is the vice minister of the military research department, that's why he is here." Yi Fan thought to himself, wasn't it because of you that he entered that department? Based on his experience, the more Wang Zhuxiao acted like he didn't mind, the more he would mind. Hee, Yao Yao, let's follow the old rules. I'll eat after you kiss me. Yi Fan was ready to throw caution to the wind. At this point, he couldn't suffer too much of a loss. Chu Yunyao's expression did not change, but her eyes clearly moved. Very quickly, she revealed a coquettish expression. "Annoying, I really don't know what to do with you." When the woman was about to kiss Yi Fan's cheek, Yi Fan hugged the woman's soft waist and quickly kissed Chu Yunyao's flowery lips. "Oh." Chu Yunyao opened her beautiful eyes wide, realizing that Yi Fan was still planning to push his luck. However, she couldn't push the man away. That would be equivalent to being laughed at by Wang Zhuxiao. She could only cooperate and open her mouth, allowing the man to enter. Yi Fan was very pleased with himself as he enjoyed taking advantage of Chu Yunyao. He tasted it with a tisk-tisk sound, his voice was so loud that even the waitress at the door could hear him. After kissing for a full minute, Yi Fan finally let go of Chu Yunyao in a refreshed manner. Looking at Chu Yunyao, whose eyes were a little sluggish, Yi Fan kissed her forehead again. "Darling, let's eat." Chu Yunyao pursed her lips and nodded with a smile, but this smile was still a little unnatural. In fact, she didn't know why, but there was a strange feeling in her heart that made her feel very unfamiliar. For a moment, she didn't know what had happened to her. Wang Zhuxiao watched from beginning to end, not saying a word, and had a calm smile on his face. "Brother Yi Fan, as far as I know, you seem to be married already, right?" Wang Zhuxiao asked with a smile, as if he didn't mind that Yi Fan was 10 years younger than him, and still used the honorific brother. Yeah. Yi Fan thought to himself, you've already King investigated, what the hell are you asking about? Your wife is Su Qingxue from the embroidery group, and is also a famous beauty. Won't she be jealous when you're with Yunyao? Wang Zhuxiao asked. It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. My wife is very generous. Yifan casually said. So you're saying that Miss Su has always known? Wang Jiuxiao looked very surprised. Li Fanxian felt that these words seemed to be a bit of a trap, and couldn't help but ask suspiciously, Young Master Wang, you can't be thinking of going to my wife's place to talk about these things, right? Of course not. How could I do such a despicable thing? I'm just very envious that Brother Yifan can enjoy the blessings of being together. Wang Jiuxiao waved his hand. Chu Yunyao had already come back to her senses, and said with a charming smile, I've known Yifan for so many years. He's my savior, and I've left everything to him. Even if Su Qingxue knew about us, she wouldn't be able to do anything. Li Fanxian thought to himself that it was fortunate that Su Qingxue wasn't here. Otherwise, this woman would have been angered to death. Currently, the person Su Qingxue hated the most was Chu Yunyao. My wife has always been very generous, and besides, my lover is not just Yao Yao, she has always been very open-minded. Yifan smiled. Wang Jiuxiao nodded in understanding, that's true, Brother Yifan's strength is outstanding. I remember that one of my brothers from the Tang sect, called Wang Yingping, did something that disgraced the family, and was killed by Brother Yifan. Brother Yifan can be considered to have killed a scum for our Wang family. I still have to thank you here. The more Yifan heard, the more he felt that this Wang Jiuxiao was too tolerant. His own brother had been killed, and he actually came to thank him. Just as he thought of this, he suddenly saw the short-haired man in black slamming the table and snorting coldly. Eldest young master, even if Yingping did something wrong, he is still of the Wang family's bloodline. Not only did this guy destroy your engagement with Miss Chu, he also killed Yingpeng and my Azure Dragon School's martial uncle Chao Qing. If we don't teach him a lesson, wouldn't we think that the Wang family and the Azure Dragon School are easy to bully? Sai, Chen Bin, if you do something wrong, you have to admit it. We can't feel superior just because we're from the Wang family. That's not right. Wang Jiuxiao advised. Chu Yunyao narrowed her eyes, and said to Yifan with a smile, he's called Chen Bin, he's the direct disciple of the Azure Dragon School's sect leader. He's very strong, darling, you have to be careful of him. Wang Jiuxiao said apologetically, Chen Bin and my cousin have a good relationship, so when Yingping dies, he naturally won't be happy. Brother Yifan, please forgive him. Chapter 326 0326 He stood up and pointed at Yifan, the one surnamed Yi. Since you can kill my martial uncle Chao Qing, it means that you are an expert. Do you have the ability to fight me? If you win, this grudge will be written off. Chen Bin. Don't mess around. Wang Jiuxiao stood up and advised, Brother Yifan was invited by the Dragon's Soul to be in charge of security. How can you compare to him? Besides, we have to look at the bigger picture. Young master. I, Chen Bin, am not convinced. Why do you have to endure this humiliation? Where is the dignity of the Wang family? You. Wang Jiuxiao seemed to have no other choice. He looked at Yifan and said, Brother Yifan, what do you think? Yifan shook his head, I'm not going to compete. I have a clear conscience in killing those 2 fellows, why would I waste my energy on them? It's not up to you whether to compete or not. Chen Bin suddenly raised a strong wave of Dragon Abyss technique Shin Qi, his fingers turned into claws, and quickly attacked Yifan's throat. Yifan's body leaned back, and even the chair leaned back. After avoiding this attack, his left hand opened Chen Bin's attack. Chen Bin, on the other hand, bent his right leg and kicked explosively, causing Yifan's chair to be sent flying and damaged. Then, with an elbow strike, he smashed towards Yifan's head. In his hands, the Azure Dragon Claw was more than a level stronger than Chao Qing. At his age, a Xiantian Great Circle Jin Qi cultivation was already very impressive. However, it was still very difficult to injure Yi Fan with this strength. Yi Fan took a sideways step and raised his hand to block Chen Bin's claw. Chen Bin consecutively used more than 10 moves, and Yi Fan calmly dissolved all of them. Bro, I think you should save your strength. If you keep fighting like this, my steak will turn cold. Yi Fan said helplessly. What kind of evil martial arts are you practicing? Why can't I sense your true chi? Chen Bin said in surprise. I don't have any true energy at all, you can't feel my nonsense. Yi Fan sighed. Chen Bin was furious. Impossible. Without Jin Qi and relying solely on his body, how could he possibly block my Xiantian Jin Qi? Finished speaking, Chen Bin's speed increased, his body circled around Yi Fan, displaying a set of exquisite Qin Gong. 100 Azure Dragon Shadows. This was the top movement technique of the Azure Dragon Gate. When combined with the Azure Dragon Claw, it could catch people off guard. This was also the first time Fan Xian had seen it. In the blink of an eye, he discovered that his body was surrounded by Chen Bin, and the Azure Dragon Claw was constantly whistling around him. Most importantly, the restaurant was not very big. For him to be able to execute the 100 Azure Dragon Shadows, it showed how fast this movement technique was. Rip. A piece of fabric was taken from Yi Fan's waist. Soon after, a piece of Yi Fan's chest was also grabbed. If it wasn't for his good physical fitness, these 2 claws would have caused him to lose 2 pieces of flesh. Motherf *Ker, are you serious? Yi Fan could rely on himself to accelerate and send Chen Bin flying, but he felt that there was no need to use too much strength. Thus, Yi Fan simply closed his eyes, planning to listen to the sound to determine the location. At this moment, Wang Jiuxiao was sitting there calmly, eating his steak. He had no intention of disturbing her at all. Chu Yunyao said to the red-haired brawny man, Lu Bingjun. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and help Yi Fan. It wasn't that she thought that Yi Fan would lose, but as a couple, she couldn't just watch as Yi Fan was beaten into a sorry state. Lu Bingjun was sticking on his fake eyelashes. He raised his head, one eye big and one small, and said in a rough voice, Chairman Chu, I'm here to protect you. Whether your lover dies or not, it has nothing to do with me, you. Chu Yunyao felt that the only person in this world who could make her angry, other than Yi Fan, was this fool's bodyguard. Don't worry, your little lover will be fine. Lu Bingjun said as he continued to take care of his makeup. Just as he finished speaking, Yi Fan suddenly made his move like a bolt of lightning. The 100 shadows of the Azure Dragon was instantly interrupted, and Yi Fan's hand had already grabbed onto Chen Bin's head. As long as Yi Fan used a little more strength, Chen Bin would have already died. Paw. 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 Wang Jiuxiao clapped and stood up, smiling, as expected of brother Yi Fan, your strength is indeed outstanding. Amazing. Yi Fan looked at his torn clothes and thought to himself that the ancient martial arts of the Azure Dragon Gate still had some skills. He was careless and almost fell for it. Is that enough? Don't disturb me from eating. Yi Fan was too lazy to bother with Chen Bin, so he continued to pull a chair and sat down to eat. Chen Bin's face alternated between green and white. The fear and pressure he felt just now had caused him to be a little dazed. He nodded towards Wang Jiuxiao and apologized, eldest young master, I've embarrassed you. Hey, what are you talking about? I told you not to be so rash. We're brothers, what are you talking about? Wang Jiuxiao smiled and patted Chen Bin's shoulder. Chen Bin's face was full of gratitude, thank you for your forgiveness, eldest young master. After lunch, Wang Jiuxiao suggested, Brother Yi Fan, the experiment will only begin tomorrow, so Yun Yao and I have nothing else to do. The scenery on this island is good, and there are a lot of fun things to play with, why don't we go down and have some fun? I'm very curious about Brother Yi Fan, I want to get to know him and make friends. How could Yi Fan be interested in playing with this smiling tiger? He said, my clothes are all torn, I'm going back to my room to change. No need, I've already sent someone to deliver the clothes for you. Wang Jiuxiao waved his hand, and sure enough, a waiter brought over a new set of clothes. Chu Yunyao's eyes lit up. She looked at the enthusiastic Wang Jiuxiao and said, young Master Wang, are you that curious about my lover? We still want to enjoy our time together. Yunyao, you can't say that. You guys always have time to be together, but it's rare for me and brother Yi Fan to meet. I want to get to know each other more, and it's broad daylight. You guys can't just stay in your room all the time, right? Wang Jiuxiao asked with a smile. Chu Yunyao actually didn't want Yi Fan to leave either. If the two of them were alone, Yi Fan might take advantage of her again. She wanted Yi Fan to go against the Wang family. She didn't want Yi Fan to be with Wang Jiuxiao all day, so she purposely angered Wang Jiuxiao to death. After all, although Wang Jiuxiao had already broken off the engagement with her on the surface, he had actually been chasing after her. And she couldn't reject a young master of the Wang family too coldly, so she could only think of a way to get Wang Jiuxiao to scram further away. At the same time, it was also because Yi Fan dared to ignore her that he wanted to take revenge on Yi Fan. Chu Yunyao's move could directly cause two men to fight each other, while she herself could relax and happily, killing two birds with one stone. Darling, then let's go down and play. I have everything here. Chu Yunyao intimately held Yi Fan's arm, and even purposely let Yi Fan's arm rub against her chest. Yi Fan could tell that Chu Yunyao wanted him to completely fall out with the Wang family, but he didn't know what kind of deep hatred she had. Chapter 327 0327 After the group took the elevator to the bottom of the hotel, they took a walk, enjoyed the scenery, and arrived at the beach by the seaside. Wang Jiuxiao saw the row of motorboats in front of him and said, Brother Yi Fan, are you interested in competing in a motorboat race? This kind of guy can't be played in normal places. Yi Fan replied very straightforwardly, not interested. When he was abroad, he often played with these kinds of things. Usually, he would play on the beach with some blonde and blue-eyed foreign girls. However, it was winter now, and there were no beauties wearing bikinis by his side, so Yi Fan didn't have the leisure to play with them. Towards Yi Fan's lack of face, Wang Jiuxiao was also quite helpless. Since we've already come down, we can't just go up without doing anything, right? Brother Yi Fan, why don't we play around? Although my brother Chen Bin's martial arts aren't as good as yours, he's an expert in motorboats. Can you give him a chance to compete with you again? Chen Bin was stunned. He didn't expect Wang Jiuxiao to let him compete, but he was indeed proficient in driving all kinds of tools. You want to compete just because you say so. It's not like I have any benefits. Yi Fan rolled his eyes. How could there be no benefits? If Brother Yi Fan wins, I will no longer have any improper thoughts towards Yunyao. I will also sincerely bless you all. Wang Jiuxiao said. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't believe it, and said, it's up to you whether you want to or not. In any case, Yao Yao is my woman. Saying that, Yi Fan turned his head to look at Chu Yunyao and asked in confirmation, right? Yao Yao. Chu Yunyao also smiled sweetly, I've always been your woman. Wang Jiuxiao's expression didn't change, and he didn't look angry at all. That might not be the case. Although I can accept it, if the elders of the Chu family knew about this, they would definitely obstruct us in every possible way. If the elders of our Wang family knew that Yunyao didn't choose me because he was a married man, they definitely wouldn't let this matter go. Wang Jiuxiao said. Li Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and said, are you threatening me? Hee, how can this be considered a threat? Brother Yi Fan, please don't misunderstand, I'm just talking about some possible scenarios. Wang Jiuxiao said with a calm smile. Yi Fan took a step forward and looked at Wang Jiuxiao coldly, if you want to go against me, you can try. Wang Jiuxiao's expression stiffened, and a trace of coldness flashed across his face for a brief moment. However, he quickly smiled and said, "Brother Yi Fan, what are you talking about? I really didn't threaten you." Yi Fan was too lazy to say any more. He hugged Chu Yunyao and planned to continue walking towards the beach. However, at this moment, they suddenly heard someone calling for help from the beach. "Help! Help!" A female researcher in a white coat was tied to a motorboat by a man in black and wearing a mask, and they fled towards the sea. "Isn't that Professor Li Shunan from the engineering department?" Wang Jiuxiao recognized her at a glance. Although Chu Yunyao couldn't clearly see who the woman was, her eyes still focused, that attire, shadow warrior. "Oh no, they're trying to steal information. They've actually sent people to infiltrate the island without being discovered," Wang Jiuxiao shouted. "Chen Bin, hurry up and chase after that guy. If he has someone to help him, he might not be able to stop him in time." When Chen Bin heard this, he hurriedly ran to the motorboat and rowed it to chase after him. However, when the shadow warrior realized that he was being chased, he actually had an evil heart. More than 200 meters away from the shore, he took out a dagger and stabbed Li Shunan, who was tied up. After that, Li Shunan was thrown into the seawater, bleeding. "Bastard!" The few people on the beach were furious when they saw this scene. Chen Bin looked at Li Shunan, who had fallen into the sea, but did not save her. From his point of view, professional mercenaries would not leave anyone alive, so he continued to chase after the shadow warrior. When Yi Fan saw this scene, he frowned and rushed over to push out a motorboat, preparing to go out to sea. "What are you doing?" Chu Yunyao frowned. "Save her." Leaf the Sail saw that the female scientist was floating on the sea, relying on her clothes to sink. If she was saved, there might still be a chance of survival. "She's already dead, what's the use of saving her?" Chu Yunyao didn't understand. "You haven't confirmed that she's dead, how do you know it's useless?" Yi Fan suddenly turned around and glared at the woman. Chu Yunyao was stunned. She couldn't understand why Yi Fan would be so anxious for someone who had nothing to do with him. He rowed the motorboat as fast as he could. When he was about to reach the place where Li Shunan's body had sunk, he realized that something was wrong. From beginning to end, other than Chen Bin, no one else chased after him. It was as if this Li Shunan had nothing to do with the Chinese military on the island. At the same time, Wang Jiuxiao, who was standing on the beach, calmly took out a special cell phone with a smile and opened a coordinate map. He grinned and looked at Chu Yunyao. "Yunyao, why don't you understand? If I can't get it, no one can." Wang Jiuxiao, "What do you want to do?" Chu Yunyao felt an unusual chill. Wang Jiuxiao still had a gentle smile on his face, but behind his smile, there was something that made people tremble in fear. His hand pressed down on a coordinate on the screen. Boom, Leaf, the huge pillar of seawater, was blown up dozens of meters. The violent explosion even caused the seawater to float more than 200 meters away, drifting onto the beach. "There's a bomb buried under the sea." Chu Yunyao suddenly woke up from her stupor. She ran forward a few steps and shouted, "Yi Fan," a few times, but there was no response. "Stop shouting, even if it was a ship made of steel, it would have been blown to pieces by now, not to mention that he's just a single person. A fool who overestimates himself and thinks he's infallible in front of me." Wang Jiuxiao. Wang Jiuxiao's smile remained the same, as if he wasn't mocking others at all. Chu Yunyao was stunned. Although she didn't have most emotions, she knew anger. "Wang Jiuxiao." Chu Yunyao turned around. "Do you know that he was found by the upper echelons of the Dragon Soul? If you kill him, how are you going to explain it to the Dragon Soul?" "Explain?" Wang Jiuxiao laughed out loud. "Dear Yunyao, are you with this kind of retard that even your IQ has been pulled down? He's your lover, can the Chu family tolerate him? He killed Wang Yingping and has long been on our Wang family's blacklist. Plus, he dares to have such a relationship with you. Do you think our Wang family can tolerate him? So what if it's the Dragon Soul? Even if the Dragon King and the Phoenix Girl confront me face to face, the Wang family is standing behind me. I respect them, but they have to respect me as well. Chapter 328. 0328 Chu Yunyao looked at him expressionlessly and gently stroked her hair that was messed up by the sea breeze. Do whatever you want. In any case, you still can't get me. Wang Jiuxiao's expression froze, the corner of his mouth twitched, and slowly turned into a gentle smile, as if the man who shouted like a madman just now wasn't him at all. Yunyao, I will wait for you. Let's not talk about those messy things. I'll accompany you for a walk. Wang Jiuxiao said. However, Chu Yunyao lazily stretched her waist, displaying her perfect figure to the fullest. I'm not interested, I'm going back to the hotel to rest. Recently, my back has been aching, I'll give you a massage after I'm done sleeping. This place is really boring. Wang Jiuxiao watched as the woman left, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. At this moment, Chen Bin, who had a gloomy expression on his face, brought the man in black who looked like a shadow warrior ashore. Eldest young master, did you arrange this person? Chen Bin looked at the man in black and asked. Wang Jiuxiao didn't deny it and said, can't you recognize him? Isn't this our Wang family's guard? Then. That female scientist who was killed wasn't Dr. Li Shunan either. Why would Li Shunan come outside? She's just a waiter in a hotel. Wang Jiuxiao said in disdain. Chen Bin sighed, eldest young master, do you want Yifan to go to the place where the bomb was buried and then blow him up? What kind of lousy question are you asking? Didn't you see it just now? Wang Jiuxiao grinned and made an explosive gesture, bang. One sound. The person is gone, and even the motorboat has been smashed to pieces. Chen Bin's eyes were gloomy. Then eldest young master, when you asked me to go with him to the competition, were you planning to blow me up as well? Wang Jiuxiao narrowed his eyes, not only did I plan to blow you up just now, I also want you to die far away. Why? Chen Bin raised his head in pain and asked, I am loyal to you, eldest young master. Wang Jiuxiao sneered, Chen Bin, you've followed me for 7 years, don't you understand? I, Wang Jiuxiao, do not need loyal servants. Loyal servants are no different from raising dogs. What I want is a beast that can bite and eat people. Only the weak would rear dogs, while the strong would only ride wild beasts. You actually lost to Yifan, causing me to lose face in front of so many people. If I don't personally kill you, it would already be the greatest gift to a dog like you. From now on, don't follow me anymore. I don't need trash like you by my side. With that, Wang Jiuxiao ignored Chen Bin's ashen face and turned to one of his entourage, call someone who knows how to come to my room. The accompanying assistant knew very well that Wang Jiuxiao needed to vent, so he nodded, yes, young master. Chen Bin watched as Wang Jiuxiao brought his men away. He stood there woodenly, his eyes empty, lost in thought. At the same time, Chu Yunyao's group was halfway back to the hotel when Chu Yunyao suddenly stopped. She turned around and said to Lu Bingjun, bring some people to search the sea immediately. If you find any clues, tell me immediately. Lu Bingjun pouted. Yo, Chairman Chu, you still care about people. Could it be that you are really moved by that Yifan? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just not willing to let that Wang Jiuxiao be so complacent. What if Yifan isn't dead? Chu Yunyao didn't know why, but her mood was in a mess. Lu Bingjun clicked his tongue, Chairman Chu, you don't have to worry about it. That's not an ordinary bomb, it's a high explosive specially made by the military. Even if the Dragon King was here, he might not be able to withstand it. Only an expert like the Phoenix Girl would be able to survive. If I tell you to go, then go. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? If you have the ability, then find Yi Fan's corpse. Chu Yunyao said in annoyance. Lu Bingjun pouted, if you want to go, then go, why are you being so fierce? Humph. I hate you. With that, Lu Bingjun left with his men. Chu Yunyao gazed into the distance at the seawater that had just calmed down. She subconsciously touched her chest and muttered to herself, what's going on with me? He's just a chess piece. In the evening on Luchun Island, the setting sun was silent. The golden beach was dyed red, and the scenery was especially enchanting. In a presidential suite on a high floor of the hotel, Wang Jiuxiao was crazily venting on a woman who had been arranged to serve him. Bitch. This is the result of you rejecting me. Let's see if you dare to be with another man next time. The woman lying on the ground had already fainted 2 or 3 times from crying. Her body was covered with all sorts of signs of abuse. There were several times when she really couldn't accept the pain of her flesh being torn apart and cried that she wasn't Chu Yunyao. However, if she denied it, she would be beaten up even more miserably. Right now, this woman could only continuously satisfy Wang Jiuxiao's bad taste and continue to act as Chu Yunyao. Jiuxiao. Yao Yao was wrong. Just let me go. Wang Jiuxiao laughed sinisterly. Chu Yunyao, do you know what I want to do the most right now? I don't know. Darling, please spare me. Yao Yao, I won't dare to do it again. The woman just wanted to break free from this nightmare as soon as possible. She finally understood why when the sisters beside her heard that they were going to serve young Master Wang, not only did they not feel honored, they didn't feel that they could get any benefits. Instead, they were so scared that they didn't dare to make a sound. It turned out that the women that Wang Jiuxiao had taken a fancy to could only act as Chu Yunyao forever. Moreover, they would not be loved, and would only be constantly abused. Wang Jiuxiao suddenly grabbed the woman's neck with both hands, his eyes wide open. I want to kill you, bitch. I want to suck your blood. Eat your meat. As he said that, Wang Jiuxiao actually bit the sensitive spot in front of the woman's body, causing blood to splatter out. Ah! The woman's body was stiff and she couldn't breathe at all. Her tears fell onto the bedsheets, but she couldn't escape at all. Gradually, the woman lost her life in pain and fear. After Wang Jiuxiao finished doing all of this, he directly kicked the woman's corpse that had already been broken to the ground. Someone, clean up the trash. Very quickly, 2 members of the Wang family's entourage ran in and began to clean up. They were not surprised to see the female corpse. They wrapped it in a white bedsheet and brought it out. Then, they began to clean up the bloodstains. Wang Jiuxiao, naked, walked to the French window, lit a cigarette, and looked at the sky that was slowly darkening. What is Chu Yunyao doing now? He asked. A follower replied, Miss Chu just woke up and found a special technician to massage her. Humph. This woman, even if her lover dies, she is completely indifferent. She really is a bitch. Is the technician she found a man or a woman? Eldest young master, Miss Chu never needs a male technician. Chapter 329. 0329 At the same time, in a luxurious suite exclusive to Chu Yunyao in the hotel. Chu Yunyao walked to the bathroom door after taking a bath in the steamy bathroom. The 2 maids carefully wiped her body. Her skin was as white as jade, and droplets of water flowed down. The 2 maids were very envious. Even women couldn't help but look at this kind of body a few more times. If men saw it, they would probably go crazy. After she finished wiping, Chu Yunyao put on a thin nightgown and walked to a long bed that she had prepared. She leaned over and covered herself with a white blanket. Let the technician come in. Chu Yunyao said. The 2 maids answered and silently walked out. Not long after, the door opened again and the technician walked in. Chu Yunyao, who was lying on her stomach, didn't raise her head to look. Her technicians were basically fixed, and this one was said to be passed down from her ancestors. "Auntie Wang, press my waist and thighs more today," Chu Yunyao instructed. The technician, Auntie Wang, didn't say anything. After lifting the white blanket, she began to slowly massage her feet. "Auntie Wang, why is the skin on your hands a little rough? Didn't I tell you to do more maintenance? Take a bottle of hand cream from me later." As Chu Yunyao spoke, she let out a soft sigh of satisfaction. "However, your skills are getting better and better." Chu Yunyao pursed her lips and smiled in enjoyment. She continued to lie on her stomach, letting the technician slowly extend from her feet to her calves, then to her thighs, and slowly press up. The technician picked up a bottle of essential oil, lifted up Chu Yunyao's nightgown, and smeared the essential oil on Chu Yunyao's legs. Chu Yunyao sucked in a breath of cold air. This essential oil made her feel that her legs were ice cold, and her skin was especially sensitive. More importantly, the air was still filled with the incense that had just been lit. This kind of incense would make a person's nerves extremely relaxed, so Chu Yunyao felt as if she was floating in the air. "Auntie Wang, you. Why are you today pressing a little urgently?" Chu Yunyao felt that the technician's technique was much faster than before. Not long after, he had already placed his hand on her sensitive spot. "Why? Why do you have to press there?" Chu Yunyao felt that two fingers were actually playing with her, causing her breathing to quicken. Slowly, Chu Yunyao couldn't help but twist her delicate body. She bit her red lips and panted, "Auntie Wang, don't. Stop messing around, just press it properly." "Why not? You look very comfortable." A man's voice suddenly woke Chu Yunyao up. "Yi. Whoa." Chu Yunyao wanted to call out the man's name, but the man covered her mouth with one hand. Yi Fan was wearing the clothes he stole from the hotel, and said with an evil smile, "Stop shouting. If you dare to shout, I can only knock you out." Chu Yunyao's heart was beating very fast. When she thought about how Yi Fan had been touching and pressing her lower body, she blushed. However, she still tried her best to remain calm. She chuckled. "I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Why, do you know how to do massages?" Yi Fan looked at the woman's nightgown. Under the light, he could vaguely see the beautiful scenery inside the woman's nightgown. "Darling, I was thinking, what kind of enmity do I have with you? What kind of grudge do I have? Guess." Chu Yunyao asked. "I can't guess." Yi Fan stretched out his hand and pinched Chu Yunyao's chin. "No matter what I think, I don't owe you anything. Back then, when I was abroad, I saved you. In the Cloud Club, I still saved you. I've seen you twice, saved you twice. They say that a drop of water will be repaid with a spring. I saved your life twice, and I didn't expect you to repay me, but I didn't expect you to hate me. But you want me to pretend to be your lover and drag me to fall out with the Wang family. If I didn't have some ability, I would have really died in the hands of that perverted smiling tiger. Chu Yunyao, the most poisonous woman's heart, I see that you are just a virgin, but you are already so ruthless, if you want to become a woman. How ruthless would you be? This is just what you think. In my opinion, you are even more despicable than Wang Jiushao." Chu Yunyao said. Li Fanxian narrowed his eyes. "Why? Wang Jiushao, at least from the beginning to the end, only loves me. Although his love is very twisted, and he is also very arrogant, but at least, I know that he is suffering for me, and I am happy. What about you? He was clearly so perverted, yet he dared to abandon me for the sake of Su Qingxue. Who do you think you are? I gave you the chance to stay by my side, yet you don't know how to cherish it." Li Fanxian was speechless. "Just because of this, you want me to fall out with the Wang family? Do you know how many people will die? Don't you know that I have a personality disorder? I have a mental illness. It's meaningless for me to talk to you about human morality. Chu Yunyao charmingly smiled. What? Why are you looking at me with such deep affection, lusting after my beauty? Or do you want to get on me? I'm fine, didn't you want me to repay your kindness? I'll repay you with my body, how about it? Yi Fan became silent, and used his hand to gently caress the woman's face. Do you know that it's very dangerous for you to be like this? How dangerous? Do you dare? Do you think I don't dare? If you dare, you should have done it with me back then at the clubhouse. Chu Yunyao disdainfully said, to put it bluntly, you are still afraid of our Chu family, afraid of the Wang family, and even more afraid of the Chinese military. Li Fan Xian grinned, and said with an evil smile, in this world, there is only one person I am afraid of, and there is only one thing I am afraid of. Oh. Who is it? What is it? I'm only afraid of my wife, I'm only afraid of trouble. As for what family, organization, or country you mentioned, I'm not afraid of any of them. I just don't want to cause trouble, that's all. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. Chu Yunyao's chest rose and fell. She didn't know why, but when she saw the man's eyes, she felt a little flustered. She could only force herself to calm down and say, anyone can brag. I think you should go change into some proper clothes and sit down properly. I can even have a cup of coffee with you. Li Fan Xian shook his head, there's no need to change. Why? Because I won't be wearing any clothes next. You. Ah. What are you doing? Li Fan Xian picked Chu Yunyao up and quickly rushed to the side of the bed. After throwing the woman down, he quickly tore off the shirt on his body. Damn it, because of you, Laozi has completely fallen out with the Wang family. Since Wang Zhouxiao wants to kill Laozi for you, if Laozi doesn't turn you into my woman, wouldn't it be a huge loss? When Chu Yunyao heard this, she was stunned and her beautiful face paled. Although she had a heartless personality disorder, it didn't mean that she could casually have a relationship with a man. Chapter 330. 0330. However, how could Yi Fan care about this? He had already been forced into a desperate situation. He was already completely at odds with the Wang family, which meant that sooner or later, he would face the Wang family head-on. In order to prevent the people around him from being harmed by the Wang family, Yi Fan had to make sufficient preparations and let the Wang family weigh the pros and cons of competing with him. And for Yi Fan, the simplest way was to turn one of the 5 great sects, the Chu family, into his ally. Although the Chu family was slightly weaker than the Wang family, it was still enough to make the Wang family fearful. As for how to make the Chu family one of their own, the fastest way was naturally to conquer Chu Yunyao, the young miss of the Chu family. In the past, Yi Fan would have doubted Chu Yunyao's position in the Chu family, but now that he knew this woman's identity, he was sure that even in the core circle of the Chu family, Chu Yunyao was definitely a very important figure. Yi Fan. Are you crazy? You. Woo-woo, Chu Yunyao didn't even struggle much before she was kissed by Yi Fan until she couldn't breathe. Yi Fan's strength was too great, Chu Yunyao found that she couldn't break free at all. Finally, she found a gap and said in a low voice, if you mess around again, I'll shout. At this moment, Yi Fan chuckled and thought of a line, shout, even if you shout until your throat is broken, no one will care about you. WH. Why? Because your subordinates, your bodyguards, and your technicians were all knocked unconscious by me. Yi Fan grinned and said, it's just that sissy bodyguard of yours. He seems to be video chatting with his boyfriend. It's a pity that he's a bit far away from you. Lu Bingjun. That idiot. Chu Yunyao was about to go crazy. She originally wanted to call Lu Bingjun in, but then she remembered that every day at this time, it was Lu Bingjun's time to date. Yi Fan reached out and pinched the woman's chin, you'd better think it through. Even if you call someone in, do you think Can the person you called stop me? Chu Yunyao hesitated. Indeed, if even Wang Zhouxiao was unable to kill Yi Fan using the military's high explosives, then it would at least prove that Yi Fan's strength was not below the Phoenix Girl's. Actually, Chu Yunyao had felt that Yi Fan's strength should be unfathomable, but she didn't expect him to be so strong. You are bullying a weak girl like me. Can you feel at ease? Chu Yunyao changed her strategy. Her eyes began to sparkle and her eyes reddened. She looked pitiful. Yi Fan sneered, "Your crying is too fake. Your acting skills are useless in front of me. Even if I don't know what love is, I still have my pride. You, a man, trample on me like this." Chu Yunyao choked with grievance. However, Fan Xian unceremoniously flipped Chu Yunyao over, then placed the woman on his thigh. He raised his hand and slapped her. Paw! With a clear sound, Chu Yunyao let out a moaned sound. Her entire face was so red that juice could drip out. What are you doing? Chu Yunyao was about to go crazy. This man suddenly started to spank her. Yi Fan didn't say anything and continued to slap him. Ing! Chu Yunyao felt a burning sensation on the back of her head, but a strange feeling spread in her heart, causing her heart to beat even faster, like a fawn. What's wrong? You're not crying anymore. Yi Fan smiled evilly. Actually, you like it a lot, right? Chu Yunyao gritted her teeth. Nonsense. I wish I could drink your blood and eat your flesh. Paw! Yi Fan struck again. Chu Yunyao pursed her red lips, tears welling up in her eyes. She cursed in her heart that this man didn't know how to show mercy to the fairer sex. Her delicate body was like tofu, and he actually hit her so hard. Do you still hate me? Yi Fan asked in ridicule. If you have the ability, then beat me to death. Chu Yunyao stubbornly said. Yi Fan laughed. How can that be? I still want to turn you into my woman. If I beat you to death, my heart will ache. Hearing this, Chu Yunyao felt a trace of astonishment in her heart, and even a trace of panic. Be his woman. What was this guy trying to do? Did he think that if he hit her like this and bullied her, she would still like him? You must be crazy. Wishful thinking. An idiot dreaming. I wish I could kill you right now. Li Fan Xian ignored him and continued to enjoy the beating, feeling the wonderful feedback from his hands. Following one slap after another, Chu Yunyao's painful moan turned into a soft moan. However, this feeling of being bullied still made Chu Yunyao's eyes shed sparkling tears. Finally, after an unknown period of time, Chu Yunyao realized that the man had stopped hitting. Yi Fan put her down and laid on the bed. The two of them looked at each other. The room was very quiet, and the air was filled with the fragrance of incense and a woman's body. Why aren't you fighting anymore? Continue fighting. Bastard. Chu Yunyao gritted her teeth, her coldness carried a trace of weakness and helplessness. Yi Fan chuckled, then suddenly leaned over and kissed the corner of the woman's eye. Chu Yunyao's delicate body trembled. Her tense nerves relaxed again, as if she was in a warm body of water, causing her entire body to sink. She actually enjoyed this feeling. This made Chu Yunyao unable to explain it herself, and she didn't dare to show it. Leaf after Fan Xian carefully kissed away the tears on Chu Yunyao's face. He reached out to touch her face and said, "You can hate me, but I have a choice I have to make. A Wang family is not enough to threaten me, but it is enough to threaten the people around me. So, I want to get your Chu family." Chu Yunyao's eyes narrowed. She finally understood the man's intentions, but at the same time, she felt that this guy was even crazier than her. He wanted to conquer her and control the Chu family, so that he could balance the Wang family. You lunatic. Even if you get me, you won't be able to get the Chu family. Do you think that I'm the only heir to the Chu family? Any one of the 5 great sects had at least 10 successors in line. Only through fierce battles, open and secret battles, would they be able to become the next patriarch. After my parents passed away, I had to put in a lot of effort just to establish myself in the Chu family and obtain my current position. Do you think it's that simple? Whether it's simple or difficult, it's all up to you. When you become my woman, sooner or later, the Tan City's Chu family will become. You're the only heir. Yi Fan's eyes burned. This blazing male hormone, this arrogant confidence, caused Chu Yunyao's heart to palpitate. What kind of man was this? He actually dared to say that he would be the ruler of the 5 great clans of China. Without giving Chu Yunyao time to think, Yi Fan had already pulled a quilt over and covered the two of them. Chapter 331. 03313 nautical miles away from Luchun Island, in a quiet area of the sea, a pitch-black object suddenly surfaced from the surface of the sea. This was a small submarine. There was no flag of any country printed on it, nor was there any number. The only thing it had was a triangular pattern. In the middle of the triangle, there was a number 0. The submarine opened its hatch and a few men in camouflage uniforms came onto the submarine. The leader was a white man with a head of curly chestnut hair. He was 2 meters tall and incomparably majestic. He stretched out his hand and a black man beside him handed him a silver-gray telescope. This telescope was extremely precise and its shape was slightly different from an ordinary telescope. After the man picked up the telescope, he pressed a button on the side. The telescope quickly began to adjust its focus and turned the night into a night vision mode that was as clear as day. It seems like the people of China have put in a lot of effort. There are no loopholes in their defenses. It doesn't seem realistic to charge in head-on, the white man said as he put down his binoculars. Even though he was still more than a nautical mile away, the man had already seen everything he wanted to see. The black man at the side said, "Colonel Bird, our submarine can't go any further. Although China's radar isn't that outstanding, if we get any closer, the chances of us being detected will be too high. There's no need to go any further. Pass down my orders. Group 2 and 3, according to the original plan, prepare to pincer attack the experimental base at any time. Our primary goal is the experimental data of China. If we are unable to seize it, then we will destroy the experimental equipment of China. In short, we are not here to fight head-on," Colonel Bird said. "Yes, sir." The black soldier hurriedly went to relay the order. On the island, in a high-class suite of a hotel. "Darling, moi. I'm going to work. There's no helping it, the Chu family's patriarch asked me to do it. Although I don't like to protect that young miss, she's hard to please." Let's talk tomorrow." Lu Bingjun turned off the video call, then combed his red hair in front of the makeup mirror before turning around and leaving the room. He took the elevator to Chu Yunyao's floor, went to Chu Yunyao's room, and pressed the doorbell. "Chairman Chu. How are you? Is everything all right?" Chu Yunyao did not answer. Lu Bingjun frowned. Although he wasn't on this floor and was always protecting Chu Yunyao, the safety equipment on this island was very advanced. As long as Chu Yunyao shouted, she would definitely know. This was also why Lu Bingjun could stay in his room and chat with his boyfriend at night. Logically speaking, Chu Yunyao would confirm with him that night. If there was anything she wanted him to do, she would also say it. But today, Chu Yunyao actually didn't say a word, which made Lu Bingjun suspicious. Fortunately, he had Chu Yunyao's room card. Hearing that there was no reaction, he directly opened the door and entered. When Lu Bingjun entered the house, he found that the smell in the house was strange. He slowly walked to the bedroom and found that the bed was a mess. There were water stains and some blood stains, causing Lu Bingjun to cover his mouth in shock. "Chairman Chu!" Lu Bingjun shouted and looked at the bathroom. The door to the bathroom was closed, but a martial artist of his level could naturally hear the sound of breathing inside. Chairman Chu, what's wrong? Finally, Chu Yunyao's voice came from inside. The woman's voice was a little weak. I'm fine. You can go out. Lu Bingjun leaned against the door and heard the sound of water flowing inside, as if he was taking a bath. But Chairman Chu, why is your bed wet? It smells strange. There's even blood. Chu Yunyao was silent for a moment, then said, My aunt is here. Lu Bingjun suddenly came to a realization. He then giggled, covered his mouth and said, So that's how it is. Chairman Chu, you were too careless. How could you be so busy that you even forgot about this? What the hell are you laughing at? Get out. Chu Yunyao was very impatient. Alright. I'll go out. Lu Bingjun relaxed, since Chu Yunyao was fine, it was fine. Not long after, the door closed. In the bathroom's shower room, the two people under the disheveled hair were Yifan and Chu Yunyao. Just now, when he heard Lu Bingjun coming over, Yifan immediately carried Chu Yunyao into the bathroom and turned on the shower. With Yifan's strength, it wouldn't be a problem to hide it from Lu Bingjun, but Chu Yunyao couldn't hide it. Therefore, Chu Yunyao still had to say a few words to Lu Bingjun. With Chu Yunyao's current appearance, she didn't dare to let Lu Bingjun barge in. If she were to be seen being pressed against the wall by a man and doing this kind of thing, she wouldn't want to live anymore. Are you a pig? It's been more than an hour. Chu Yunyao was about to faint. This man was like a wild beast, he didn't know fatigue. If I were a pig, wouldn't you be a little sow? How much longer do you need? Li Fan Xian smiled and whispered into the woman's ear, soon, another 20 minutes. Besides, you don't have to be in a hurry. I think you're enjoying it. Chu Yunyao's face flushed red as she turned around and glared at the man. However, in Yifan's eyes, the woman's small eyes were clearly seducing him. Half an hour later, the two of them finished washing up, wiped themselves dry, and walked out. After Fan Xian put on his clothes, he very naturally poured himself a cup of whiskey from the fridge. After taking a sip, he sat on the sofa by the window in a refreshed manner. Chu Yunyao's face was cold. She dried her hair and picked out a beige pajamas and pants from the wardrobe. Her face without any makeup was still smooth and flawless, and her white skin made it impossible to tell her age. Chu Yunyao, it's good to be rich, to have such excellent maintenance, Yifan muttered in his heart. Chu Yunyao felt the man's burning gaze and glanced at him. She was a little afraid in her heart. What are you looking at? Hadn't he played enough? Chu Yunyao's heart was restless, she couldn't take it anymore. I'm looking at my woman, can't I look? Despicable. Shameless. Chu Yunyao coldly said. Li Fan Xian shrugged his shoulders and poured himself another cup of whiskey. Whatever you say, I'm very satisfied with your performance just now. Chu Yunyao turned her head and looked at the red on the bed sheet. She couldn't help but feel a wave of bitterness in her heart. He had actually been taken over by this man. Although 7 years ago, she had wondered if this man who had saved her would ask her to repay him, but who would have thought? 7 years later, this thought came true. She walked towards Yifan. With every step she took, the pain below reminded her that this was not a dream. Chu Yunyao walked in front of Yifan and snatched the bottle of Scotch whiskey. She didn't even need a cup and directly drank 2 mouthfuls. Let's talk. Chu Yunyao said thoughtfully. Chapter 332. 0332 inch. Of course I'm talking about how to make me the head of the Chu family. Chu Yunyao's eyes flickered as she said, didn't you just say that you want me to be the only heir to the Chu family? If you can let me kick the other heirs away and let me enter the Chu family, then I'll admit to what happened tonight, but if you can't do it and you're just bragging, then you'd better kill me now. Otherwise, I'll let you understand the revenge of a poisonous woman. Yi Fan smiled. Little Yao Yao, you're really naughty. You're in such a hurry to talk about your path of ambition. You're still in pain after taking a few steps, and you're already talking to me about this. I don't even know the exact situation of your Chu family, so how can I talk to you? You don't even know the situation of our Chu family, yet you say you want to control the Chu family. Chu Yunyao wanted to curse. This guy was too reckless. Yi Fan smiled. I don't know now. If you tell me, won't I know? Scram. I don't want to see you. Get out. Chu Yunyao was furious. She had originally thought that Yi Fan had a relationship with her after considering the entire plan. Then, the two of them would have a specific goal and act together. But at this moment, she felt that Yi Fan was lying to her, saying that she would be his woman and then immediately take over the Chu family. It was all a lie. She needed to calm down and think about her relationship with this man. Li Fan Xian gloomily said, "What are you in such a hurry for? If you have something to say, then say it properly. I don't want to talk to you. Get out." Chu Yunyao said in a flustered and exasperated manner, "If you don't leave, I'll go out and call for someone." I said you raped me. Aren't you talking nonsense? The two of us worked well together just now. Yi Fan said. Chu Yunyao didn't care anymore. She forcefully grabbed Yi Fan's collar and was about to drag the man out. Yi Fan originally wanted to rest for a while and fight with Chu Yunyao in the middle of the night. Seeing that the woman was so agitated, he had no choice but to leave first. Stop bullshitting, I'm not going to the main entrance. I'm still dead right now. If I go out and let people see me, that Wang guy will definitely deal with me again. I'm still thinking about how to kill him. Yi Fan said. Hearing that, Chu Yunyao finally stopped and frowned. You really want to kill Wang Jiushao? Bullshit. If I don't kill him, can he let me go? Yi Fan raised his eyebrows. Chu Yunyao looked at him suspiciously. How would I know if what you said is true or false? You don't even know the background of our Chu family and Wang family. Do you really have the guts to make a move? If the one surnamed Wang can walk out of Luchun Island alive, I will follow your surname Chu. Yi Fan straightened his collar and walked towards the window of the room. The windows in this room were made of bulletproof glass. Fortunately, there were still places that could be opened. After the sail opened a window, a gust of cold wind rushed into the room. What are you doing? This was the 36th floor. You don't want to jump down, do you? Chu Yunyao trembled and exclaimed. Yi Fan turned around and grinned. Little Yao Yao, good night. With that, Yi Fan directly jumped out. Chu Yunyao hurriedly ran to the window. Seeing the man's falling figure, her heart was in her throat. This idiot didn't even know Qinggong. Did he want to die? In just a few seconds, Chu Yunyao opened her eyes wide, not even daring to blink. The strange thing was, after Yi Fan jumped down, he actually stood on a patch of grass with both feet and landed safely. After that, Yi Fan quickly ran, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the vicinity of the hotel. Chu Yunyao slowly closed the window. Only then did she realize that her heart was beating very fast, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. If it was an ancient martial artist, she wouldn't have thought much of jumping down from the 30th floor with lightness kung fu. But Yi Fan, on the other hand, was using his legs to withstand the impact. Chu Yunyao couldn't help but mutter to herself, just who is he? Yi Fan did not directly go to find Wang Jiuxiao. It wasn't that he was afraid of trouble, it was just that he hadn't seen the experiment yet. He was worried that if he killed Wang Jiuxiao now, things would change. At that time, everyone would focus on the battle between him and the Wang family, and he would have come to the island for nothing. In any case, the experiment would begin at dawn, so Yi Fan planned to stroll around the island. Although there were a large number of hidden sentries and patrolling soldiers on the island, it was easy for Yi Fan to avoid them. When Yi Fan arrived at a beach, he discovered that there was actually someone behind a rock, burning a fire. He was sitting there alone, drinking. When Yi Fan saw who it was, he grinned and quickly ran over. "It's you, ha, it just so happens that I have nothing to do. You have quite a lot of wine, lend me some." Yi Fan ran in front of the man and said. When the man saw Yi Fan, his expression changed drastically. Under the illumination of the fire, one could see how pale his face was. "Ah! You! Are you a human or a ghost?" This capable man was the Azure Dragon School disciple who had sparred with Yi Fan during the day, Chen Bin. Chen Bin was despised by Wang Jiuxiao, so he was naturally rejected by the Wang family. He could only come here alone to drink. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm a ghost, okay?" As Yi Fan spoke, he sat down on the beach, took out a bottle of beer from the box, bit open the cap, and started drinking. Chen Bin looked carefully. "You have a shadow. Are you human?" You're not dead." Yi Fan said playfully. "Do you really want me to die? I don't think I have much of a blood feud with you, right? Such a strong explosion, that's an explosive used to blow up warships and submarines, yet it can't even kill you." Chen Bin felt that it was inconceivable. Yi Fan curled his lips and said, "To be honest, my ears are almost deaf, but my skin is rough and thick, and I'm on the water. This little bit of explosive is not a big problem. I'll go report to the young master now." Chen Bin had already realized that Yi Fan's strength was far beyond their imagination. Wang Jiuxiao was definitely in danger. However, just as he took a step forward, he stopped, and a pained expression appeared on his face. Yi Fan turned around, calmly looked at him, and drank a mouthful of beer. "What's wrong?" "Go and report, I won't stab you in the back." Chen Bin's eyes dimmed as he turned around and sat back on the rock. "Even if I tell the young master, he might not believe me. He will always only believe in himself. In his eyes, we are not even worth mentioning." Yi Fan looked at him in ridicule. "They all say that a good bird chooses a tree to nest in. Why did you follow such a master? Do you want to follow me in the future? How about I recommend you to be a security guard at my wife's company?" Chen Bin raised his head, looked at him, and said with a serious expression, "The reason why the Azure Dragon School is able to stand in the ancient martial arts sects of China and prosper all year round is because of the Wang family's endless financial resources and support from their connections." Chapter 333. 0333 He's already planning to blow you up, yet you're still so loyal. Yi Fan asked. "You don't have to tell me this. Since I've decided to be loyal to the eldest young master, even if he kills me, I won't regret this decision," Chen Bin said solemnly. Yi Fan clicked his tongue. "Why are you so serious?" "I was just casually asking. With your little strength, you wouldn't even be able to be my little brother." Even though he said that, Yi Fan quite admired this guy. However, Chen Bin agreed, "You are indeed very powerful. I really can't understand how you can be so strong without true qi. But this is also normal. If I could understand, I wouldn't have lost to you. No wonder the Dragon King allowed you to come over." Yi Fan shook his head. He wasn't interested in talking about this, so he stood up and said, "It's boring to just sit and drink like this. I'll go and get some seafood. Let's eat some barbecue." Chen Bin was stunned. He hadn't eaten dinner either, and was drinking here in a daze. Now that he heard about eating seafood, he was a little tempted. "You want to go to the hotel to get it?" Yi Fan pointed at the sea. "This sea is full of fresh fish and shrimp. Why would I go to the hotel to get something fresh? You can't be thinking of going to the sea to catch it, right?" There aren't many shallow areas near this island, and you don't even have diving equipment. What kind of seafood do you want to catch at night? Chen Bin asked in astonishment. Yi Fan didn't waste any time. He took off his clothes and pants and rushed towards the sea naked. With a leap, he jumped into the water and disappeared. Chen Bin didn't even have time to react. He couldn't help but run to the seaside. He didn't care about the seawater wetting his shoes and trousers as he watched Yi Fan's situation. In less than half a minute, Yi Fan surfaced from the surface of the sea. He was actually holding a sea crab and an unknown species of fish in his hand. Yi Fan threw the crab and fish towards the beach. Take them ashore. I'll catch some more. After saying that, Yi Fan dived again, ignoring Chen Bin's surprised face. Just like that, Yi Fan went back and forth 5 or 6 times, catching a few crabs, a few fish, and a few shrimps. As for the conch, there were even more. When Yi Fan walked out of the sea onto the beach and sat naked by the fire, Chen Bin discovered that Yi Fan didn't even breathe. You don't even need any tools to dive. Chen Bin was shocked. Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders. It's not like we're in the deep sea. Diving down more than 10 meters, dozens of meters, what tools do we need? Even if it's 300 to 400 meters, it's just moving a little slower. What's so difficult about that? Chen Bin sucked in a breath of cold air. 300 or 400 meters? Who the hell are you? One had to know that when humans wore diving tools and oxygen tanks, they could only dive to a depth of around 300 meters. However, Yi Fan could casually dive down a few dozen meters. Moreover, he didn't even gasp for breath and could even catch fish and shrimps. This meant that Yi Fan's swimming speed and movement speed underwater were incomparably fast. Even the powerful pressure of the seawater was unable to affect him much. Chen Bin was completely convinced. He solemnly cupped his hands and said, I underestimated you before. You are truly a divine being. Fan Xian was speechless. He waved his hand and said, Don't be polite, sit down and eat seafood. Look at you, you look like you've never seen the world before. Chen Bin blushed as he lowered his head and smiled bitterly. In front of Yi Fan, he was indeed shocked. It was too embarrassing. After the two of them sat down, they chatted about some trivial matters, but they didn't talk about the unpleasantness of the daytime. Yi Fan roasted the seafood, drank the wine, and chatted happily with Chen Bin. Do you plan to return to the Azure Dragon School after this operation? Yi Fan asked. Chen Bin nodded. Where else can I go? I'm not skilled enough. It's only natural for me to return to my sect and continue to train hard. Yi Fan said, You don't have to be too anxious. Why don't you go to Hua Hai to play for 2 days and relax? I can treat you to a skewer and a hot pot. Chen Bin frowned and said, Mr. Yi, I appreciate your good intentions. But Save it, I didn't say that I would let you do anything for me. You are the disciple of the Azure Dragon School's sect leader, so you can't just casually change your sect. I just feel that you are a straightforward person and don't have any schemes. You can even make a friend, so I invited you. If you think too much, then pretend that I didn't say anything. Yi Fan said with a smile. What Yi Fan said was also from the bottom of his heart. Of course, he felt that if he had a good relationship with the people from the Azure Dragon School, it would be of some help if he really broke up with the Wang family. Moreover, he could also learn about the situation of the Wang family and the Azure Dragon School from Chen Bin's mouth. When Chen Bin heard this, he was stunned for a few seconds before he smiled. If that's the case, then I'll pay a visit when I have time. The two of them exchanged contact information and continued to eat. However, just when they were at ease and comfortable, a few shocking explosions caused both of them to stand up. Boom! Rumble! Yi Fan suddenly turned his head and saw that in the direction of the hotel, several flames had actually exploded, and black flames surged. How could this be? Where did the explosion come from? Chenbin cried out in alarm. Yifan did not say anything further and dashed in the direction of the hotel. Chenbin saw that in the blink of an eye, Yifan had disappeared. His hair immediately stood on end. Only now did he feel how terrifying Yifan's speed was. Not good. Eldest young master. Chenbin also remembered that Wang Zhouxiao was still in the hotel, so he couldn't help but chase after him. The several explosions in the hotel had already shocked the soldiers on the island. Several of the commanders gave the order to quickly withdraw their defenses and divide the work to extinguish the fire. All of a sudden, the army on the island began to rapidly change their formation, and the previous deployment was useless. Save them. Hurry up and rush in to save them. After a few officers rushed to the scene, they first had their men rush into the hotel and bring them out. However, there were explosions on several floors of the hotel, and fires were everywhere. Naturally, it was very difficult to save them. However, the well-trained soldiers were naturally not afraid of these flames. Risking their lives, more and more soldiers rushed into the hotel. At this moment, a small team wearing heat-resistant and fireproof equipment rushed in from the outside and into the hotel. Looking at these 7 to 8 tall and well-equipped warriors, the commanders standing outside the hotel were a little dumbfounded. Because the speed at which the troops rushed in was very fast and they were all wearing helmets, it was impossible to clearly see the faces of these warriors. Where did this team come from? Why is there fireproof equipment? A commander asked. Who cares? Let's save them first. Another commander said. There were simply too many people. With 7 or 8 people rushing into the hotel, the soldiers at the scene had no time to care about them. As soon as the troops entered the hotel, they ran to the elevator. When a few Chinese soldiers saw this, they immediately ran over and shouted, "Hey! Which company are you from? Use the safe passage to save someone at this time. Are you courting death by taking the elevator?" Chapter 334. 033 The soldier turned on the fuse of the grenade and threw it at the few Chinese soldiers. The few Chinese soldiers didn't even have time to react. They didn't know why their own people wanted to throw a grenade. With a bang sound, the soldiers were all blown to pieces. Hey! Jason! Open the passage to the military laboratory first. Ignore these Chinese people. Otherwise, we'll be exposed. Another soldier wearing a heat-proof suit shouted. Craig, you're thinking too much. Right now, these Chinese people are already on fire and are in a panic. We didn't even get suspected when we came in, so who would notice us? The man called Jason sneered. A slightly shorter man said, Captain Craig. The disintegrating laser gun is ready. Very good. Open the passage. Craig ordered. The soldier took off a glove, revealing one of his arms. This was a metal arm made of machinery. The energy slot on his arm was already full. When the soldier pointed his palm at the bottom of the elevator, he suddenly shot out a scorching ray of light. When the ray landed on the metal floor of the elevator, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter. In an instant, a large hole was cut through the bottom of the elevator. Very good, Jason, you stay up there. I'll bring some people down to support you. No problem, Craig. You better hurry up, or else I might accidentally kill a lot of people. It wouldn't be good to block the intersection here. Jason grinned sinisterly. Craig coldly snorted, waved his hand, and jumped down with the 3 soldiers. After jumping down from here, they fell for a full 10 meters before Craig and the other 2 landed on the ground. Although they didn't have any Qinggong or Zhenqi, these soldiers were all able to stand steadily and weren't injured at all. When he saw a huge military experimental base in front of him, Craig raised his hand and looked at an electronic screen watch he was wearing. On the watch, a location map immediately appeared. Craig looked at it for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "Follow me. Over there." The four of them quickly headed to a laboratory on a high platform in the north. At this moment, the inside and outside of the laboratory were in a mess. Many researchers were nervously sorting out the data. "Quick! We must be fast. Back up all the data and information." Tan Jiang was the one in charge of the laboratory security. After he received the news that the higher-ups might be under attack, he immediately started to protect the experimental data. But at this moment, 4 men in thermal suits and helmets barged into the laboratory. The 8 elite soldiers guarding the door were instantly killed by a ray of light. They had no way to resist such a destructive weapon. "Stop what you're doing. Everybody raise your hands. Face the wall." Craig rushed to the center of the laboratory and shouted. Tan Jiang's face turned ashen when he heard the accent. "May people. What do you guys want?" Klieg looked at the military rank on Tan Jiang's shoulder and sneered, "Looks like you're the person in charge here. We're only here to take things, not to kill people. Don't test our patience." "That's right. Don't challenge our patience." Tan Jiang looked uneasy. You are openly violating the territory of our China. Are you trying to start a war?" "Cut the crap. Look at the 3 nuclear submarines outside. Who was it that wanted to start a war? Shameless people of China, you've been building the most terrifying weapons here. Don't think that we don't know. This kind of evil experiment must be made public." Craig took off a left glove, and a metal palm was exposed. His burly body was like a small hill, but he rushed in front of Tan Jiang as fast as a gust of wind and grabbed Tan Jiang's neck. "Speak. Where is the experimental equipment?" Tan Jiang's face was ashen and his eyes were filled with fear. However, he still gritted his teeth and said, "I am a soldier of China. Don't try to scare me." Do you think we won't be able to find it without your guidance?" Klieg's gaze swept across the room and landed in a corner. He said, "Dr. Gu, it's been hard on you this time. Do you know where the experimental equipment is?" Gu Yu, who had a calm expression on his face, took off his glasses and revealed a strange smile. "Don't worry, I've already figured out this base." "It's you." Tan Jiang's face was filled with unwillingness. "Gu Yu. You traitor. No wonder the hotel was bombed, you were the one who was the spy." Gu Yu laughed out loud, "Betraying the country. I believe in the Azura King. How can you talk about betraying the country? You're from the Azura's Association." Tan Jiang and the other scientists were shocked. You were just putting on an act earlier." They finally understood why Gu was lucky enough to only injure his arm in the attack of the Azura's elites. "If I wasn't injured, why would you let me in?" Gu proudly said, "Thank you for your stupidity. Although it's been a short time and I haven't been able to fully understand it, I've already understood enough." Hearing this, Klieg nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, General, go and die." As soon as he finished speaking, sharp blades extended out from the tips of Klieg's metal fingers. Tan Jiang's entire neck was cut into pieces, and his head instantly fell to the ground. "Master Tan." The group of researchers present did not dare to look any further. It was simply too cruel. Gu said with a serious expression, "There's not much time left. I'll bring you to that laboratory now. The Earth axis is also there." "What?" "The Earth axis is also here." Klieg's face was filled with shock as he said happily, "What an unexpected surprise." Gu frowned and said, "But the defensive measures there are very strong. We must hurry, otherwise I'm afraid it'll be too late. Also, Chu Yunyao was a genius through and through. This woman had to be captured or killed. Otherwise, even if we get the Earth axis, we might not be able to stop China's experiment. Don't worry, Colonel Bird will take care of that woman." Quickly lead the way. Cleek turned around and ordered his two subordinates, you guys guard here. Anyone who enters this base will be killed without mercy. Boom. Boom. Explosions rang out one after another. Once the fire spread, the higher the floor, the easier it would be to turn it into a sea of fire. In Chu Yunyao's room, the woman was originally thinking about the details of tomorrow's experiment in front of the computer, but after the sudden explosion, the entire floor was filled with raging flames. Chu Yunyao was about to run out and call for help, but she remembered that she and a few servants lived on this floor, and at this moment, those servants were fleeing towards the safe passage in panic. Chapter 335. 0335 Chu Yunyao hurriedly grabbed him and asked, why is there an explosion? Chairman Chu, don't worry about it so much. I'll take you away first, your life is more important. But Chu Yunyao's expression changed, and said, no, there must be some traitor on the island, otherwise no one would be able to place a bomb here. Our base is in danger. There's nothing we can do even if the base is in danger. There's fire everywhere, I'll take you out first. Lu Bingjun advised. Chu Yunyao's face was full of worry, but she knew that she couldn't rush to the base immediately, so she nodded and said, all right, bring me out first. Lu Bingjun hurriedly said, Chairman Chu, I can't leave the elevator right now. My qigong isn't good, so I'll just take you through the safe passage. Lead the way. Lu Bingjun didn't waste any time and quickly walked in the direction of the safe passage. Due to the height of the building and the howling of the wind, the fire spread very quickly. Moreover, because many of the hotels were flammable, even though there were some undamaged fire extinguishing systems in operation, it was still to no avail. The two of them didn't walk for long before they saw a sea of fire in front of them. If they wanted to reach the passageway, they could only pass through it. Lu Bingjun chuckled and said, Chairman Chu, luckily he's from the Divine Flame sect. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to bring you out with this fire today. After Lu Bingjun's body surged with a fiery red true qi, he hugged the ball with both hands, and the true qi began to circulate rapidly. The surrounding flames began to converge towards the location of the true qi. Naturally, the fire was under control and became very obedient. Lu Bingjun's body was bathed in flames, but he was actually unharmed. He strolled leisurely towards the passageway. Can your Divine Flame sect's bathing flame divine art really block the flames? This was also the first time Chu Yunyao had seen this bodyguard, who was a little unserious, display his strength. Lu Bingjun turned his head and said, Chairman Chu, no matter what, the Chu family has cooperated with our Divine Flame sect for dozens of years. Do you really not believe in our Divine Flame sect's ancient martial arts? Chu Yunyao rolled her eyes at him, hurry up and leave. It's so hot here. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard a black man in a camouflage military uniform descend from the ceiling in front of him. This burly black man's left eye was actually an electronic eye. The circle of light in the electronic eye rotated, and when it swept across Chu Yunyao, it immediately said, reporting to Colonel Bird, the target has been confirmed. May I ask if we should take action? Yes. After receiving the order, the black man immediately rushed towards Chu Yunyao. The surrounding flames had no effect on the black man at all. It was as if he had no sense of pain at all. Yeah. This black man is a monster. Lu Bingjun shouted, but he did not panic. He pushed out the scarlet true qi in his palm. A fireball-like ball of true energy smashed into the chest of the black warrior with a loud bang. Roar! The black man roared and used both his arms to block the fireball. After the camouflage uniform was burned, the mechanical arm inside was revealed. The pitch-black and silver-gray metal was precise and complicated, perfectly blocking Lu Bingjun's true qi. When Chu Yunyao saw this scene, she suddenly woke up. It's the Magnesium Country's Delta Zero team. Crap. They actually came as well. Delta's Zero team. Lu Bingjun said in surprise, they really exist. Nonsense. Just like the Dragon's Soul, it belongs to the country's top secret force. The A-class organization, the Delta's Zero team, originally existed. Just that I didn't expect. Their military transformation has already reached such a level of development. Chu Yunyao was well aware that the strongest countries in the world all had their own secret forces and secret experiments. If it wasn't for the fact that China's experiment this time was of great importance, the magnesium country probably wouldn't have spent so much money to send this trump card and expose such a heavyweight card. Good heavens. This guy's body is covered in metal. No wonder he can kick through this building and even block my Jinqi. Lu Bingjun said in astonishment. The Black Warrior didn't say anything. He raised his hand and suddenly shot out a high-temperature disintegration ray. At this moment, Lu Bingjun's face was also grim. He activated his true qi and a scarlet shield of light appeared in front of him. Divine Flame Shield. The moment the disintegration ray entered the Jin Qi shield, it slowed down for a moment and diverged a little, but it still pierced through the shield. Damn it! Lu Bingjun hurriedly leaped up and dodged. However, this passageway was too narrow, and a ray of light scraped against Chu Yunyao who was behind him. Chu Yunyao cried out in pain. A red burn appeared on her right arm. Chairman Chu! Lu Bingjun cried out in alarm. He realized that if he were to fight like this, he would definitely injure Chu Yunyao by accident, so he could only say, quickly retreat. I'll kill him first. After saying that, Lu Bingjun flew forward and kicked the black man a dozen times in a row. His feet seemed to be ignited with raging flames. Lu Bingjun's strength was still able to firmly suppress this black warrior. Every kick would cause the black warrior to retreat. However, this black man's arms were made of extremely advanced alloys. His resistance to true qi and high temperature was ridiculously strong. He was actually able to withstand more than a dozen kicks, but he still wasn't injured. Go to hell. Warriors of China. The black man roared. He clasped his arms together, and a series of penetrating pocket-sized bullets shot out from the front of his 10 fingers. Lu Bingjun propped up a divine flame shield, blocking all of the bullets. However, these bullets were everywhere, and they actually exploded, causing the entire corridor to collapse. Lu Bingjun turned pale with fright. Although he couldn't crush him to death, he couldn't crush this black man who was a lump of steel, but he would definitely crush Chu Yunyao who was behind him. At the back, Chu Yunyao's beautiful face also paled. Seeing a large amount of rubble collapsing and the floor beneath her feet starting to collapse, Chu Yunyao felt a wave of despair. Chairman Chu! Lu Bingjun turned his head and shouted, but it was too late to save him. At this moment, a figure was like a wild beast as it knocked away the falling rocks. It scuttled up from below and held Chu Yunyao in its embrace. Rumble! The floor of the hotel collapsed, directly destroying 2 floors. A large pile of construction materials pressed down on Chu Yunyao and the person who suddenly appeared. Damn it! Damn you, old black! Lu Bingjun didn't even see what was going on, but he was already flustered and exasperated. He turned around and kicked the black man, taking advantage of his unpreparedness, sending him flying more than 10 meters. Just when Lu Bingjun was about to go back to find Chu Yunyao, he saw a man suddenly stand up from under the pile of building materials. He was currently hugging Chu Yunyao, who was being protected by him. Little Yao Yao, are you still planning to chase me away? The corner of Yifan's mouth slightly raised as he smiled. Chapter 336. 0336 Inch You. How did you get up here? Chu Yunyao couldn't help but ask. One had to know that the entire hotel was on fire, and everyone was frantically running down and out. Yifan actually did the exact opposite and forcefully rushed to the top. Jumping up, how else can I get up? Yifan laughed. Could it be that you hit your head somewhere? Why do you ask such a stupid question? Chu Yunyao's breathing was still rapid, her heart was thumping wildly. Are you here to save me? Could it be that I came here to eat barbecue? Yifan asked helplessly. Chu Yunyao couldn't help but ask, why? Even if your martial arts are high, you don't have to come here to save me, right? Why? Because you're already my woman. Yifan stretched out his hand and patted Chu Yunyao's forehead. Do you think that what I said just now was a joke? Hearing this, Chu Yunyao became completely silent. She really felt that Yifan was playing with her, and wasn't sincere at all. After all, she was just a patient with a heartless personality disorder. She didn't know what love was. To put it bluntly, even if Yifan was just playing with her, she wouldn't be hurt. At most, she would be unhappy and angry. Therefore, Yifan actually didn't need to pay much attention to her, and she wouldn't feel anything. However, Yifan's actions right now made Chu Yunyao feel a trace of complicated emotions. Yifan didn't have the leisure to care about what the woman was thinking. He turned around and said, "Hey! Red hair, look behind you." Lu Bingjun was making an exaggerated expression, thinking that he had heard some shocking secret. Who would have thought that Chu Yunyao would actually have an inexplicable relationship with Yifan? Hearing Yifan's words, Lu Bingjun remembered that he was still fighting. He suddenly turned around, and a fist ignited with raging flames, smashing towards the black man who was pouncing towards him again. Just as the black warrior was about to attack Lu Bingjun with his claws that were full of blades, he was hit in the head by a fist. Clang! The black man's body was bounced away, and half of his face was caved in. Sparks flew in all directions, making him look incomparably ugly. Even so, the black warrior did not die. Suddenly, he leaped, broke through a wall, and fled the scene. It's running away really fast. Lu Bingjun waved his hand and shouted, "What the hell is this thing? Why are their heads made of iron? It hurts so much." Yifan narrowed his eyes. With your strength at the beginner level of body refinement, it would still be difficult for you to fight against such a soldier. As expected of the Delta Zero team, the hidden strength is truly not a small matter. Lu Bingjun exclaimed in surprise, "You can actually see through my strength? You don't even have true qi, yet you can still see through it. You are indeed not simple." A martial artist's strength usually started from the ability to sense qi. Ever since a human was born, they would constantly consume the innate qi that was brought out from the womb. Only by cultivating internal energy could they continuously replenish the qi in their bodies. When the time was right, they could then defy the heavens and absorb the innate qi from the world. From there, the acquired jinqi could be converted into innate jinqi. There was a saying in the ancient martial arts world, everyone below the innate stage is immortal. In other words, only by entering the Xiantian realm would one be considered to have entered the true threshold of the ancient martial arts. They would no longer be an ordinary person, and their lifespan would also increase by a certain amount. A Xiantian martial artist could cultivate the true spirit qi by continuously refining and purifying his true qi and completely discarding the impurities. Although they were all true qi, the true spirit qi, because it contained the essence of heaven and earth, could allow a martial artist's physique to be tempered. Thus, in the true sense of the word, he began to cultivate his physique. This realm was also known as body refinement. Once a martial artist reached the body refinement realm, their resistance to attacks, physical strength, speed, and reaction speed would all be significantly improved. In a true sense, they would no longer be ordinary humans. An ancient martial artist of the body refinement realm was undoubtedly an expert. Most of the experts whose names shook the world were people of this realm. Of course, according to different cultivation techniques, cultivation paths, combat skills, and weapons, there were also different levels of strength and weakness. For example, the strength of the sea monster, Leviathan, was much stronger than this Lu Bingjun. This was because Leviathan's innate physical fitness was already strong, and his combat experience was even richer. Towards Lu Bingjun's unexpected words, Fan Xian only smiled slightly. You should be the most outstanding member of the younger generation of the Divine Flame sect. Your strength is not bad. He is a popular candidate for the next sect leader of the Divine Flame sect. If you become chairman Chu's man, you might have a vote. Remember to vote for him. Lu Bingjun threw a coquettish look at him. Fan Xian couldn't take it anymore, and said to Chu Yunyao, your bodyguard's taste is a bit heavy, let's go down first. Chu Yunyao was a little embarrassed, but she still nodded her head, hoping to leave this purgatory flames sea as soon as possible. Leave without saying a word, Fan Xian picked up the woman and savagely used his shoulder to smash open the wall. After forcefully creating a passageway without any flames, he jumped down. Ah! Chu Yunyao cried out and immediately hugged the man tightly in midair. She couldn't care less about her etiquette. Lu Bingjun was stunned. Wow! What are you doing? Chairman Chu, I'm here to save you. Lu Bingjun was so scared that he quickly jumped down. Although his movement technique was ordinary, with his body refinement cultivation, he wouldn't be afraid of a height of over 100 meters. However, after a period of rapid descent, Yi Fan steadily landed on the ground. His feet caused 2 pits to appear on the ground, and he didn't need Lu Bingjun's help at all to put Chu Yunyao down. Seeing Yi Fan come out with Chu Yunyao in his arms, the group of soldiers outside the hotel heaved a sigh of relief. Miss Chu. It's great that you're fine. That's right, Superintendent Chu. We can't contact each other right now. I was too anxious just now. Chu Yunyao was quite frightened by Yi Fan's jump. When she came back to her senses, she heard the words of the soldiers and frowned. You said that you can't even use communication. That's right. Just now, all signals have failed. Li Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and muttered, EMP, electromagnetic pulse bombs. The electromagnetic weapons of the Magnesium Army have always been ahead of the rest of the world. They were the ones who temporarily destroyed the network communications. Chu Yunyao gritted her teeth and said, they definitely want to cut off our communication with the base. Something had happened to the base. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and rush down to protect the experimental base. However, Yi Fan shouted loudly, wait. Don't go. The group of soldiers were all stunned. If it was in the past, they would definitely have listened to Chu Yunyao. Who was Yi Fan? But just now, they saw Yi Fan jump down from 100 meters away and land steadily on the ground. This strength truly intimidated everyone. Therefore, they felt that they should listen to the advice of the expert. What are you doing? Do you know what's hidden in that base? If the Magnesium country takes it away, we will all have to bear a huge responsibility. Chu Yunyao said anxiously. Yi Fan pointed at Lu Bingjun who was behind him. He is a martial artist who has just entered the body refinement realm, yet he can only deal with a single warrior. If there is more than one member of the base, then letting these people go down to stop him is equivalent to sending them to their deaths. Chu Yunyao was stunned. Although she was unwilling, what Yi Fan said was the truth. The equipment of the Magnesium Army was simply too advanced. It was obvious that it was aimed at the advantage of the ancient martial artists of China. Then what should we do? Chu Yunyao was rarely this anxious. We can't just stand here and wait, right? Chapter 337. 0337 Ain't you? Chu Yunyao thought of something and said in disbelief, you want to go down alone? Didn't the dragon soul invite me over to deal with this situation? Li Fan Xian reached out his hand to touch Chu Yunyao's face. Be good, wait here. With that, Yi Fan turned around and rushed into the blazing hotel. Outside the hotel, everyone looked at Chu Yunyao in a daze, unable to react. When did Miss Chu become so intimate with a man? Chu Yunyao's mental fortitude was good. Although her heart was beating fast, she didn't blush. She glared at the people around her and said, "What are you looking at? Get rid of the electromagnetic interference as soon as possible. Contact the nearest naval fleet. The other party must have a stealth submarine or ship lurking near the island." The group of soldiers obeyed the order and immediately split up to take action. Lu Bingjun silently stood beside Chu Yunyao. He didn't dare to go anywhere. Just now, because he was a little further away, he almost caused Chu Yunyao to die. Chu Yunyao looked at the sea of fire, her eyebrows tightly knitted, and she subconsciously clenched her fists. From the hotel to the underground base, although there was more than one passage, Yi Fan only recognized the passage to the elevator that he had entered. Therefore, Yi Fan went straight to the elevator. There were 3 tall and sturdy men wearing heat-resistant suits guarding the door. Nearby, there was a large pile of the corpses of the Chinese soldiers that had been blown up. "Ha, another one has come to die." Captain Jason unceremoniously picked up a modified M4. This was a heavy carbine gun that Coal Company had modified for the special forces of the 0th team. The gun body, which was originally less than 3 kilograms, had now reached more than 5 kilograms. Moreover, the effective range had increased from 600 meters to 800 meters. 222. After firing several bullets, Jason very naturally put down his gun. However, just as he put it down, he discovered that this Chinese man was not injured at all and was still walking towards them. How could that be? "I didn't hit it." Jason couldn't believe it. As a sniper, he had been selected for the 0th team. His marksmanship had always been one of his most proud killing skills. Damn it. Jason felt embarrassed in front of his subordinates and quickly shot at Yi Fan. But how could Yi Fan wait for him to attack a second time? With a quick dash forward, he grabbed the barrel of the M4 with one hand and forcefully snatched the gun away. Yi Fan held the spear and smashed it towards Jason's head. Bang! The gun was deformed and shattered, but Jason's metal skull was only slightly damaged, revealing a hint of silver metal color. Shit! He's an ancient warrior. Jason condensed energy in one of his hands and slapped towards Yi Fan. A high-temperature disintegration ray tried to burn through Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan forcefully grabbed that arm, and in a split second, he bent it, his palm facing a warrior diagonally behind him. So, the moment the ray was released, the warrior's head was pierced through. Yi Fan laughed evilly. "As expected, your weakness is still your head. Although you have used alloy to modify your skull, your brain is still unable to be completely wrapped up." Seeing that one of his subordinates had actually died under his own weapon, Jason flew into a rage. "Damn China people. Go to hell." His other hand extended out a blade and grabbed towards Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan knew how strong this alloy was. Even his body couldn't take it head-on, otherwise, the price he would have to pay would be too great. He quickly dodged, bent down, swept his leg, and directly knocked Jason to the ground. Following which, Yi Fan went up and fiercely stomped on him. Clang! Jason's metal head was forcefully stomped into the marble floor by Yi Fan. Yi Fan consecutively stomped down 3 or 4 times, and his entire head was trampled into smithereens. Seeing that Jason had been killed, the remaining warrior quickly used the special communication device on his wrist to send a message to the people below. But Yi Fan didn't want to give him the chance. He rushed up and grabbed his arm, clenched his left hand into a fist, and punched the warrior's head 3 more times. With his previous experience, Yi Fan's attacks were even more accurate. After blowing up another warrior's head, he turned around and jumped into the elevator's passageway. If Lu Bingjun was present, he would definitely be overwhelmed with shock. One had to know that even if he used all his strength and gathered all his Jin Qi, he still couldn't kill the Black Warrior. He could only flatten some of the Black Warrior's armor. However, Yi Fan actually only used pure physical strength to blow up these guys' heads. What kind of power was this? After Yi Fan jumped down from the base, he didn't stop. He knew that the well-trained members of the Zero team would definitely be paying close attention to this entrance. Sure enough, as soon as he jumped away, a bullet shot towards him. The two warriors guarding the entrance of the laboratory had their electronic eyes on the left activated their tracking function. Their bullets had been predicted and they were chasing after Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan's speed was too fast, and there were too many changes. Their bullets were always a step too slow. Captain Craig. Someone has entered. The opponent is agile, so we can't shoot him immediately. One of the warriors found that Yi Fan was very difficult to deal with, but he didn't panic and quickly reported. Craig and another team member were in front of a special alloy door, deciphering it with Guyu. When they heard this news, they immediately said, "This means that Jason and the others have already been killed. This person's strength is not something you can resist. Don't fight head-on, delay." Following which, Craig turned to Guyu and said, "Dr. Gu, are you still okay? It's been too long. Do you think I want to?" Chu Yunyao's team had set up 9981 password locks for this laboratory that contained the Earth axis. Each lock had 9,999 ways to open it. If I hadn't secretly stolen their decryption algorithm, you wouldn't have been able to decrypt it even if you died. Guyu crazily typed on the photoelectric keyboard while cursing. His forehead was covered in sweat. Damn it. The time is too short. If I wait another week, I will definitely be able to crack this password lock in advance, Guyu said. There's nothing we can do about it. To be able to get you through this and enter this place, we've spent a lot of effort. For this plan, enough people have died, Craig said seriously. At this moment, Guyu shouted, "It's a success." Craig's face lit up. He turned his head and saw that the alloy door was slowly opening. If I wasn't worried about activating the destruction device, would have been able to go in. Craig said excitedly, "Let's go. Bring the Earth axis back." The three of them rushed into the laboratory. The scene in front of them caused even Craig, who was used to seeing the most advanced technology, to feel a burst of shock. All sorts of large instruments were filled with a sense of technology that surpassed this era. They were precise and strange, making it impossible for people to understand what they were. Chapter 338. 0338 Stop looking. I can't understand it. Only Chu Yunyao, the woman who had studied the Earth axis the most, could understand the things here. These were all the results of her research. Usually, only Chu Yunyao and some of the leaders would come here. I was only brought in once, and Chu Yunyao didn't explain a lot of things here at all. Guyu said regretfully. Are these all weapons? Why do they look like flying machines? Some. Like. I don't know what it is, Craig frowned. Only by getting the Earth axis and doing our own research will we be able to find out the answer. Quick. The Earth axis is in the innermost part. Guyu said loudly. The three of them ran through a long passageway without stopping and arrived at a high platform at the innermost part. There, 3 silver-gray metal pillars formed a protective net of high-voltage electricity. In the middle, there was a stone platform, and there seemed to be something placed on it. What's going on? Where's the Earth axis? Guyu turned pale with fright. It should be here. Craig frowned. He pressed his finger on his temple and activated a scanning function on his left eyeball. He looked around and locked onto a seemingly ordinary wall. Then, he raised his hand and shot out a disintegrating ray. ZZZ. The metal wall was cut open, revealing a bright passage behind it. There's actually a secret door. There's another door to enter this place. Guyu gritted his teeth in anger. The people of China are too cunning. There must be some high-level personnel who just took the Earth access away, but they didn't take away any other information here. This means that they were in a hurry and shouldn't have left for long. Let's chase. After Craig finished speaking, the three of them rushed out again. Because Guyu wasn't a soldier, his legs couldn't keep up. The remaining warrior carried him on his shoulder and ran as fast as he could. After chasing for a short while, Craig suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned his head to the side and grinned sinisterly. The heat sensor has a reaction. Let's take a shortcut. After saying that, Craig once again used the disintegrating ray to cut open two walls. After the three of them ran for a few hundred meters, the terrain became higher and higher. A platform appeared in front of them, and there were two elevators on the platform. It was obvious that they used an independent power system, which was why they could be used in an emergency. There he is. It's Wang Jiuxiao, one of the people in charge of this experiment. When Guyu saw that person, he immediately recognized him. Wang Jiuxiao was holding a black password box in his hand. When he saw Cleek chasing after him, he could not help but turn pale with fright. Seeing that one of the elevator doors had opened, he exerted his full cultivation and rushed into the elevator like a gust of wind. Oh. And he's even a Xiantian realm warrior. Cleek laughed disdainfully. Although he could tell that Wang Jiuxiao had the strength of a pre-celestial stage, in front of these modified soldiers, a pre-celestial stage warrior was not difficult to deal with. Their birth was to restrain the ancient martial artists of China. 5 exquisite warheads suddenly shot out from the tips of Cleek's fingers and flew into the elevator. When Wang Jiuxiao saw this, he was so scared that he quickly ran out of the elevator because he knew that the speed at which the elevator door closed was unable to stop these missiles. Once he was trapped inside, he would be blown to smithereens. Sure enough, as soon as the elevator door closed, 5 missiles exploded. With a boom, the elevator was destroyed. Ha, young Master Wang, you are the young master of the Wang family, one of the 5 great sects. You have a great future and a great future waiting for you to enjoy. Being a national hero here is not suitable for you. Guyu sneered, quickly hand over the thing. Wang Jiuxiao's face darkened as he said, Guyu, you actually colluded with the enemy and sold your country. I am a member of the Azuras Association, how can I talk about selling my country? Cut the crap, Captain Craig. He's no match for us. Let's force our way through. Cleek coldly snorted, you don't need to talk too much. With that, Cleek took a big step forward and punched down. The blade on his finger popped out and clawed at Wang Jiuxiao's head. Wang Jiuxiao dodged backwards, but his clothes were still cut open. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Delta Zero. Wang Jiuxiao clearly saw the symbol on the soldier's sleeve and his body tensed up. He knew that if he wanted to defeat Cleek, it would be too difficult, and the risk would be too great. Cleek tilted his head, how troublesome. Go and die. He didn't want to play the game of cat and mouse anymore, so he started shooting disintegrating rays at Wang Jiuxiao. Whoosh! Whiz whiz! When the high-temperature rays shot past him, Wang Jiuxiao's mind was about to collapse. He almost died every time, and his clothes were burnt in several places. Especially when he saw the high-strength alloy being melted, Wang Jiuxiao was scared out of his wits. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Wang Jiuxiao shouted loudly, and said in English, I'll give it to you. Let me live. Only then did Cleek stop and say, then hand it over. Wang Jiuxiao raised his hand and said with a trembling voice, I am the eldest grandson of the Wang family. In the future, I will become the head of the Wang family, and I will be one of the most powerful people in China. As long as you let me go, I can give you a lot of benefits. Ha 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 ha. What a tactful Chinese, we like to deal with people like you. Klieg, Guyu, and the others all laughed. Wang Jiuxiao also smiled and slowly placed the box on the ground. Then, he retreated and walked towards the other escape elevator that could still be used. Klieg's speed was very fast. He stepped forward and picked up the box, grinning excitedly, the Earth axis. I've finally gotten my hands on it, and I haven't failed my mission. With that, his gaze swept fiercely towards Wang Jiuxiao, and he raised his hand. Stupid and cowardly fellow, leave the elevator that leaves this place to us. Hearing this, Wang Jiuxiao's face turned green, and he cried out involuntarily, No! Don't kill me. I've given you everything. I can even give you a lot of money. As long as he survived, he could become the head of the Wang family. Wang Jiuxiao was naturally unwilling to die just like that. He even regretted running down to take away the Earth axis. Although if he could protect the Earth axis, he would be able to make a great contribution and obtain a lot of benefits, but he was absolutely unwilling to pay with his life. At this moment, the elevator door suddenly opened. Young master. You really are here. Shenbin rushed out and said happily, I knew it, you would definitely come to protect the Earth axis. Wang Jiuxiao was startled as a thought flashed through his mind. Taking advantage of the moment before Klieg could react, he immediately said, Chen Bin. The Earth axis was snatched away by that guy. Hurry up and help me get it back. Hearing that, Chen Bin thought that Wang Jiuxiao had accepted him once again, and immediately nodded excitedly, Yes sir. Klieg said disdainfully, Stupid. He took a large step forward and punched towards the azure dragon claw that Chinbin had unleashed. The moment Chinbin grabbed the metal hand, he felt that something was wrong. In the next second, the metal blade pierced out, directly stabbing Chinbin's palm into a bloody mess. Ah! Chinbin retreated in pain and turned his head to shout, Young master. Be careful. Halfway through his sentence, he realized that Wang Jiuxiao had already entered the elevator, and the elevator door was about to close. Chapter 339. 0339-inch Eldest Young Master. You. Chenbin understood that Wang Jiuxiao didn't plan to go with him at all. He didn't want to die. From the beginning to the end, Wang Jiuxiao just wanted him to be a scapegoat, to buy him time to escape. Chenbin felt a wave of despair, his heart was like dead ashes. He didn't even notice that Klieg had already walked in front of him and punched him. If this steel claw fist came down, Chenbin's head would also split into pieces. But at this moment, a figure smashed into Klieg's body like a cannonball. Bam! Klieg was completely unable to control his center of gravity. His tall and sturdy body was sent flying, and his attack was neutralized. Chenbin suddenly woke up from his stupor. He raised his head and said in astonishment, Yi. Mr. Yi. Yi Fan helplessly glanced at him, You are really naive, who do you think gave them this box? You are the witness to his escape. He can't wait for you to die, and you still expect Wang Jiuxiao to snatch it back with you. Chenbin clenched his teeth, blood oozing out of his mouth. He forcefully pounded the ground, howling in pain and anger. Captain Klieg smashed into the wall, creating a hole. Now that he saw Yi Fan clearly, he vigilantly said, You killed Jason and the others. I don't know any Jason, but you guys have played too much. If you had taken it earlier and ran, maybe I wouldn't have made it in time. Yi Fan walked towards Klieg. At this time, the warrior who had always been with Guyu quietly raised his hand and shot a disintegration ray towards the back of Yi Fan's back. Just when the warrior thought that he was about to succeed, Yi Fan seemed to have eyes on his back and directly dodged to the side. Seeing this, Klieg shouted, Pincer, attack him. Electric lock. When the other warrior heard this, he immediately rushed towards Yi Fan. At the same time, he extended his left hand, and 2 metal chains shot out from his 2 fingers, flying towards Yifan's body. Yifan jumped and dodged the 2 chains. However, Kleek had already used 2 chains and struck him in the air. As soon as the chain touched Yifan's body, it was like a wild beast, quickly wrapping around him through its own magnetism. Mr. Yi. When Chenbin saw this scene, he couldn't help but sweat for Yifan. The complexity and precision of these warriors' equipment was simply unheard of. Die! Kleek laughed sinisterly. A blue electric current instantly surged out and was released onto the entire electric lock. Even with Yifan's physical fitness, this caused his entire body to go numb and tremble. However, this situation caused Kleek to be dumbstruck. How could this be? He can actually withstand it. One had to know that this was a high voltage of 10,000 volts. If an ordinary person was electrocuted like this, they would have already died and turned into charcoal. The sail clenched its teeth and suddenly opened its arms. The electric lock was forcefully torn apart. The electric current then stopped, and Craig staggered back a few steps, looking at Yifan in disbelief. A large part of the sail's clothes had been burnt, and there were some red marks on his skin. His body was a little numb, but in general, there wasn't much damage. You're not human. You've also been modified. Craig was puzzled. He had never seen anyone who could escape from an electric lock. Yifan didn't have the leisure to waste words with them. He charged forward and punched Kleeg's head until it caved in. Bang! Bang bang! After 3 consecutive punches, Kleeg's head exploded. Captain! Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, the warriors behind him planned to activate all the weapons on their bodies. 5 warheads and disintegration rays shot towards Yifan at the same time. However, Yifan's body had already accelerated to a speed that the warrior couldn't react to. All of his weapons missed, and instead, he blew Kleeg's corpse into smithereens. Yifan appeared behind the warrior, grabbed his head with one hand, grabbed his neck with the other, and forcefully pulled. Poochie! Fresh blood spurted out, and his entire head was moved by Yifan. Yifan's body was splattered with blood. He took a deep breath, and said to Guyu, whose face had already turned green, with an evil smile, "Looks like directly removing the head is more convenient than breaking the head, what do you think?" Guyu was scared to the point that his pants were wet. He had never seen such a ferocious method and such a perverted body. He sat on the ground and asked while trembling, How did you do it?" Delta Top Secret Human Body Modification Program, created less than 100 soldiers, all of them are elite selected from 10,000. The humans of this world always look down on their original bodies. The potential of humans is far beyond your imagination. After Yifan said this indifferently, he kicked Guyu's head into pieces. After that, Yifan turned around and picked up the black locked box with the earth axis on the ground. Seeing that Chenbin was still sitting on the ground with a face full of shock, Yifan went over and grabbed him, asking, "Are you alright?" I'm just injured in the hand, it's not a big problem." Chenbin clenched his teeth and looked at Yifan in awe. Yifan nodded, "I've already saved the people in the laboratory over there. Go and meet up with them and help those researchers evacuate. I'm worried that there are other people from the Delta on the ground, so I'll go up first." Saying that, Yifan walked to the elevator. Just as he was about to take the elevator, he discovered that the elevator that Wang Jiuxiao had taken just now had been destroyed. Damn it! How afraid of death is this guy? Yifan cursed, then directly knocked open the top of the elevator. Using the method of jumping, he followed the elevator's passageway all the way up. Chenbin waited until Yifan had already left before he let out a long sigh. Looking at the corpse on the ground, his body trembled. Just who is he? Chenbin was glad that when he fought with Yifan during the day, Yifan didn't really use any strength. Outside the hotel, Wang Jiuxiao rushed into the crowd with a face full of dirt. Young Master Wang. Minister Wang. When the group of soldiers saw that Wang Jiuxiao had quite a few wounds on his body, they quickly rushed over and anxiously surrounded him. Wang Jiuxiao shouted with a pained expression, "I'm ashamed of my country. I'm ashamed of the chief." Young Master Wang, what happened? A few of the officers asked nervously. Chu Yunyao also walked over and said with a frown, "Did you go to the laboratory? Where's the Earth axis?" Wang Jiuxiao sighed bitterly and said, "I'm sorry, Yunyao. There are too many people in the Delta team. I really can't hold them off by myself." "How many people from the Delta have gone down?" Chu Yunyao asked. Wang Jiuxiao's eyes flashed, he gritted his teeth and said, "There are a total of 10 people. 10 of them chased after me, I was injured, made some mistakes, and was unable to take out the Earth axis." 10. Chapter 340. 0340. A Delta Transformation Warrior was enough to make Lu Bingjun, who had just entered the body refinement realm, have a hard time fighting against him. If there were 10 of them, they would probably be able to instantly kill Lu Bingjun without any effort. Wang Jiuxiao, a warrior of the Xiantian realm, was actually able to escape from the pursuit of 10 enemies. This was too unbelievable. Chu Yunyao suspiciously asked, "Wang Jiuxiao, are you sure that the 10 people chasing you are all from the Delta? Did you really meet them?" Wang Jiuxiao's face was bitter. "Yunyao, I know it's my fault. I wasn't able to protect the Earth's axis. When I return this time, I will take responsibility." Superintendent Chu and Minister Wang, it was already very difficult for them to go down and take down the Earth's axis. He was injured, so how could this be fake? If you want to blame someone, blame us soldiers. We're really useless. A few officers lamented and spoke up for Wang Jiuxiao. Originally, it was their duty to protect the laboratory on the island and the axis of Earth, but their weapons and individual combat abilities were too far behind, and they really couldn't play any role. Most of the soldiers in this battle could only be responsible for extinguishing fires, saving people, and troubleshooting the EMP that interfered with the signal. Wang Jiuxiao stood up shakily and said, "Everyone, stop fighting. This time, I made a mistake in command, so I can't blame everyone. Hurry up and gather everyone. Even if we die, we will take back the Earth's axis from the enemy." Yes. They haven't left yet. Let's go block all the entrances and exits." A few of the officers called out, and began to assign tasks. Wang Jiuxiao walked in front of Chu Yunyao and said with a face full of concern, "Yunyao, you are the most important talent in our country. I will bring you to a safe place and evacuate as soon as possible. If I want to evacuate, I can go by myself. Do you need to come with me?" Chu Yunyao asked coldly. Wang Jiuxiao frowned, "I want to protect you. At a time like this, if I am not by your side, then how can I talk about loving you?" "Love me? I think you want to escape by yourself, right?" Chu Yunyao coldly snorted, her gaze sweeping towards the hotel. "I want to wait for someone to come out. If you want to leave, you can leave by yourself. You are the young master of the Wang clan, no one will stop you." Wang Jiuxiao frowned. "Waiting for someone? Who are you?" Before he could say anything else, the sound of an aircraft suddenly came from the sky. It was as if some kind of spiral wing was spinning rapidly there. When the soldiers heard this, they looked up and saw a black figure rapidly approaching them in the sky. It was a warrior wearing metal armor from head to toe. There was a triangular symbol on his chest, proving that he was from Delta. However, compared to those modified humans, this man was still wrapped in metal armor. The armor with distinct edges and corners clearly had an extremely strong defense. Both of the warriors' arms were holding a flat flying device. That flying device hovered in the air through 3 rapidly rotating helical wings. If it was not for the fact that the warrior was standing close to it, the warrior would not even be able to sense its existence. What is that? A group of Chinese soldiers were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen such equipment. Chu Yunyao's expression changed, and loudly said, "Everyone disperse. Don't stay in the same area." However, the group of officers refused to leave and roared out orders. "Shoot him down." Some of the soldiers with rocket launchers quickly aimed at the black-armored warrior and fired more than a dozen rockets into the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The rockets streaked across the sky, and most of them hit the warrior. Boom! After an explosion, the aircraft was smashed into pieces, and the armored warrior fell to the ground. "It's a success!" The group of officers shouted excitedly. However, Chu Yunyao shouted in annoyance, "Run!" Everyone was puzzled. Why did they still want to run after shooting them down? However, the following scene made them regret it. As soon as the black-armored warrior landed on the ground, he actually stepped on the ground with both of his feet. His armor was completely undamaged. A red light flashed across the goggles on his head. The 10 fingers on his hands suddenly shot out dozens of pocket-sized missiles in all directions. The missiles seemed to have grown eyes as they followed the direction of the person. They were completely unable to avoid them. In just a few seconds, a large number of soldiers were killed or injured. Miserable screams rose and fell, and the scene was filled with rivers of blood. This kind of destructive power directly caused the soldiers to feel despair. After all, they had used more than a dozen rockets, but they were still unable to damage this monster in the slightest. A heat-tracking missile. Chu Yunyao's expression was extremely solemn. The war armor that the Magnesium Army secretly developed turns out to be true. Chairman Chu, be careful. Lu Bingjun stood in front of Chu Yunyao and opened up a divine flame shield, just in time to block a missile. But even so, the impact of the missile's explosion still caused Lu Bingjun to take a few steps back, and blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Damn it! This thing is so powerful. Chu Yunyao saw that Lu Bingjun was injured and quickly asked, "Are you all right?" All the combat parameters of the war armor were at the top of the world. The most ordinary weapon is also extraordinarily powerful, don't take it head on. Chairman Chu. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought it was just an ordinary rocket. Lu Bingjun smiled bitterly. This is also the first time I've seen this thing. This news has never been confirmed before. Chu Yunyao frowned and said, they even took out their war armor. Didn't they already obtain the Earth axis? Why would they take out such a heavyweight trump card? Just as Chu Yunyao was feeling puzzled, this Delta soldier dressed in war armor was already walking towards her. Miss Chu, I am Colonel Bird of the Delta Division of the Magnesium Army. I hope that you can cooperate with me. If you choose to resist, I can only break your hands and feet. Seeing that the other party was targeting Chu Yunyao, Wang Jiuxiao hurriedly shouted, "Go! Hurry up and stop him. We can't let him capture Superintendent Chu." Although he was the one shouting, Wang Jiuxiao didn't have any intention of going up. He clutched his chest, showing that his injuries were very serious. The surviving soldiers at the scene were also powerless. They picked up their guns and tried to shoot at the war armor, but when the bullets hit it, it was like scratching an itch. Stupid people of China, with my equipment, even heavy tanks can't do anything to me. With just you guys. Colonel Bird coldly snorted and waved his hand to shoot out a disintegrating ray. In an instant, another dozen soldiers were killed. Chu Yunyao's face was pale, and her red lips were pale, but she knew that if she ran away now, the result would only be worse. Stop. I'll go with you. Chu Yunyao said. Wang Jiuxiao screamed, Yunyao. No. Chapter 341. 0341. After saying that, Lu Bingjun circulated his true qi, and his entire body burned like a red sun as he charged towards Colonel Bird. Divine Flame Heart-Burning Fist. A red light flashed, and Lu Bingjuan's fist was like a comet, striking Colonel Bird's chest. Bam! With an explosive sound, the true energy violently swept out, raising a cloud of sand and dust. However, Colonel Bird still stood on the spot as steady as a boulder. Although the steel helmet couldn't see his true expression, one could still feel a trace of disdain. The era of the ancient martial artists has passed. After Colonel Bird finished speaking, he punched Lu Bingjun in the abdomen. Lu Bingjun spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. After breaking a large tree, he fell to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Lu Bingjun. Chu Yunyao shouted as she ran over. Although she hadn't known this strange bodyguard for long and couldn't get used to his strange actions, seeing him risk his life to fight for her, her heartstrings couldn't help but be stirred a little. She didn't realize that ever since Yi Fan appeared and disrupted her world, there was something in her heart that she didn't have before. Colonel Bird quickly stepped forward and used his steel arm to grab Chu Yunyao's neck. "Miss Chu, come with me." Chu Yunyao's eyes turned red and it was difficult for her to breathe. She felt a wave of despair in her heart, but she couldn't help but want to look behind her. She wanted to see if that man would run out again and save her from death like before. It was also at this moment that a familiar voice entered Chu Yunyao's ears. "Wait a minute. The thing you want is with me." Chu Yunyao's delicate body trembled. Her heart, which had just fallen to the bottom of the valley, started beating again. Cold Colonel Bird turned around. The group of surviving soldiers, Wang Jiuxiao, and the others also looked over. With the black passcode box in his hand, Fan Xian calmly walked to a spot a dozen meters in front of Colonel Bird and stopped. Earth axis. Chu Yunyao saw the box and exclaimed, "You got it." The soldiers present were also very excited. They thought that Yi Fan had already sacrificed himself, but they didn't expect that this unknown expert would actually come out alive and even obtain the thing that he wanted to protect this time. On the other hand, Wang Jiuxiao's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He frowned, and his eyes were filled with viciousness. "Fortunately, I didn't fail." Yi Fan curled his lips. "Unfortunately, you were caught." Chu Yunyao asked, "What about the 10 Delta warriors? Did they chase after him?" 10. What 10? There are only 2 with boxes, and a traitor, Guyu. Kill them all," Yi Fan said. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned, and then they all looked towards Wang Jiuxiao. Wang Jiuxiao lowered his head as if he was seriously injured. He coughed and did not make a sound. Yi Fan seemed to have understood something, and looked at Wang Jiuxiao with a smile that was not a smile. "You really have the face to say that, at least brag a bit more realistically. With someone like you, even a member of the Delta team can kill you, and 10 of them." Wang Jiuxiao was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, but at this moment, he didn't dare to say anything. Yi Fan said to Board, "Let go of that woman and I'll give you the box." When everyone heard this, they all cried out in surprise. Chu Yunyao was also stunned. "Yi Fan, are you crazy? What do you want to do?" "What else can I do? Of course I'm going to save my woman," Yi Fan said. Hearing this, the others present suddenly realized that Yi Fan had made his relationship with Chu Yunyao public. Wang Jiuxiao's expression became more and more unsightly. He grabbed the ground with one hand, and a bloody mark had already appeared on it. Board was silent for a moment, then said, "I've seen your skills through my electronic eyes. Your strength is indeed amazing. But what makes you think you can beat me?" Yi Fan smiled. "What, you want to try?" The red electronic eyes on Board's helmet flickered a few times, as if he was considering the risk. In the end, he shook his head. "Today is not the time. Our first goal is the Earth axis. If you give me the box, I will let Miss Chu go." You people of Magnesium have always been honest. I'll believe you this time. I hope you won't embarrass the people of your country. Yi Fan didn't waste any words. He walked forward and placed the box on the ground. Chu Yunyao became anxious and shouted, Yi Fan, you can't do this. Do you know what the Earth axis is? I can't give it to them. Yi Fan chuckled, I don't know what it is, but no matter what it is, it's not as important as my woman. Chu Yunyao was stunned. Time seemed to have frozen, and she couldn't say a single word. Good, you're loyal enough. Board also nodded his head in appreciation. After Yi Fan retreated, he walked to the middle, picked up the box, and let go of Chu Yunyao. Then, Board turned around, and blue flames sprayed out from his back and heels. A powerful reaction force sent him flying towards the seaside. A group of soldiers wanted to chase after him, but they discovered that Board had already disappeared without a trace. So fast. Why is it like a rocket? The propulsion device has already reached such a level. The group of people could only sigh as they watched. Yi Fan, on the other hand, leisurely walked in front of Chu Yunyao, sizing up the woman and asking with concern, Yao Yao, how are you? Are you hurt? Chu Yunyao regained her indifferent expression and said, where is the Earth axis? Yi Fan blinked, Earth axis. Didn't I give it to him just now? Don't try that. You're so cunning, you must have used an empty chest. Where is it really? Chu Yunyao thought about it afterwards and concluded that Yi Fan was feigning a shot for Colonel Board to see. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's so fake about this box? If I use an empty box, what if his armor can scan it and he knows that I lied to him? Wouldn't that be impossible to negotiate? Chu Yunyao looked at Yi Fan's expression and realized that he really didn't seem to be lying. She couldn't help but exclaim, You really gave him the Earth axis. Are you a pig? I have no other choice. I can't just ignore your safety, right? Yi Fan spread out his hands. Am I that important? Who am I to you? Is there something wrong with your head? Chu Yunyao scolded. Leaf, however, Fan Xian smiled and said, I already said that you are my woman, why can't you remember it even now? Chu Yunyao didn't know what she was feeling in her heart as she looked at Yi Fan with sparkling eyes. This man, for her, actually handed over the Earth axis. He definitely knew what would happen if the higher-ups of China found out about this. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that he had betrayed his country. After all, in the eyes of the leaders, no matter how important Chu Yunyao was, she wasn't as important as the Earth axis. Chapter 342 0342 Ain't you really are an idiot? Chu Yunyao gritted her teeth, if the higher-ups find out about this, you'll be finished. Those women of yours in Hua Hai will also be finished with you. Li Fanxian scratched his head, this problem is really troublesome. How about this, I'll go chase after him. Maybe I can catch up, and I'll snatch the Earth axis back. Chase. Are you going to use your butt to chase after him? Chu Yunyao couldn't help but curse, if I didn't chase after him just now, is it too late now? Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? Hey, little Yao Yao, don't go too far. Although I'm more tolerant of my women, I still have a bottom line. Yi Fan felt that this woman couldn't stop scolding him. Chu Yunyao was so angry that she punched the man a few times. I'm going too far. Not only do I want to scold you, I still want to beat you to death. You pig brain, if the Earth axis is gone, what's the use of surviving? It would be strange if the chief would let us go. Then what should we do? Wasn't I worried about your body just now? Yi Fan said. He was indeed afraid that Chu Yunyao would get injured, so he didn't try to chase after her. Thinking about it carefully, his judgment was too conservative and he missed the best time to catch up. After Chu Yunyao heard this, she couldn't be angry at the man anymore. She looked at him with a complicated expression and said, "A way to remedy the situation. I have it, but you have to listen to my commands." Yi Fan nodded. He had seen the secret laboratory before. Although he wasn't a physicist himself, he had never eaten pork before. Yi Fan knew that Chu Yunyao was indeed an epic-making genius in the field of cutting-edge physics. This woman definitely had some unique methods to recover the Earth axis. No problem, men and women work together, it's not tiring. Yi Fan said with a smile. Chu Yunyao was not in a hurry. She turned and walked towards the place where Lu Bingjun had fallen. She squatted down, looked at Lu Bingjun's face covered in blood, and shouted, "Where's the medical staff? Come and see how he is." "Superintendent Chu, the medics are dead and injured. We can't find them in a short period of time," the officer at the side said. When Fan Xian saw this scene, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile as he walked over and picked up Lu Bingjun's wrist. Afterwards, Yi Fan lightly said, "His internal organs are damaged, and there are some internal bleeding, but it's not a big problem. The Divine Flame Sex Bathing Flame Divine Art has a good effect of strengthening the body, and he is also a martial artist of the refinement realm." "How did you know?" Chu Yunyao asked. "I can kill, but I can also save people," Yi Fan replied. Chu Yunyao hesitated, "Are you sure?" Yi Fan laughed strangely and said, "Yao Yao, you care about people so much." Chu Yunyao's expression froze. Only now did she realize that she was different from before. This kind of unfamiliar self caused her to panic. "Don't talk nonsense, I just don't want the Divine Flame sect leader to find trouble with me and say that I killed his beloved disciple," Chu Yunyao disdainfully said. "Is that so? All right then." Yi Fan didn't say much and looked at the woman with a smile. Chu Yunyao didn't dare to look directly at Yi Fan. She stood up and turned to walk towards the hotel. "Follow me, it's time to counterattack." Yi Fan looked at the back of his hair fluttering in the night wind. His eyes flashed as he quickly followed. The two of them once again arrived at the underground experimental base. The people here had already been evacuated, and the entire underground base seemed to be empty. Chu Yunyao turned on the backup power supply, and a large number of computer systems in the laboratory were restarted. For a moment, lights were flashing everywhere. The reason why the base was built on Luchun Island was because the ocean currents here could be used very well. Even if the conventional power supply was destroyed, the backup power supply would not be affected, and the energy supply would be very sufficient. Chu Yunyao walked to the main control panel on a high platform, and explained the situation in the laboratory to Yi Fan. Yi Fan followed her and discovered that the main control panel that Chu Yunyao had built was very special. Not to mention that the keyboard on top of it was a bunch of touchscreen colored buttons. There wasn't even a bit of text on it. The key point was that there were only 20 or so buttons, much smaller than a normal computer keyboard. "How did this keyboard of yours control such a large laboratory?" Yi Fan asked curiously. Chu Yunyao raised her finger and pointed at her head. "I'm the only one who can use this place. All the instructions are in my head, and only I know how to control this keyboard." As expected of little Yao Yao. "Once you do this, even if the country wants to send someone to take over your results, it would be very difficult. This has become a death exemption gold medal." Yi Fan clicked his tongue in admiration. Chu Yunyao lightly snorted, "Don't think that your wife's IQ is only 180, I'm not lower than her. It's just that I'm too lazy to show off with this kind of thing, and I even joined some idiotic wisdom society." "How stupid." Hearing that, Yi Fan couldn't help but say happily, "Little Yao Yao, you've already learned to fight for favor with my wife so quickly. Are you trying to show that you're better than her?" Chu Yunyao hurriedly explained, "Of course not. I am already better than her, do I need to compete?" Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders, walked forward, and hugged Chu Yunyao's slender waist from behind. "Darling, how do you plan to counterattack? Let go of your salty pig hands." Chu Yunyao quickly typed on the keyboard, sending out a series of commands while biting her lower lip. She was speechless at Yi Fan's actions. "I've already told you, don't say that your man is a pig. I'm a pig, it's not good for you either," Yi Fan said seriously. Chu Yunyao knew that it was useless to argue with this guy, so she simply focused on her own business. After more than a minute, Chu Yunyao pressed a red light button, and a circular radar scan appeared on the big screen in front of her. "What is that? Are you going to use the radar to scan their submarines?" Yi Fan was puzzled. "Is that okay?" "They used EMP to interfere with all the electromagnetic waves." If that old radar was useful, then the people from the Zero team wouldn't have been able to enter our island. Right now, I'm using the gravity radar that I made. By scanning the weight of the seawater at each level, I can determine the location of the opponent's submarine," Chu Yunyao said. Li Fan Xian was stunned. "Are you saying that in an area with a submarine, there will be a deviation in the weight of the seawater in that area, and then you can use this deviation to find the submarine?" "Simply put, that's the truth," Chu Yunyao said. "It's just that I haven't completed the entire research, and the range of the search isn't too big. Some of the parameters aren't too accurate, so I don't know if it'll work." Li Fan Xian couldn't figure out the principle behind it at all, but after thinking about it carefully, if he could understand how this radar was made, then Chu Yunyao wouldn't be a genius. Chapter 343. 0343-inch 3 submarines. Chu Yunyao frowned and said, "This is troublesome. If there are 3 of them, then which one has the Earth axis?" Li Fan Xian looked at it and said, "The one closest to the island is it." "How do you know? Do you think Colonel Bird, in his battle armor, can't go further? They have special aircraft, so can't they just go to the farthest submarine?" Chu Yunyao asked. Yi Fan shook his head and said 3 words in a serious tone, "I guessed it." Chu Yunyao almost vomited blood. As a scientist, what she hated the most was making wild guesses. "Can you be a little more serious? What time was it? I can only send you to the location of one of the submarines at once. If you go to the wrong place, then all your previous efforts will be wasted, and you really won't be able to get it back." Chu Yunyao opened her beautiful eyes wide and lectured. "Then what can I do? In life, I can't rely on calculations. I'll just treat it as a gamble. 1/3 of the probability isn't low." Yi Fan smiled and said, "Moreover, I understand the psychology of combatants better, so I shouldn't be wrong. I guessed wrong. If I didn't recover the Earth axis, I wouldn't have saved you," Chu Yunyao said. Li Fan Xian scratched his face, thinking that if he was really targeted by the country, no one would be able to save him. At most, he would just run away with his entire family. "Oh right, little Yao Yao, you said you can send me to the submarine. What do you want to ride there?" Their stealth nuclear submarine should be around 50 kilometers per hour. It would be very difficult for an ordinary sea transport to catch up to them. Even if it was an aircraft, their submarines could still be intercepted by anti-aircraft missiles. Moreover, they could have moved the Earth's axis away in advance after discovering our pursuit, causing us to miss. Therefore, we must instantly reach the sea where they are, and then when we get there, it will be up to you." Chu Yunyao's eyes had a trace of seriousness. Yi Fan still didn't understand. "Then what exactly are we going to sit on?" Chu Yunyao sighed. "Originally, I only wanted to let you experience my experiment this time, but I didn't expect that I would need you to directly participate in this experiment." With that, Chu Yunyao walked down the stage and let Yi Fan follow her to a large piece of equipment. It was a machine made of silver-gray alloy. 2 semicircular metal pillars were erected on both sides of a circular platform. At first glance, it looked like someone was raising their hands in the shape of a circle. At the back of the machine was a huge cylindrical component that looked like an oil storage tank for a tanker. You are the first human to use it, to be honest. You being the first person to use it might also be the best choice. Chu Yunyao said with a complicated look in her eyes. Yi Fan had actually already noticed this large equipment, but he couldn't understand what it was used for, so he asked, "What is this?" Chu Yunyao's beautiful eyes flashed. "I call it the space jumper. In short, this is a space jump device." What? Fan Xian almost thought that he had heard wrongly. Even though he was used to seeing big scenes and had died countless times, he was still shocked by this woman. You said. You made a spatial teleportation tool. Yi Fan pointed at the big fellow. This is a spatial teleportation gate. Chu Yunyao saw the man's expression and felt proud in her heart. Don't be afraid, I have already used rocks, cockroaches, white mice, monkeys, and all of them to experiment. Although I failed more than 100 times, the last experiment was no longer abnormal. This experiment is to carry out human teleportation. Your physical fitness should be of an extremely high standard among humans, I think. You should be fine. Yi Fan's entire body trembled, and he broke out in a cold sweat. When he found out the truth, he suddenly realized that the woman in front of him was far more terrifying than he had imagined. How did you do it? What is the most basic principle? This kind of technology has already surpassed the current human civilization by too much. Yi Fan asked in puzzlement. Chu Yunyao narrowed her eyes. Even if I explain it to you, you might not be able to understand. But what I can tell you is, this is not my invention. I just made it according to the blueprints and used the existing materials to debug it. Li Fan Xian was stunned, then thought of something and guessed, could it be? Does this have something to do with the Earth axis? Chu Yunyao took a deep breath and moved closer to Yi Fan. She suddenly wrapped her arms around Yi Fan's neck, stood on her tiptoes, and whispered into the man's ear, "Most people only know that the Earth axis is a very important thing. But in fact, they don't know what the true value of this thing is. Actually, the Earth axis recorded the results of a civilization of a higher level than ours. At present, only I can decipher and understand it, which is why I have everything in this laboratory. If this thing falls into the hands of the people of Magnesium, or some strange people, and who can understand what is written on it, you should know what the consequences will be." Li Fan Xian's heart was beating very fast. He finally knew why Xia Linfuan didn't dare to tell him about the Earth axis directly. Moreover, he also understood why Xia Linfuan said that he would definitely gain something from coming here. That's right, one of the things he had been searching for was higher science and technology. A higher civilization. Because only technology that surpassed this era would be able to help him make up for a huge regret. Yi Fan couldn't help but grin. "I understand. Then let's begin." Chu Yunyao saw the change in the man's eyes and couldn't help but reveal a trace of doubt. "Aren't you afraid? This is the first time I've done a human space jump." "Afraid?" Yi Fan stretched out a finger, lifted Chu Yunyao's chin, and kissed the woman's red lips. "I know so many languages that I can't even count them myself, but I really don't know how to say the word afraid." "Humph, keep bragging." Chu Yunyao disdainfully said, "I'll go get you a set of deep-sea diving equipment." Leaf, however, Fan Xian grabbed her. "No need. Even if you can't accurately send me to the inside of the submarine, my body can completely withstand the depth of the submarine. Wearing equipment is also a burden." "Are you crazy? Do you really think you're Superman?" Chu Yunyao questioned. Yi Fan confidently said, "As long as I can get to the location of their submarine, I won't fail." Chapter 344. 0344 Yi Fan sighed as he walked onto the space jumping platform. "I know you won't let me die, because you've already fallen in love with me, right?" Chu Yunyao was startled for a moment, then immediately turned around and walked towards the high platform, muttering, "Crazy." Hearing the woman's summary, Yi Fan couldn't help but say happily, "Chu Yunyao, if I don't come back, remember to tell the leaders that I sacrificed my life for the country. Don't make things difficult for my wife and the others." Chu Yunyao bit her lower lip, and as she began to type on the keyboard, she said with a cold face, "What does it have to do with me? It's not like I'm anyone to you." Yi Fan, on the other hand, said with certainty, "I believe you will." Chu Yunyao was silent, and did not say a word. She continued to use the command to lock onto the target to jump. When she was almost done locking onto it, Chu Yunyao said, "The spatial jump will take place in the countdown of 10 seconds. No one knows what kind of experience it will be, because you are the first human to do a spatial jump. Anyway, I wish you good luck." Li Fan Xian nodded, closed his eyes, and stopped thinking about anything else. Chu Yunyao took a deep breath and pressed down on a light button. The system's electronic voice began to appear, reporting the progress. Space Jump Device 017 has been officially activated. The fusion reactor has begun to supply energy. Target 3D coordinates. At the teleportation device, the two metal arms began to spin rapidly. The garage-like metal box at the back was a controllable fusion reactor. Just this kind of energy technology was enough to shock the entire world. This was because this was equivalent to grasping an endless amount of energy. Moreover, it was the cleanest energy source, enough to overturn the world's economy. Li Fan Xian finally understood why Chu Yunyao had enough energy to jump through space. It turned out that even the fusion reactor that she had been researching in the outside world had almost been completed. This woman said that her experiment was more powerful than any nuclear weapon. She was indeed not bragging. After all, the level that she had dabbled in was already a higher dimension of technology. 10. 9. 8. The electronic voice began to count down. On the teleportation platform, Yi Fan's figure could no longer be seen. The speed at which the metal arm was moving was so fast that it was difficult to estimate. The moment the countdown ended, a spatial fluctuation seemed to appear on the teleportation platform, but it immediately returned to its original state. When Chu Yunyao ran down the platform to look for Yi Fan had long since disappeared. "Don't die," Chu Yunyao muttered to herself. Deep in the sea, inside a stealth nuclear submarine, a group of Delta Zero members in a dining space raised a glass of wine. "Salute to our fallen comrades. Their sacrifice was worth it. We got the Earth axis. Long live Mei Lijian." Colonel Bird gave a shout, and took the lead in swallowing a glass of spirits. "Long live Milligan." A group of soldiers also cheered loudly, drinking all kinds of beer and whiskey. The atmosphere in the cabin was jubilant. "Colonel Bird, what exactly is this Earth axis? So many of our brothers died to get it, but we still don't know what it is," a soldier asked. Colonel Bird shook his head and looked at the black lockbox at the side. "I don't know either. Even General Smith doesn't know. I heard that only a few officers, including the president, know the secret of this thing. So confidential. No wonder we need all of us to besiege it," another soldier said. Colonel Bird said seriously, "I heard from General Smith that during World War II, that crazy head of state had sent people to the Zhang district of China several times to search for this thing. It was for this Earth axis. However, they didn't find it, but the people of China found it. So that's how it is. It seems like it really is a good thing. The thing that the head of state likes must be a weapon of war. No wonder he said that China's experiment must be interrupted. It really makes sense." A group of soldiers nodded. At this moment, an ear-piercing alarm rang out, causing everyone to raise their spirits. Do. Enemy attack. How is this possible? Even the radar didn't detect anything. No. It's someone invading. The red light flickered, and a group of Delta warriors cried out in alarm. This was because such an invasion was simply too inconceivable. One had to know that they were more than 400 meters deep in the sea. Colonel Bird. Someone has snuck into our storage room and is now heading our way. A soldier sent a message to Bird through the radio. Colonel Bird frowned and said, "How is this possible? How did you get in?" "We don't know. But several of our men have already been killed." The situation was urgent. Request for backup. Support. Colonel Bird angrily smashed the cup and shouted, "Everyone, enter the first level of combat readiness. Go and support the rear." Just as the group of soldiers agreed and were about to join the battle, they discovered that the lights in the cabin had suddenly dimmed. "Not good. Colonel. That man is crazily destroying our submarines. He intends to pierce through our submarines." Colonel Bird's face turned green. He suddenly picked up the black box beside him and said, "I'll go put on my war armor now. Come to the surface, we'll kill the intruder and retreat." Like a swarm of bees, a group of soldiers ran in the direction of the invaders. When they arrived at a passageway, they found that 4 or 5 of their comrades had already fallen in front of them. A Chinese man was using his fists and feet to wreak havoc on the submarine. He came pretty fast. Yi Fan turned his head to take a look. At the same time, he kicked out, and a few more metal pipes were broken. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a storage room in the submarine. He couldn't help but feel as if he was dreaming. Just a moment ago, he was still on the island, but suddenly, he had traveled a large distance and appeared in the submarine of the Magnesium Army. He could also be sure that Chu Yunyao didn't lie to him. If it wasn't for the fact that a higher civilization was recorded on the Earth's axis, no matter how smart Chu Yunyao was, she wouldn't have been able to invent such a device. Although for the time being, it seemed like only one person was being teleported, but the meaning behind it was no small matter. A group of soldiers didn't dare to use heavy weapons in the submarine, nor did they dare to use their disintegration rays. They could only brace themselves and rush forward, wanting to fight Yi Fan in melee combat. However, what Yi Fan didn't mind the most was close combat. He unceremoniously displayed his strength, punching and kicking. In the narrow space, he fought with this group of modified warriors until it became white-hot. Every time Yi Fan attacked, the outer wall of the submarine would suffer a heavy blow. Finally, after countless fierce attacks from Yi Fan, a crack appeared on the outer shell of the submarine. Chapter 345. 0345. As the seawater continued to pour in, a large number of metal plates began to be unable to hold on, and more cracks appeared. In fact, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the entire submarine began to deform. Crazy. This guy is crazy. Doesn't he know that there is a nuclear reactor in the submarine? Damn it, where is he? The terrifying impact of the seawater pouring in caused a large number of soldiers to be unable to take care of Yi Fan. They could no longer protect themselves, and amidst the wails, Yi Fan himself had already disappeared without a trace. Although Yi Fan had never seen this kind of nuclear submarine, he had entered quite a few submarines before. He was very clear about the internal structure of the submarine. If one were to find the Earth Axis's lockbox, it would definitely be with Colonel Bird. As for Colonel Bird's battle armor, Yi Fan could also guess where it could be stored. Generally speaking, the compartment where the auxiliary equipment was placed was on the upper half of the submarine. Leave the moment the seawater rushed in, the sail had already savagely smashed through all the obstructions and rushed towards the compartment where the equipment was stored. After all, this lump of steel had condensed the most cutting-edge technology of the Magnesium Army. Therefore, Yi Fan wanted to take advantage of this time to take back the item. As for those ordinary soldiers, he didn't want to waste any more time. After all, he didn't know how powerful the battle armor was in the deep sea. If the war armor took advantage of this time to escape, his battle plan would have been for naught. Inside the compartment, a large amount of excellent equipment was neatly arranged. Colonel Bird strode into one of the metal cabins and pressed a green button on the side. When he walked out of the metal cabin door, his entire body was already wrapped in war armor. After a flash of light from the red goggles on his helmet, Colonel Bird walked to the side, picked up the black lockbox, and prepared to retreat from the crumbling submarine. But at this moment, a figure swept up like a gust of wind, fiercely charging towards Board's back. With a loud bang, Colonel Bird's entire body was sent tumbling forward by a flying kick. The war armor smashed through a cabin door, but it didn't suffer any serious damage. However, Colonel Bird was already very shocked. One had to know that he had never been knocked down by anyone while wearing this armor. Who is it? Board turned around and saw Yi Fan standing there steadily. It's you again. Colonel Bird's heart trembled. You? How did you get up here? Yi Fan strode towards him. I'm not here to play a quiz game with you. I can't let you take the Earth axis away. Are you also from the Chinese military? Colonel Bird asked warily. Yi Fan did not reply. He took another big stride forward, grabbed one of Board's arms with both hands, and fiercely threw him over his shoulder. The height of the compartment was not high enough for the war armor to flip over, so even the metal at the top was twisted and torn. Board couldn't be more shocked. Was this guy still human? How could it be so easy to throw away his war armor? One had to know that this was more than 10 tons of metal, almost half a light tank. However, his armor was indeed exceptionally sturdy. After being attacked twice by Yi Fan, there were no major problems. Colonel Bird shot out a stream of air from under his feet, and after jumping up, he threw a heavy punch towards Yi Fan. The sail dodged to the side, and another kick landed on the chest of the armor, sending Board flying and smashing through another metal wall. However, Board had been very cautious from beginning to end, refusing to let go of the lockbox. Yi Fan sneered, "Why don't you use those laser weapons of yours, those powerful missiles? Even if your war armor is powerful, it's impossible for it to hit me." Colonel Bird was silent, as if he didn't know how to answer. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and said, "Looks like you also need the help of other equipment to leave this deep sea, right?" Previously, he had doubted whether the battle armor could work in the deep sea. After all, if this armor could move in the sea, then he wouldn't need to enter the submarine and could just run as far away as he could. Therefore, the biggest reason why he returned to the submarine and left with it should be that this armor did not have the ability to move in the deep sea. After all, as long as Colonel Bird was not allowed to enter any small submarine that could be used to escape, he would not be able to leave. You are an expert, a powerful warrior. We can negotiate whatever you want. We, the people of Magnesium, pay attention to honesty. You should be clear that we will not mistreat a talent like you. Colonel Bird felt that it would be difficult to fight head-on, so he had no choice but to negotiate. Yi Fan smiled, "You want to bribe me?" "No, I am inviting you to join a righteous camp. A camp that truly contributes to the freedom and development of mankind," Colonel Bird said. Li Fan Xian said, "If you want to bribe me, the price you need is not low. Just say it, we can talk about how much money you want, or how much power you want." Colonel Bird was overjoyed and felt that he had a chance. Li Fan Xian pointed at the black box, "I don't want money, I don't want power, I just want the Earth axis." You. Colonel Bird was at a loss for words. He gritted his teeth and said, "It looks like you don't want to talk anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, Colonel Bird suddenly stretched out his hand, and 5 missiles flew out from his fingertips, chasing after Yi Fan. If he didn't use these weapons, he wouldn't be able to get rid of Yi Fan. Rather than that, he might as well take the risk and completely let go, using the weapons on all kinds of armors. At such a close distance, these 5 missiles were almost unavoidable. Yifan could only dodge to the back of the metal wall at the side as soon as possible, trying his best to block the direct explosion damage of the missiles. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous sounds of explosions caused the entire cabin to be blown to pieces. Yifan's face was black as he crawled up from a pile of scrap metal. Just as he got up, he felt that something was wrong. He subconsciously twisted his body and dodged a disintegration ray that was shooting towards him. Although the ray was avoided, it detonated the pipes in the submarine. Some flammable gases caused a series of explosions, instantly turning the entire cabin into a sea of fire. The flames were like a roaring beast, directly engulfing Yifan. Inside the war armor, Colonel Bird coldly snorted. In his opinion, the battle had already been resolved. He rushed towards the location of the escaped submarine, but the flames did not harm him at all. Chapter 346. 0346 How could that be? Through the rear-view camera, Colonel Bird saw that Yifan was actually still alive. Although he was in a sorry state and his face was dark, he really didn't suffer any serious injuries. Yifan's two hands hugged onto Bird's metal helmet, while his two legs stepped on his shoulders and neck. Just like pulling up a willow tree, his legs fiercely kicked and his arms fiercely pulled. Ah! As Yifan roared, the muscles on his arms seemed to have swelled to twice their original size. Colonel Bird was dumbfounded. A red alert message had appeared on his war armor. You! What are you doing? Amidst Colonel Bird's shouts, Yifan's power exploded, and the metal helmet of the armor was forcefully torn off. Zzz. Electric sparks flew in all directions. Colonel Bird's pale face was revealed. He was already intimidated by Yifan's crazy actions and couldn't say a single word. Yifan stood on his shoulder and looked down at him. Without the protection of this armor, you are nothing. Monster. Colonel Bird swallowed his saliva and muttered, You are a monster. Just where did you come from? Yifan expressionlessly said, Divine wrath. Colonel Bird's pupils violently contracted, and all the blood in his body turned cold. You are. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Yifan kicked out, and Bird's head was kicked into a pile of metal and flesh. After jumping down from the armor, Yifan took the black passcode box and quickly ran in the direction of the escape pod. On Luchun Island, the electromagnetic interference had already been cleared. After communication was restored, a large number of support ships had also arrived, and all kinds of work was being carried out. Chu Yunyao was in the base, commanding the personnel of the various departments to carry out emergency repairs and tests, and tidying up some of the destroyed equipment. Wang Jiuxiao, on the other hand, stood in the laboratory with a gloomy face, asking about Yifan's whereabouts. Where did you send him? Did you use a space jump device? Wang Jiuxiao asked. Chu Yunyao was in charge of her own business and ignored him. Chu Yunyao. Do you know that you are violating the discipline? Who allowed you to change the experiment plan? Wang Jiuxiao roared. Chu Yunyao felt a stabbing pain in her eardrums. She turned around and glared at him. You have the time to yell and shout here. You should think about how you are going to explain it to your superiors this time. The one who gave away the Earth axis was you. Young Master Wang. Wang Jiuxiao's face turned red as he defended himself. I didn't. You are slandering me. The evidence is here, it's useless for you to quibble. Chu Yunyao sneered. Where's the evidence? Don't slander me. Wang Jiuxiao said nervously. Chu Yunyao teased, don't tell me you forgot that the experimental base uses a backup power source. The surveillance camera at the elevator entrance clearly recorded what you did when you faced the people from the Zero team. Moreover, that good bodyguard of yours, Chen Bin. He didn't die. Although you betrayed him, he was lucky enough to be saved by Yifan. What? Wang Jiuxiao's face was pale, and a trace of viciousness flashed across his eyes. You want to silence me? Destroy the evidence. Chu Yuniao guessed the man's current state of mind and disdainfully said, if you really want to do that, you can try. I have already saved the surveillance video. Even if you secretly find someone to kill Chen Bin, it won't change anything. Wang Jiuxiao's face was ashen and he was sweating profusely. He revealed a pleading smile, Yuniao. Considering that we have worked together for many years and that I was once your fiancé, please let me go this time. I promise that when I become the head of the Wang family in the future, I will definitely give you enough benefits. Yo, the dignified eldest grandson of the Wang family has come to beg me like this. How can I bear it? Chu Yuniao's smile disappeared, and she became incomparably cold as she said, if you don't want to go to the military court, then scram from my sight. Don't bother me. Wang Jiuxiao felt a wave of humiliation and unwillingness, but he could only temporarily retreat and walk out of the command room with a face full of dirt. At this moment, an officer hurriedly ran in. Report. King. When the officer saw Wang Jiuxiao, he subconsciously wanted to report the situation, but when he saw Wang Jiuxiao's face, a trace of disdain flashed across his face, and he turned to walk towards Chu Yuniao. Superintendent Chu, our radar has discovered a small submarine approaching the southwest coast of Luchun Island. This officer's turn of events immediately caused Wang Jiuxiao's face to turn as red as a pig's liver. It was obvious that the officers on the island had completely looked down on him, so they didn't even bother to report to him. They treated Chu Yuniao as the chief commander of the scene. These frontline soldiers were the least afraid of the consequences. In any case, they were standing on the line of life and death every day, so they weren't afraid of offending the children of famous sects with powerful backgrounds. They only respected the brave and the strong. Wang Jiuxiao's weak performance made them unwilling to listen to his orders. Chu Yuniao didn't have the leisure to mock Wang Jiuxiao, so she quickly asked, is it our submarine? It's been confirmed that it's definitely not our submarine. The officer asked, do we need to use torpedoes to attack? Chu Yuniao hurriedly shook her head, and said excitedly, no. Let the submarine come over. No one is allowed to attack. Although the officer was puzzled, he still obeyed the order and retreated. Chu Yuniao was no longer in the mood to stay in the command room. She quickly ran out and informed a group of troops in charge of defending the shore, heading straight for the southwest coast with her. Wang Jiuxiao's eyes flickered, revealing a trace of uneasiness. On the shore of the western sea of the island, a long row of soldiers prepared all sorts of weapons and waited in formation. Chu Yuniao was wearing a windbreaker, biting her lips as she gazed at the pitch-black sea. Finally, a small submarine slowly floated up from the sea. The top of the submarine opened and a figure walked out. Superintendent Chu, it seems to be a rescue submarine from the Magnesium Army. A commander said. Chu Yuniao also recognized it and said as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders, he succeeded, him. Who? The soldiers at the side were all puzzled. Chu Yuniao waved her hand and said, put away your weapons, Yi Fan has snatched back the Earth axis. The group of soldiers looked at each other in dismay, only then did they remember the expert who was with Chu Yuniao. Only then did they know that the expert was called Yi Fan. Really? Then everyone, quickly go and welcome him. The group of soldiers naturally believed in Chu Yuniao's judgment. They put away their weapons and ran towards the seashore. Yi Fan, who had walked out of the lifeboat, also let out a long breath and stretched lazily. Chapter 347. 0347. Seeing the people running down from the shore, Yi Fan waved his hand, and then with a sudden jump, he flew dozens of meters and jumped onto a reef. From the reef, Yi Fan jumped again and arrived on the beach. Just this miraculous jump alone made the group of soldiers who were originally going to enter the sea to welcome him exclaim in admiration. After the sail landed on the beach, a group of soldiers cheered and applauded. Yifan couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, why does it seem like there's a guard of honor? He walked in front of Chu Yunyao and handed the box over. Yao Yao, check it out. After Chu Yunyao received it, she pressed the password lock on it a few times, and the password box lit up with a green light. It's the Earth's axis, it hasn't been switched. Chu Yunyao raised her head and asked curiously, how did you get it? Snatch it? Or steal it? I don't have anyone to help me, so how can I steal it? I can't avoid the people from the Zero team, so I can only snatch it by force. That nuclear submarine should have already sunk. I just don't know how many people will survive, but I don't think there will be a single one. Yifan chuckled and said, because when I left, I destroyed all the other lifeboats. Chu Yunyao was stunned, you sank the submarine. How did he do it? Did you use their weapons to blow it up? No, I just used all my strength to destroy it. I punched and kicked. I just needed to break through a hole. Yifan said. Chu Yunyao realized that her thoughts couldn't keep up with this guy's logic. What about the officer in the war armor? The woman asked again. It's very difficult to break that armor head-on, but I took off his helmet and killed him. Yifan said. Although the man said it lightly, Chu Yunyao knew very well how difficult it was to get close to the war armor and destroy it. Chu Yunyao looked at the man with a complicated gaze. What level is your strength? Yifan smiled evilly, moved closer and asked, you really want to know? N. Chu Yunyao didn't deny it. She was too curious, just what kind of background did this guy have? Yifan whispered into the woman's ear, call me good husband a few times on the bed and I'll tell you. Chu Yunyao didn't say anything, she picked up the box and left. Fan Xian was depressed, he chased after him and said, not a few, one is fine too. If there's something we can discuss. No way. Chu Yunyao glared at him. Seeing that the woman was really angry, Fan Xian could only change the topic, where is that Wang Zhouxiao? Why are you looking for him? Chu Yunyao asked suspiciously, don't tell me you really want to kill him. Fan Xian shrugged, he already wants to kill me. If I don't kill him, then wouldn't I be an idiot? Think about the way he looks at me, don't you think so? He is the eldest son and grandson of the Wang family. If you kill him, you will be going against the Wang family. Have you considered the consequences? Chu Yunyao advised, I now have some evidence of Wang Zhouxiao's crimes. Don't touch him, I naturally have a way to make him not dare to cause trouble for you. Fan Xian thought for a moment, then nodded and said, since you said so, then all right. After a whole night of hard fighting, the sky gradually began to brighten. The news of the sail recovering the Earth axis spread throughout the entire island, and the news also reached the ears of the upper echelons. At the same time, Chu Yunyao also secretly reported the success of the experiment. When the higher-ups found out, they ordered the corpses of the soldiers who died in battle to be transported back to their hometowns. As for the survivors, they took a 3-day break on the island to celebrate the victory of this battle. Although a lot of soldiers had died, the Zero team of the Magnesium Army had directly destroyed a nuclear submarine. Moreover, dozens of modified soldiers had died. The price was also huge, and they didn't even get the slightest bit of benefits. No matter how one looked at it, China had won this battle. Naturally, the higher-ups were very satisfied. On a cliff, Yifan was smoking and blowing in the wind when he received a call from Ciel Infuen. Boss, I knew it wouldn't be a problem for you to go, but it was really dangerous. I originally thought that at most, the Azura and the Shadow Warriors would cause trouble, but I didn't expect that the Zero team would directly launch a surprise attack. Ciel Infuen said with lingering fear in his heart. Yifan squinted his eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You brat, you knew that there was such a good thing as the Earth axis, yet you actually hid it from me. Boss, this thing's level of confidentiality is too high. I really can't take the risk of telling you. Didn't I let you know about it now? During the Second World War, the head of state sent countless people, but he was still unable to find it. In the end, 5 years ago, it was unearthed by a team of archaeologists. So, this is all fate. If it had been taken away by the head of state's people back then, I'm afraid that the direction of history would not have been like this. Xiao Linfuan sighed. Yi Fan asked, what is the origin of this thing, and to what extent has it been researched? Boss, you have to ask Chu Yunyao about this. She has always been deciphering the information on this thing. That kind of cutting-edge physics field, we ordinary people simply do not understand. To put it bluntly, if Chu Yunyao were to hand over everything she knew, there wouldn't be many people in China who would be able to understand it, let alone use it. As for the origin of this thing, Chu Yunyao said that it was left behind by a higher civilization, but we have no way of knowing where it came from. Xiao Linfuan said. Yi Fan puffed out a mouthful of smoke and said, since you said that this thing is useful to me, then this Earth's axis should not only contain some things about physics, right? Of course, but because this involves the armed forces of the country, we first developed the field of physics. Boss, the field of medicine that you want, we also have it. Xiao Linfuan said. Help me tell the people above that I don't want anything else. I just want to see the things in the field of cutting-edge medicine. Since I snatched it back and handed it over to them, they should be able to understand my sincerity. Yi Fan said. Xiao Linfuan agreed, no problem, boss. I've actually been preparing for a long time. Oh right, where are you, boss? Why is the wind so loud? I'm at the seaside, enjoying the wind, Yi Fan said. Now that you've become a hero, aren't you going to enjoy everyone's cheers? Xiao Linfuan joked. It's not over yet, I have to kill someone to be done. Yi Fan said. Kill? Kill who? Xiao Linfuan was puzzled. At this moment, a figure with a few followers was walking onto a speedboat from a harbor below. Yi Fan grinned, Wang Jiuxiao. After saying that, Yi Fan didn't care about Xiao Linfuan's exclamation and directly hung up. Yi Fan's figure was like an eagle as he jumped down from the cliff and swooped down, landing right on the bow of the speedboat. Clang! With a loud sound, Yi Fan's feet caused the deck to cave in. Chapter 348. 0348 Yi Fan. You! What are you doing? Wang Jiuxiao cried out in alarm. The few followers behind Wang Jiuxiao hurriedly stood in front of Wang Jiuxiao and looked at Yi Fan warily. However, it was obvious that their eyes were filled with fear. Yi Fan used his own strength to sink the stealth nuclear submarine of the Magnesium Army's Delta Zero team, and then used his own strength to defeat the seemingly invincible war armor. He even took back the Earth's axis. This kind of brilliant battle record really made everyone on the island admire him, but they also felt like they were looking up to a mountain. In fact, many soldiers were already spreading the news that if Yi Fan joined the military, he would definitely become the highest-ranking official within 3 years. Just like the military advisor Xiao Linfuan, he would become a legend in the military. I'm only here to kill Wang Jiuxiao, there's no need for you to die with him. Yi Fan sighed and said to the Wang family's henchmen. The strength of these henchmen was only at the initial stage of the Xiantian realm. In front of Yi Fan, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Mr. Yi, you are a hero, but we also have our own responsibilities. Please let my young master live. A henchman said. Yi Fan regretfully said, the Wang family is indeed the Wang family. Their henchmen are all good henchmen, but I served a master who is not worth it. After saying that, Yi Fan quickly walked forward and walked towards Wang Jiuxiao with large strides. The two henchmen at the front used their grappling techniques in an attempt to stop Yi Fan, but as soon as Yi Fan touched their hands, he used a grappling technique in reverse. After grabbing their arms, he threw them into the seawater on both sides. Plop! In the cold seawater, the henchmen were unable to come up. Yi Fan did the same thing and threw all the henchmen who wanted to attack him into the sea. Only Wang Jiuxiao was left on the shore, and his body was trembling in fear. Yi Fan! You! Don't come over. Do you know what you're doing? If you dare to hurt me, you will become enemies with the Wang family. No wonder little Yao Yao doesn't like you. It seems that other than having the title of young master of the Wang family, you're just a pile of shit. Yi Fan sneered. Wang Jiuxiao finally couldn't hold on any longer. After realizing that no one could save him, his knees went soft and he knelt on the ground, begging, "That's right. I'm a piece of shit. Yi Fan. Killing me will only dirty your hands. Please, let me go. I can swear to the heavens that I will never find trouble with you. Are you also such a coward in front of the Magnesium Army in the Delta?" Yi Fan asked teasingly. Wang Jiuxiao smiled and nodded, "I'm just a coward, just let me live." A few henchmen who were about to climb out of the water saw this scene and heard these words, and they were all heartbroken. Fan Xian sighed, "If you were a little more strong-willed, would still believe some of the words you said. However, a despicable person like you who has no bottom line, staying in this world is the biggest hidden danger." When Wang Jiuxiao heard this, he felt that it was impossible for Yi Fan to let him go, so he got up and ran towards the island. "Help! Help! Yi Fan wants to kill me." Without waiting for him to run more than 10 meters, Yi Fan had already appeared in front of him, grabbed him by the neck, and threw him towards a rock on the shore. Paw! After the collision, Wang Jiuxiao's entire body had broken countless bones. A large amount of blood flowed down from the back of his head, and his entire body slowly slid down. Eldest young master. A few henchmen who had just climbed ashore ran over and checked Wang Jiuxiao's breathing, only to find that he was already dead. Turning his head again, he discovered that Yi Fan didn't even look at him and had already left the scene, as if he had only done something insignificant. At this moment, Xiao Linfuan called again. This was already the 4th consecutive call from Xiao Linfuan. When Yi Fan picked up, Xiao Linfuan's first sentence was to ask in frustration, "Boss, you can't have already finished killing them, right?" Yi Fan casually replied with an "and, dead." Xiao Linfuan let out a long sigh, "Boss, why are you doing this? This is going to be a big problem." Trouble. If a young master of the Wang family can stop me as a troublemaker, then how can I talk to the upper echelons of China about the Earth axis? Yi Fan said. Xiao Linfuan was silent for a moment, then said, "Boss, are you saying that you plan to leave the mountain?" "I can't say that I'm leaving the mountain, but if I want the higher-ups of China to know that I'm not easy to fool, I have to show some sincerity. As for the Wang family, help me deal with it. You should know what to do," Yi Fan said. Xiao Linfuan bitterly smiled, "This kind of errand, I'm the only one who can do it." "Who told you to be my boss?" Yi Fan smiled and hung up the phone. When Yi Fan returned to the temporary island where the personnel were temporarily stationed, Chu Yunyao had already received the news and hurriedly ran out. "Are you crazy? Didn't you promise me not to kill Wang Jiuxiao?" Chu Yunyao questioned. Yi Fan spread out his hands, "Little Yao Yao, think about it carefully, I didn't promise you. I just said, all right then, what I meant was. All right, I can kill him a little later." "You." Chu Yunyao was furious, "Madman, if the Wang family finds you for revenge, you can do as you see fit. I'm too lazy to care about you." Seeing that Chu Yunyao was about to turn around and leave, Yi Fan grabbed her hand and pulled her into his embrace. Yi Fan lowered his head and whispered into the woman's ear, "Listen, you are my woman, but that doesn't mean I will follow you in everything. Especially when I say I want to kill someone, that person is already dead. I hope you remember this. Leafy Fan's tone was bone-chilling, carrying with it an irresistible tyranny. Chu Yuniao's delicate body trembled slightly, her two hands clenched tightly, and she didn't say anything more. Yi Fan let go of the woman, his face once again filled with laughter. Little Yao Yao, let's go in. I heard that they treat me as a hero. Let's go in and have a few drinks to celebrate. One day later, morning. Yuan City, Wang family. As one of the top 5 great sects in China, the Wang family's ancestral home occupied a vast area. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers, just like a paradise. In fact, this was an entire village, surrounding the Wang family's ancestral shrine, with hundreds of antique houses built. Many of the houses were already hundreds of years old, or even thousands of years old. After being repaired by the Wang family for generations, they were preserved. The people who entered and exited this place were either members of the Wang family or servants of the Wang family. If an ordinary person wanted to enter and leave this place, they would need to be strictly examined. At this moment, in the Wang family's Heaven's Edge pavilion, which was used to receive guests, an old man with slightly white hair, wearing a black fur collar coat, was sitting on the master's armchair. His expression was serious as he gently held onto the teacup in his hand. This old man was the current head of the Wang family, Wang Guowei. Inside the hall, the fragrance of incense lingered in the air. On both sides stood 2 rows of servants, all of them tall and straight, meticulous in their demeanor. Chapter 349. 0349 Wang Guowei looked up and nodded. Luo Tian, you're back. Wang Luo Tian respectfully nodded and said, Father, of course I want to come back. Jiu Shao actually died tragically in the hands of a nameless person. This is a provocation to our Wang family. Father, please allow me to bring people to capture that brat called Yi Fan. In front of thousands of our Wang family disciples, I will directly skin him and pull out his tendons. Wang Guowei felt helpless in the face of this wild eldest son. You're already a commander, why are you still so rash? A nameless person. If that Yi Fan was nameless, how could the Dragon King agree to let him go to Luchun Island to take charge of the work that the Phoenix girl had originally done? Moreover, Xiao Linfuan will come to my place later to discuss this matter. Do you think Xiao Linfuan is so free that he would come all the way from the capital to the original city for a nameless person? What? Xiao Linfuan is coming. Wang Luo Tian coldly snorted, that's good. I want to hear what he has to say. Although I, Wang Luo Tian, have many sons, Jiu Shao is my first son. No matter what, I can't die without knowing why. That's right. We will make the Yi pay with his blood. A woman's voice entered the hall. A beautiful woman with her hair tied up quickly ran into the hall and hugged Wang Luo Tian from behind. Shiyu. Why did you come in too? Wang Luo Tian said in annoyance, don't you understand the family rules? This is not a place where you women can casually enter. Wang Shiyu was Wang Luotian's wife and also Wang Jiuxiao's biological mother. In order for the Wang family's bloodline to be pure, they would usually marry 3 generations later. This way, they would be able to maintain their bloodline and not have any fertility problems. His son is dead. You still care about so many rules. Let me ask you, how did you become a commander? Someone else killed your son, and you're still standing here and doing nothing. It was obvious that Wang Shiyu had been washing her face with tears for the past day or so, and her eyes were extremely red. Wang Luo Tian said in a deep voice, military advisor Xiao Linfuan is coming. You leave first, and father and I will have a good talk with him. No one can bully the children of my Wang family. When Wang Shiyu heard this, she fell to her knees. Eunuch. You must avenge Jiu Shao. In the past, during festivals, Jiu Xiao was the most filial child. Every time, he could make you smile. You watched him grow up with your own eyes. Hearing those words, Wang Guowei's eyes became slightly moist. Even though he had been in the military for half his life, he was still extremely pained by this matter. Shiyu, step down. I'll definitely give you an explanation. Wang Guowei knew that he could not lose his judgment just because of some personal feelings. It was not until Wang Shiyu left in tears that the hall quieted down. Wang Luotian plopped down on a large chair, picked up a cup of high-quality De Hong Pao, and took a sip. However, there wasn't the slightest taste of the wine. He looked around. Father, why aren't second brother and third brother here? My nephew is dead, and they don't care. I was the one who told the others not to come. Since military advisor Xia Linfuan is here, there must be some conversation that cannot be known by too many people, Wang Guowei said. Wang Luotian sighed. This illegitimate son of the Xia family is doing quite well now. If it was in the past, an illegitimate son wouldn't even be able to enter the Xia family's ancestral home, so how could he come to our Wang family's Heaven's Edge pavilion? Humph. It's true that strength determines status, that's not wrong at all. As he spoke, someone reported from outside. Report. Military advisor Xia Linfuan has come to visit. Please. Wang Guowei's voice was like a great bell, and his entire person seemed to be in high spirits. Not long after, Xia Linfuan, who was dressed in a military uniform and took off his military hat, walked into the Heaven's Edge pavilion with a smile on his face. Elder Wang, Commander Wang, thank you for disturbing me. Xia Linfuan nodded slightly. The military advisor is a busy man. Normally, he wouldn't even be able to come. To be able to make a trip to Yuan City for the sake of my grandson, we can't be more than grateful, Wang Guowei said politely. Please take a seat, military advisor. Wang Luotian's expression was solemn, but there was not the slightest hint of a smile on his face. Xia Linfuan didn't mind. After slowly sitting down, he smiled and nodded at the servant who brought him the tea. Then, he leisurely took a sip without any pressure at all. Good tea, Mother Tree De Hong Pao, even the Dragon King wouldn't be able to drink it. Xia Linfuan sighed. Wang Guowei chuckled and said, naturally, we have to use the best tea leaves to welcome distinguished guests. Military advisor, your time is precious. If you have anything to say, you might as well say it. Xia Linfuan nodded, stood up and bowed, saying, Xia, first express my condolences to Elder Wang and Commander Wang for losing their eldest son and grandson. Please restrain your grief. Grief cannot solve the problem. What we need is an explanation, a reason, Wang Guowei said. Xia Linfuan narrowed his eyes and said, actually, you can't just listen to my side of the story. I have invited 2 other guests today, and they are both very familiar with the Wang family. Perhaps the 2 of you will be able to understand better if they tell you what happened first. Oh. The military advisor is indeed the military advisor. It seems like he was prepared. Wang Guowei's eyes flickered, then who exactly is it? Just as he finished speaking, the servant outside shouted, reporting. The Azure Dragon School's sect leader, Zhiyun. Sect leader's disciple, Chen Bin, has come to pay a visit. Sect leader Chen Bin. Why are they here? Wang Luotian asked in surprise. Not long after, Zhiyun, who was dressed in a green brocade robe, walked into the main hall with his disciple, Chen Bin. Both of them were wearing the traditional attire of the Azure Dragon School, and it was obvious that they were quite solemn. Patriarch Wang, please forgive me for taking the liberty to come here. Zhiyun's expression was solemn. Sect leader did something happen to the Azure Dragon School? Wang Guowei asked. After all, the Wang family and the Azure Dragon School were allies. Although there was still a difference in status, they were usually respectful towards each other. Oh Jiyun said, to be honest, my disciple, Chen Bin, as young Master Wang's bodyguard, knew quite a bit about the matter of young Master Wang's death. The military advisor found us and hoped that we could provide a reference for this matter. I have also heard Chen Bin's report. This kid has a straightforward personality and will never lie. The two of you might as well listen to what he experienced on the island. Oh Jiyun's expression wasn't very good. This caused Wang Guowei and Wang Luotian to be a little puzzled. Chen Bin, you have followed Zhou Xiao for 7 years. What happened on the island this time? There's no harm in speaking frankly. Wang Guowei indicated. Chapter 350. 0350. Chen Bin did not hide anything. He told them everything that had happened. Of course, this also included Wang Jiuxiao's plan to kill Yi Fan as well. He also killed a staff member on the island and pretended to be a researcher. After that, Wang Jiuxiao went to get the Earth Axis, and in the process of escaping, he gave it to someone else. He even lied to him that he wanted to face the enemy together, but he ran away first. I, Chen Bin, have been following young master for 7 years, and my heart is extremely cold. If it wasn't for Mr. Ye's kindness and disregard for the past and saving me, I wouldn't have been able to stand here and tell you the truth. Chen Bin's eyes were still bloodshot. It was obvious that he was still in pain when he thought of those things. After hearing this, Wang Guowei and Wang Luotian's faces darkened and they couldn't say a word. If this matter were to spread out, it would be a great humiliation to the Wang family. The eldest son and grandson of the Wang family was actually a cowardly and vicious traitor. Where would the Wang family put their face? The key point was that Chen Bin didn't need to lie to them. The Azure Dragon School and the Wang family were close, and if it wasn't for Wang Jiuxiao's actions being too extreme, Chen Bin wouldn't have had any reason to discredit him. Elder Wang, to be honest, I think that although the death of the young master is a pity, it shouldn't be too bad compared to the future of the Wang family falling into the hands of such a person. Otherwise, our Azure Dragon School would not be able to imagine what kind of difficult situation it would be to follow such a Wang family's patriarch. Oh Jiyun said bluntly. Wang Guowei raised his head and let out a long sigh. What a sin. What a sin. I never thought that this kid would actually do such a disgraceful thing outside. Wang Luotian was also heartbroken. He gritted his teeth and said, how preposterous. Sect leader Oh, we already know about this matter. After pondering for a moment, Wang Guowei said, this old man represents that good-for-nothing brat to apologize to your Azure Dragon School. If in the future, the disciples of our Wang family still do such a thing to harm the disciples of the Azure Dragon School, I will not tolerate it. Oh Jiyun cupped his hands respectfully and said, Elder Wang is wise. Then we will take our leave first. With that, Oh Jiyun and Chen Bin nodded to Xia Linfuan and turned to leave. After they left, Wang Guowei looked at Xia Linfuan with a smile and said, military advisor is indeed worthy of being called military advisor. He gave us a lesson as soon as he arrived. Xia Linfuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, Elder Wang, you're killing me. I just hope that I can explain the cause and effect of the matter more clearly to the two of you. Although Yi Fan's actions were disrespectful to the Wang family, there must be a reason for it. If it wasn't for young Master Wang's actions when he was alive, he wouldn't have provoked such a calamity. Nodding his head, Wang Guowei replied, that may be the case, but even if my grandson has committed a serious crime, he should be handed over to the military court. After all, he's from the military. This Yi Fan, casually using the rules of the martial arts world to kill people, isn't this a little inappropriate? Xia Linfuan's eyes flickered as he said, it seems like Elder Wang's meaning is that we still can't let Yi Fan go just like that. Of course, Yi Fan's killing is reasonable, but that doesn't mean it's in line with the law, Wang Guowei said. Xia Linfuan said, then according to Elder Wang, how should we deal with it? Capture him and interrogate him according to the law. How should he be judged? Wang Guowei said. Xiao Linfuan couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Elder Wang. To be honest, I'm afraid that this is a bit difficult. Oh. Could it be that there was someone that the dragon's soul couldn't catch? Or could it be the dragon's soul does not intend to deal with it according to the law? Wang Guowei said with a solemn expression, although I'm an old man, if you guys don't have the ability, I don't mind coming out of the mountain once. If Elder Wang were to come out of the mountain, the leaders of the higher-ups would definitely tremble, but the problem is this Yi Fan is not so easy to capture. I'm afraid the Wang family still doesn't understand the consequences. Xiao Linfuan said with a strange smile. Humph. Even if this Yi Fan's strength is comparable to the Phoenix Girls, could it be that he can stop the steel lions of China, the thousands of troops and horses? Wang Luotian disdainfully said. Xiao Linfuan shook his head and said, do the two of you know that a few days ago, one of the top 2 A-class pirate organizations in the world, the Sea Demons, stirred up trouble in the high seas near China? I've heard of this before. Didn't you retreat afterwards? What's wrong? Wang Luotian asked. Xiao Linfuan said in a low voice, in fact, the Sea Demons didn't want to leave on their own. It was because I asked Yi Fan to come forward that the sea monster, Leviathan, gave me face and obediently withdrew. Oh. The Wang father and son looked at each other. This Yi Fan has such connections. They had also heard of the fighting strength of the Sea Demons. The navies of ordinary small countries weren't as fierce as them, and the navies of ordinary large countries wouldn't dare to easily touch them. Do you know which organization the sea monster, Leviathan, once belonged to? Xiao Linfuan asked again. This problem is not difficult for me. It's not like the sea demon just appeared. Didn't that great pirate, Leviathan, used to be a member of the disbanded Inferno organization? That hell organization, just like a meteor, was in S-class existence the moment it appeared, but it quickly disbanded. Isn't this still a mystery even now? As a high-ranking officer of China, Wang Luotian was naturally well aware of the changes in the underground world. Wang Guowei, who was at the side, also nodded. Although the old man had already retired, he was still clear about some of the big things. Xiao Linfuan asked with a smile that was not a smile, since Commander Wang is so clear. Then think about it, who can make an unruly sea monster so obediently bow down to him? As soon as this question was asked, the Wang father and son were shocked and felt their scalps go numb. When they thought about it carefully, they came up with a very shocking answer. Wang Luotian suddenly stood up from his seat, his brows tightly knitted, and said seriously, You mean that Yi Fan is? Xiao Linfuan snickered in his heart and muttered, Boss, it seems like even the commander of China is afraid of your fierce reputation back then. But on the surface, Xiao Linfuan had a regretful look on his face as he sighed. Commander Wang, now you should understand why our dragon's soul doesn't want your Wang family to cause trouble for the Yi Fan, right? To be honest, if it was the Yi Fan from back then, I'm afraid that not only would he have killed Wang Jiuxiao, he would have also come to your Wang family to start a massacre. Wang Luotian sat back down on his chair. The weather was very cold, but there was a layer of fine sweat on his forehead. Wang Guowei also frowned and muttered, No wonder you guys let him replace the Phoenix Girl. The military advisor is indeed worthy of being the military advisor. Such a person has been used as a spear by you guys. Chapter 351. 0351 inch Xia would never dare to say that. I can only say that we have reached a consensus in private. Xiao Linfuan smiled. Wang Guowei nodded, his face full of helplessness, and in an instant, he lost his previous sharpness. Ha 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 ha. Wang Luotian bitterly smiled, My son did not die unjustly. I can only swallow this anger for now. The Wang father and son were very clear in their hearts that if they really fought with Yi Fan, then the best outcome would be for both sides to suffer. The key was that in the end, Yi Fan would probably still be alive, and they would all be dead. After all, without an expert like the Phoenix Girl, it would be almost impossible for the Wang family to kill Yi Fan. He knew that we couldn't do anything to him, so he killed my good-for-nothing grandson. Wang Guowei sighed. Xiao Linfuan said seriously, the white-haired person sends the black-haired person off. Please restrain your grief, Elder Wang. So what if I don't mourn? Jiu Zhao's child, if he doesn't live up to expectations, he can't blame anyone else. Wang Guowei said. Xiao Linfuan knew that although Wang Guowei said this, he still felt disgusted in his heart. However, dealing with Yi Fan was obviously too risky, so they could only endure it for the time being. However, as long as this matter could be dragged on, it would be enough for Xiao Linfuan and Yi Fan. Elder Wang, Commander Wang, both of you are righteous people. As for the rest, I won't say any more. I will take my leave first today. Xiao Linfuan found an excuse, bid farewell to the Wang father and son, and left the Great Hall. The Wang father and son didn't try to hold him back. After Xiao Linfuan left, the Sky Edge Pavilion became quiet once again. After a few minutes, Wang Guowei said, Luo Tian, you have to properly comfort Shiyu about this matter. Don't let her focus on revenge, this revenge. It's not that easy to take revenge. Father, I know, on this matter. It's really hard for us to be in the right. It's not just unreasonable. If the evidence of that brat betraying his country is in our hands, it would be enough to make our Wang family lose all face. Wang Guowei said with a gloomy face. Wang Luotian frowned and said, then father. Jiu Shao is no longer here. Among my sons, which one do you think I should focus on, so that I can replace him? Although Wang Jiu Shao was dead and the pain in his father's heart had yet to fade, as the successor of the Wang family, he had to consider the family business. Wang Guowei narrowed his eyes and said, go call Zihan back. It's time to have a chat with him, Zihan. Wang Luotian's eyes revealed a trace of disdain. That brat doesn't have any lofty aspirations at all. He's all scholarly and only knows how to stay on Mount Kunlun to study and practice martial arts. Wang Guowei snorted and squinted at him. How many years have you not seen your second son? Wang, Luo, thought, Luo, Wang, Luo, what? Wang Guowei sighed and shook his head, go, call Zihan back. This kid just doesn't want to take responsibility and pretends to keep a low profile. What? Wang Guowei sighed and shook his head, go, call Zihan back. This kid just doesn't want to take responsibility and pretends to keep a low profile. However, once the matter with Jiu Shao comes out, if our Wang family doesn't find a capable young successor, it will cause the people below to panic. Wang Luotian quickly saluted, yes. Father. Hua Hai, afternoon. After 3 days, after experiencing the great battle and celebration on the island, Yi Fan once again returned to the city. He was in a good mood. Xiao Linfuan called and said that the Wang family had temporarily given up on revenge. This saved Yi Fan a lot of trouble. Moreover, Xiao Linfuan had already gone to discuss with his superiors about whether or not the medical technology on the Earth's axis could be shared with him. It would definitely be very difficult to get it for free, but Yi Fan felt that it was acceptable to pay a price and make a deal. As for whether it was manpower or material resources, Yi Fan didn't care. As long as he didn't offend some of his principles and limits, it would be fine. The people from the military and the Dragon's Soul escorted Yi Fan to a subway entrance, so Yi Fan didn't let them escort him. He took the subway all the way back to his home in Egret County. Because it was a working day, Su Qingxue wasn't home. Only Aunt Jiang was watching TV at home by herself. As soon as she entered the house, Aunt Jiang's face lit up and she said, Yi Fan, you're finally back. Yi Fan was surprised. Aunt Jiang, are you that happy? What's wrong? I've only been gone for a few days. You don't know, but since the day before yesterday, I don't know why, but Miss has been in a bad mood. Her complexion is also not good. I asked her what happened, but she didn't say anything. This morning, Miss didn't even eat a few mouthfuls of breakfast. I was wondering if something had happened to you and your wife. I've been looking forward to your return so that I can ask you clearly. Yi Fan scratched his head. No, I haven't said anything to Little Snow in the past 2 or 3 days. Then could it be that you left her out? Aunt Jiang asked. Yi Fan frowned. This was possible. He was really careless. On the island he was busy teasing Chu Yunyao and a group of soldiers drinking and bragging. He forgot to coax the women at home. It's fine, I'll cook a few delicious dishes later. When Little Snow comes back, she'll probably calm down. Yi Fan said. When Aunt Jiang heard this, she felt that it made sense, so she helped to take care of it. After Yi Fan asked Su Qingxue about her preferences, he made 5 or 6 dishes that looked, smelled, and tasted good. Usually, Su Qingxue would arrive home at around 6 o'clock, but she didn't expect that a call would come back before it was time. After Aunt Jiang picked it up, she said in surprise, Miss, you're not coming back to eat. But Yi Fan came back and even cooked a few dishes for you. Oh. So it's like that, oh. Is it that mister from yesterday? Oh. Okay. Yi Fan had just finished cooking in the kitchen. When he heard this voice, he asked in bewilderment, Aunt Jiang, what's going on? Yi Fan, Miss said that she won't be coming back for dinner tonight. She knows a senior from university and he's treating her to dinner, Aunt Jiang said with a complicated expression. When Yi Fan heard this, he immediately had a bad feeling. What do you mean by not coming back today? Did Little Snow not come back yesterday? Yesterday was a gathering of old acquaintances from the student union in their university. It seems like that Mr. Tang was the president at that time. Yesterday, Mr. Tang was the one who drove Miss back because Miss drank a little. Chapter 352. 0352 This guy is really gutsy, even my woman dares to come and poach me. Yi Fan frowned. What was even more displeased was that Su Qingxue actually ignored him and went to eat with Ting Ziqiao. It would have been fine if it was a party like yesterday, but wasn't today clearly a romantic dinner for 2 people? Aunt Jiang, do you know where they are eating? Yi Fan asked. Aunt Jiang said nervously, Yi Fan, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive, Miss isn't that kind of woman, she's probably just too embarrassed to refuse. When that Mr. Tang was in university, he took care of Miss quite a bit. That was in university. Now she's my wife, my woman. She doesn't need other men to take care of her. Yi Fan was too lazy to say anything else and directly walked out. Even if Aunt Jiang didn't know, Yi Fan could still use other methods to find out where Su Qingxue went. After all, Bureau Chief Yao Xingong of the Defense Bureau was an old friend of his. Naturally, it wouldn't be a problem for him to use the surveillance cameras to check Su Qingxue's whereabouts. Aunt Jiang looked at the dishes on the table, then looked at Yi Fan, who had already walked far away, and let out a long sigh. In the center of Huahai City, there was a high-end French restaurant called Yole. This place only accepted reservations, and the minimum consumption was 3,000 per person. Moreover, all the waiters and management were foreigners. The language barrier made ordinary nouveau riches not dare to come here to eat. There were only 50 parking spaces in the parking lot outside the door, but every parking space was filled with luxury cars worth at least $1 million. Lamborghini, McLaren, Ferrari, and other luxury cars were common. At this time, a handsome and tall man wearing a white suit and a red striped tie was standing at the entrance of the restaurant. From time to time, he would look at the Vacheron Constantin watch on his hand, waiting for someone. Behind him, there were 2 bodyguards in black suits. Their postures were strict and extraordinary. Not long after, a Pagani sports car drove into the parking lot. The black streamlined body, the golden wheels, and the powerful roar of the engine made this luxury car stand out even in a row of luxury cars. The man in the white suit's eyes lit up as he quickly walked over. After the car stopped, a woman with long, wide, and black hair like a waterfall walked out of the car with a platinum bag in her hand. The moment the woman walked down, the man's eyes shone with a brilliant light. He was enjoying it. "Qingxue, you're here." When Qingxue saw the man, she nodded with an indifferent expression. "Senior, are you the only one? Where are my senior sisters and the others? They have something to do and can't come, but it doesn't matter. I've booked 4 seats, but 2 people can also eat," Ting Ziqiao said with a smile. She wasn't an idiot. It was obvious that Ting Ziqiao didn't invite anyone else from the beginning. He purposely tricked her over and made a dinner for 2. However, since she was already here, it wouldn't be appropriate for her to just turn around and leave. After getting used to being in the business world, Su Qingxue slowly learned to restrain her temper. Sometimes, she just had to endure it and it would be over. There was no need to shed all pretense of cordiality, but she didn't know what Ting Ziqiao's background was either. "All right then." Su Qingxue nodded and walked towards the dining hall. Ting Ziqiao took the initiative to stick close to her, one of his hands seemingly casually reaching out towards Su Qingxue's hand. However, Su Qingxue quickly stood away. "Senior, what are you doing?" "Oh, I want to help you carry your bag," Ting Ziqiao said without a change in expression, without the slightest hint of awkwardness. Su Qingxue shook her head. "No need, I'll do it myself." "Ha ha. Qingxue, you're really the same as before. You haven't changed at all. You like to rely on yourself for everything. No wonder there are so many boys chasing after you, but none of them have the chance to succeed," Ting Ziqiao jokingly said. At this time, the 2 of them walked into the dining hall. Ting Ziqiao waved his hand, indicating for the 2 bodyguards to stand outside the door and not follow them in. "Senior, your martial arts are so high, do you still need a bodyguard?" Su Qingxue asked. "It would be too troublesome if I had to do it myself at all times. Finding a bodyguard isn't to protect me, it's just to block some trouble." Ting Ziqiao smiled and said, "Moreover, this was arranged for me by my master." "Your master?" "My master, you still don't know who he is, right?" Ting Ziqiao said proudly. "He is the current sect leader of the Taiji sect, Daoist Guyu." After he finished speaking, Ting Ziqiao was still looking forward to seeing Su Qingxue's reaction. Su Qingxue blinked her beautiful big eyes. How could she know who Daoist Guyu was? She only lightly replied with an "oh." Ting Ziqiao realized that the woman didn't feel anything at all, so he could only use a smile to alleviate his embarrassment. He changed the topic and said, "Qingxue, is the car you just drove yours?" Su Qingxue nodded. "Yes. I didn't see you driving this car yesterday," Ting Ziqiao asked. At this time, the 2 of them had already walked to their seats. After sitting down, Su Qingxue replied, "Because you were the one who sent me back yesterday, my Maserati is still in the garage of that restaurant. I haven't gotten anyone to drive it back yet, so I changed to this car today." As expected of the chairman of the embroidery group. There are quite a few good cars. "Is that Pagani?" "It looks quite handsome, I want to buy one." Ting Ziqiao sighed. Su Qingxue drank a mouthful of lemon water and said, "You can't buy that car, senior." "Why? Do you think I can't afford it?" "Ha! Although I can't compare to you as the boss of a listed company, my family background is not bad either. Don't underestimate me as your senior," Ting Ziqiao said with a smile. Su Qingxue shook her head and said, "My car is Pagani's Huayra. There are only 3 of them in the world. My car was given to me by an Oman boss. I wanted to return it, but he refused, so I gave it to him for 35 million. That car, unless someone is willing to give it to you, you won't be able to buy it even if you want to. Ting Ziqiao's face stiffened. 35 million. Su Qingxue nodded, yes, because that car alone is about 30 million. I gave him an extra 5 million, I don't want to owe him a favor. Ting Ziqiao sucked in a breath of cold air. The way he looked at Su Qingxue was a little complicated. Although he had already guessed how rich a woman was, when he came into close contact with Su Qingxue's life, he realized that he, the beloved disciple of the Taiji sect leader, really had the taste of a country bumpkin. However, this did not make Ting Ziqiao feel too much pressure. Instead, it made him even more eager to obtain this woman. Chapter 353. 0353-inch senior, what's wrong? Aren't you going to order? Su Qingxue asked. She just wanted to finish eating quickly and leave. Ting Ziqiao smiled. That's it. As he spoke, Ting Ziqiao used a rather fluent enamel language to call for the waiter to come over. Hearing Ting Ziqiao speak in enamel, Yifan's figure flashed in front of Su Qingxue's eyes. Compared to Yifan's enamel language, Ting Ziqiao's level was like a primary school student facing a university student. She still remembered the second time they met. She brought Yifan to the enamel country restaurant. Although it wasn't this restaurant, the enamel language ability that Yifan displayed was still fresh in her mind. A guy who could speak a foreign language like his mother tongue was actually a part-time worker who rode a broken car all day long and repaired water and electricity everywhere. It was truly inconceivable to her. Of course, after a long time, she also knew that Yifan wasn't a part-time worker, and his little broken car wasn't really broken. However, although this man was constantly refreshing his image and developing towards a good side, some of his actions still made Su Qingxue feel disgusted. These past 2 days, Su Qingxue had been in a bad mood, and it was all because of Yifan. After the two of them ordered a simple meal, they chatted, but Su Qingxue was more or less absent-minded, because her heart was filled with Yifan's trivial matters. Just as the dishes were about to be served, a restaurant manager hurriedly ran over. Sir, may I ask if the two gentlemen in black outside are your bodyguards? The white manager asked nervously. Yes, what's wrong? Ting Ziqiao was puzzled. They had an argument with a gentleman. Do you want to take a look? The manager asked. Ting Ziqiao frowned, while Su Qingxue, who was at the side, seemed to be deep in thought and felt a little uneasy. Qingxue, wait here, I'll go take a look. No, I'll go too. Su Qingxue picked up her bag and walked out first. At the entrance of the restaurant, the person who came was naturally Yifan. After Yifan found Su Qingxue's car, he planned to go in and look for her. In the end, when he reported Ting Ziqiao's name, the two bodyguards stopped him and asked him what he was doing. Yifan naturally said that he was looking for his wife, but the two bodyguards told him to stay away and not disturb Ting Ziqiao's meal. Because he was at the entrance of the restaurant and it was also the city center, a place with a lot of people, Yifan didn't want to be too ostentatious. However, after a few exchanges of words, Yifan was already a little impatient. I'll ask you one last time, are you going to move aside? Yifan said with a cold face. One of the bodyguards snorted. Who do you think you are? Why should we make way for you? Yifan helplessly rubbed his forehead, and didn't waste any more words as he directly charged in. Seeing this, the bodyguard stepped forward and grabbed Yifan's shoulder, wanting to grab him and throw him out. But before he could catch Yifan, Yifan's arm had already swung onto the bodyguard's chest. With a whip, the bodyguard fell backwards. Seeing this, the other bodyguard was obviously very shocked. After all, Yifan didn't have any jinqi. You have some skill. The bodyguard gathered his jinqi and struck towards Yifan's chest with the 8 trigrams palm. Yifan forcefully used his chest to block the palm, and then punched the bodyguard in the chest. The bodyguard fell backwards, his body knocking over 2 potted plants in the restaurant, scaring the nearby waiters into crying out in alarm. Just as Yi Fan was about to enter, Su Qingxue arrived. Yi Fan. What are you doing? When Su Qingxue saw that the man was actually fighting, she was so angry that her pretty face turned pale. This was too much. Even if he was looking for her, there was no need to force it, right? When Yi Fan saw that the woman was actually standing together with Ting Ziqiao, his heart was filled with anger, and his mouth naturally did not hold back. What am I doing? I want to ask, what are you trying to do? You're dating other men behind your husband's back. What nonsense are you spouting? Isn't that so? 2 people eating a candlelight dinner in this kind of restaurant, if it's not a date, could it be that it's still a meeting? Yi Fan shouted. I came to have a meal with my senior, do you have to be so frivolous? Su Qingxue's delicate body trembled as she asked. Yi Fan was furious in his heart. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He said in a deep voice, Senior. Senior. Calling him so cordially, could it be that he only has you as his junior? You only have him as your senior. You think dirty in your heart, don't drag me into it. I have a clear conscience. Su Qingxue opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked straight at the man without any hesitation. Seeing this, although Ting Ziqiao was surprised that Yi Fan was able to block his 2 bodyguards who were at the peak of the Hotian realm, he was secretly delighted. After all, if Yi Fan and Su Qingxue were to have a conflict because of him, it would mean that his chance had come. Mr. Yi, don't misunderstand Qingxue. Originally, we had 2 other junior sisters with us today, but they had something to do at the last minute, so we were the only 2. Ting Ziqiao explained with a serious face. Yi Fan sneered, tell those words to a 3-year-old child. If Mr. Yi doesn't believe me, then why don't you come in and eat with me? I don't mind. There are still 2 empty seats, Ting Ziqiao said generously. Yi Fan didn't want to say anything more to him. He stepped forward and grabbed Su Qingxue's hand, come back with me. However, Su Qingxue struggled with all her might and angrily said, what are you doing? I'm not leaving. I came out to eat in an upright manner. Why should I be captured by you like a criminal? Fair and square. Stealing a man in an upright manner. Yi Fan turned around and glared at the woman as he angrily rebuked. Su Qingxue was completely stunned. After hearing these words, after reacting for a full 5 to 6 seconds, her eyes started to moisten. She raised her right hand and slapped him across the face without saying a word. Paw! A crisp sound rang out as it hit Yi Fan's cheek. Yi Fan didn't dodge at all. After being hit, he sneered and said, what, are you feeling guilty because of what I said? That day in the hospital, I saw you reminiscing about the past with him. Was my reaction too slow? Su Qingxue's eyes revealed a trace of despair. She clenched her teeth and said, Yi Fan. You're not a human. Ting Ziqiao narrowed his eyes, took a step forward and said, Mr. Yi, isn't it too much to treat your wife like this? Although I am only Qingxue's senior, I hope that she can live a happy life. Forgive me for not being able to accept it. Oh. Yi Fan raised his head and asked with an evil smile, then what do you want? Do you want to protect my wife and save the beauty as a hero? Su Qingxue felt a trace of unease and turned her head to say, Senior, don't worry about it. This is a matter between the 2 of us, you can leave. Chapter 354. 0354. After he finished speaking, he fearlessly looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan's smile became even more obvious, and his gaze became colder and colder. Senior. Don't say any more. When Su Qingxue saw this scene, she became anxious. This Ting Ziqiao really dared to say anything. Although she was in pain right now and couldn't speak of the misery in her heart, her mind was still clear. If they really fought, Ting Zixiao would probably be very unlucky. When Ting Zixiao saw Su Qingshu interrupt him, he had another thought. He thought that Su Qingshu knew that his skills were extraordinary and was worried that he would severely injure Yi Fan. It seemed that this junior of his was still a little in love with this doctor surnamed Yi. Ting Zixiao thought. However, he didn't care about this. He was confident that with his identity and strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to pry Su Qingshu into his hands. Qingshu, don't worry. If Mr. Yi doesn't make a move, I won't act recklessly. I am a martial artist, but I am definitely not a thug. Even if I make a move, I will naturally have a sense of propriety. I just hope that Mr. Yi can figure out how to treat a woman politely. Ting Zixiao said with a solemn expression. At this moment, the two bodyguards stood up and panted, "Young master, this person is very strong, be careful not to get hit." Ting Zixiao glared at them in dissatisfaction. Who told you to underestimate the enemy? Step aside. The two bodyguards were very aggrieved. They didn't underestimate the enemy, but before they could figure out what was going on, they were knocked down by Yi Fan. After Su Qingshu heard this, she knew that Ting Zixiao had misunderstood her meaning, but she couldn't explain it. She couldn't possibly say, "I'm not afraid that you'll hurt Yi Fan, I'm afraid that Yi Fan will beat you half to death." If that was the case, it would be looking down on people too much. Moreover, Su Qingshu didn't really understand ancient martial arts. She actually didn't know how powerful Ting Zixiao was, but she felt that Yi Fan should be stronger. Yi Fan was so angry that he laughed. "You think I'm impolite? Then what is polite?" "Very simple." Ting Zixiao arrogantly said, "Apologize to Qingshu and admit that you offended her. As for me, it's fine if you misunderstood me, but I won't care too much about it. Senior, don't say any more. You don't have to worry about this matter." Seeing Yi Fan smile, Su Qingshu felt that something was wrong and hurriedly advised. However, Ting Zixiao naturally refused. "Qingshu, it doesn't matter if I'm slandered, but I can't watch you suffer." "No. Senior. You don't understand." Su Qingshu didn't know what to say, and was so anxious that her eyebrows were tightly knitted. The smile on Fan Xian's face disappeared, and his voice was slightly low as he asked, "Then if I don't apologize, what do you want?" Ting Zixiao snorted heavily. "I had thought that Mr. Yi was a man who dared to take responsibility for his actions. After all, as a doctor, you have a pretty good upbringing. But I didn't expect you to be so unreasonable when it comes to love. If you don't apologize to Qingshu, then I can only take some necessary measures to stop you from pestering her in the future." "Oh. Necessary means. I'm looking forward to it." As Yi Fan spoke, he reached out and grabbed Su Qingshu's hand, then walked out. "Yi Fan. What are you doing? Let go of me." Su Qingshu hated being taken away like a criminal. She was so angry that she swung her arm forcefully. However, Yi Fan didn't care about the woman's temper and continued walking with a calm face. Seeing that Yi Fan was about to pull the woman away, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He went up and grabbed Yi Fan's left shoulder. "Wait." When Ting Zixiao made his move, he thought that it would be easy, but he didn't expect that when he made his move, he would grab onto nothing. For some reason, Yi Fan's shoulder seemed to have suddenly changed position. Ting Zixiao thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Although he felt strange, Ting Zixiao still immediately went up to block Yi Fan's path. "Let go of Qingshu." Yi Fan raised his eyes, and his eyes instantly released a terrifying pressure that caused one's heart to palpitate. Ting Zixiao only took a glance at it, but his heart turned cold, and all the hairs on his body stood up. What kind of gaze was this? What kind of pressure was this? It was as if a demon that had been hibernating in hell for many years had suddenly awakened and opened a pair of sleepy and ferocious blood-red demonic eyes. "Do you want to die?" Yi Fan lightly asked. This sounded like a threat, but in Yi Fan's mouth, it sounded like a sentence of judgment. After all, Ting Ziqiao was a disciple of the Taiji sect, a direct disciple of the sect leader. Although he was intimidated for a short period of time, his arrogance quickly made him puff out his chest again. Perhaps the one who should be asking this question is me. Dr. Yi, you don't really want to fight me, do you? After Ting Ziqiao finished speaking, in order to show his determination, he touched his waist with one hand. With a clang sound, a silver dragon flexible sword was pulled out. After the flexible sword condensed the innate qi, it was especially dazzling. Ting Ziqiao confidently brandished his sword and stood proudly. He raised his sword with one hand and pointed it at Yi Fan with a proud expression. I'm warning you one last time, let go of Qingxue. She is not your personal collection, she has the right to choose. Ting Ziqiao said with a face full of righteousness. Seeing that Ting Ziqiao had actually pulled out his sword, Qingxue was also angry. Senior, quickly put down the sword. Don't do this. Qingxue, this is a duel between us two men, you don't have to interfere. Ting Ziqiao said. Yi Fan looked at the incomparably sharp silver dragon sword with an indifferent expression, and then, silently let go of Su Qingxue's hand. Seeing this, Ting Ziqiao's face revealed a pleased expression, feeling that Yi Fan was still afraid. Su Qingxue was also surprised. She rarely saw Yi Fan admit defeat, however, the following scene caused Su Qingxue to cry out in alarm. Yi Fan suddenly took a step forward, and actually used his own chest to block the silver dragon sword's blade. Yi Fan's speed was too fast, and Ting Ziqiao was not prepared for this. When he realized what Yi Fan was going to do, the tip of the sword had already pierced Yi Fan's body. He originally thought that the silver dragon sword, which was infused with the Tai Qijun Qi, would easily pierce through Yi Fan's body, but what happened actually made Ting Ziqiao's face turn green. Clang clang clang. The moment the silver dragon sword touched Yi Fan's chest, it was forcefully broken like a fragile popsicle, and actually burst apart bit by bit. Pieces of soft sword metal fragments shot out, and two of them even flew past Ting Ziqiao's face, leaving behind two small bloody wounds. In this instant, in less than a second, Yi Fan had already used his body to completely squeeze the silver dragon sword until only the hilt was left. Chapter 355. 0355 Ting Ziqiao spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. His chest and lungs were injured. Young master. The two bodyguards were dumbfounded. When they reacted, they hurriedly ran over to support Ting Ziqiao. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Su Qingxue also covered her mouth, her eyes trembling. Although the woman felt that Yi Fan should be stronger than Ting Ziqiao, she didn't expect that Yi Fan's strength would be so overwhelming. In front of Yi Fan, Ting Ziqiao didn't even have the chance to stand firm. Yi Fan took a step forward and walked in front of Ting Ziqiao. He still looked at him expressionlessly and stretched out his hand to lightly pat his chest. There was a small hole in his clothes, but Yi Fan didn't even bleed. Although Ting Ziqiao was helped to stand up, he was already pale. He looked at Yi Fan as if he was looking at a monster, and his entire body was trembling. You. Just who are you? Ting Ziqiao had lived for almost 30 years, and had seen countless experts, but he had never seen anyone fight so unreasonably. Who am I? You're not worthy to know. Yi Fan lightly said, didn't you want to stand up for my wife? Why can't you stand steadily? A soft-footed shrimp. You only know how to brag. Ting Ziqiao felt a wave of humiliation and unwillingness. He was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Trash. Yi Fan suddenly raised his leg and kicked between Ting Ziqiao's legs. Ew. Ting Ziqiao's eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He could no longer feel if he had any more crucial items. The thought of bidding farewell to men made him completely dumbfounded. Ting Zixiao was still complacent a moment ago, but now his eyes were filled with despair. He was about to collapse. The bodyguards on both sides were scared silly. They didn't even have time to help Ting Zixiao avoid it. On the contrary, they supported Ting Zixiao one by one, making it convenient for Yi Fan to kick his lifeblood. Su Qingxue reacted at this time and hurriedly ran forward to grab Yi Fan's hand. Yi Fan, stop fighting. If we continue fighting, someone will really die. Yi Fan turned his head to look at the woman. Are you pleading for your good senior? He's already like this. Is there any difference if you kill him or not? If you kill someone here, I'll divorce you. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth and said. Fan Xian's eyes flickered for a moment, and said, all right, then I'll let him live. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with letting him be a eunuch. What? Su Qingxue looked at Ting Zixiao, who had already fainted from the pain, in shock. She didn't expect that Yi Fan had already cut off this guy's roots. Su Qingxue took a few deep breaths and felt that her chest was extremely stuffy. She fiercely glared at Yi Fan, then said to the two bodyguards, quickly send him to the hospital. What are you waiting for? Only then did the two bodyguards come back to their senses. Without caring about anything else, they immediately went to drive the car. Su Qingxue glared at Yi Fan, then turned around and walked back to her Pagani sports car. Yi Fan remained silent and followed her. He even rushed in front of the woman and blocked the driver's door. Get out of my way. I don't want to see you. Yi Fan smiled evilly. That won't do, I have the obligation to send my wife back. Yi Fan. You're going too far. Su Qingxue couldn't help but shout. I'm going too far. Could it be that I have to watch a guy with bad intentions come to poach my corner, and pretend to turn a blind eye to it? Is that not too much? Do you lack food, or do you lack people to treat you to a meal? Why did you come to eat with Ting Zixiao? I've already explained it once. I don't want to explain it a second time. If you want to stop me here, then stop me. I'll take a taxi. Su Qingxue turned her head and walked towards the main road with her bag. Fan Xian naturally refused. He walked over and hugged the woman, placing her on his shoulder. Ah! Su Qingxue cried out and struggled. Yi Fan, are you crazy? What are you doing? Yi Fan opened the co-pilot's door and threw the woman in. After buckling her seatbelt, she directly went from the co-pilot to the driver's seat. Yi Fan took out the car key from the woman's bag, grabbed Su Qingxue, and didn't let her get off the car. Then, he started the car and drove out. Once the car started, Su Qingxue couldn't get off either. She angrily hit Yi Fan with her bag. You bastard. Put me down. Yi Fan didn't say a word and fiercely stepped on the accelerator. Pagani was like a roaring beast, running savagely on the road. Although there were quite a few cars in the city at this time, Yi Fan could always find a tricky gap and directly rush over. Every time, it was just a hair's breadth away, as if it was going to hit another car. Yi Fan's mood was completely reflected in the car's wild running. No matter what red light, green light, or arrow light, Yi Fan didn't want to care. When the car got on the highway, Yi Fan pushed the horsepower to the limit. The car was like a black bolt of lightning, continuously spraying fuel on the highway around Huahai. Su Qingxue no longer dared to say anything, nor did she dare to touch Yi Fan. This was because after the car's speed reached 340 kilometers per hour, it was no longer something a girl like her could bear. Su Qingxue closed her eyes, her delicate body trembling. A feeling of grievance caused tears to fall from the corner of her eyes. After an unknown period of time, the car slowed down and returned to the underground garage in Eager County. Yi Fan leaned on the back of the seat and turned to look at the woman beside him. Su Qingxue's pretty face was pale, and there were still traces of tears on her face. Her eyes were very gloomy. This kind of thing today, there won't be a next time. I won't pursue it any further. Get out of the car. You haven't eaten yet. Go eat some. After Yifan finished venting, his heart softened. However, Su Qingxue sneered and turned to look at him. Just what kind of thick skin is it that made you do such a thing and say such words? Yifan frowned. What do you mean? What happened to me today? Did I have an affair with Ting Ziqiao? Or did I go to bed with him? Is it shameful what I did? Su Qingxue questioned. Could it be that after marrying you, I'm not even allowed to eat with a senior from university? That depends on what this senior is thinking. With your 180 IQ, no matter how low your EQ is, can't you see through Ting Ziqiao's thoughts? Yifan asked heavily. Su Qingxue sneered. In the end, my little mistake is a big mistake in your eyes. And you yourself, what you did behind my back, what you said, no matter how disrespectful you are to me, I have to endure it, right? When Yifan heard this, he thought of Feng Yuing, Su Lingshan, Hong Yu, who he had a dewy relationship with before, and Chu Yunyao, who he had just met in the past few days. He felt rather guilty in his heart. His heart softened, and his voice became a bit softer. All right. I won't talk about you anymore. I also have something wrong with me, but I told you before, and I didn't hide it from you. Yifan said. Chapter 356. 0356. Yifan frowned deeply, feeling a bit conflicted. He didn't know how to talk about Chu Yunyao all of a sudden. In Su Qingxue's eyes, there was more and more disappointment. The woman took out her phone from her bag and clicked on an audio clip in her mailbox. Yifan, who was still vexed just now, was stunned when he heard this audio clip. Brother Yifan, as far as I know, you seem to be married. It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. My wife is very generous. I've known Yifan for so many years. He's my savior, and I've left everything to him. Even if Su Qingxue knew about us, she wouldn't be able to do anything. My wife has always been very generous. Besides, my lover is not just Yao Yao. She has always been very open-minded. Yifan was stunned. Wasn't this the conversation that happened the first time he met Wang Jiuxiao when he went to the island? He was very clear that this was definitely not a fake. This was recorded. I think. You must be very surprised that I have this recording. Su Qingxue laughed self-deprecatingly. To be honest, when I received this recording, I really regretted it. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have opened it and listened to it. Yifan rubbed his forehead with a headache. He understood that this was a trap that Wang Jiuxiao had set for him. He didn't expect that Wang Jiuxiao would still make such an arrangement before he died. No wonder Aunt Jiang said that Su Qingxue had been in a bad mood these past 2 days. So it was because she had received such a recording. Wife. Listen to my explanation. No need to explain. Su Qingxue took back her phone and coldly said, Anyway, you already said that you are a man, it is normal for you to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. You and Chu Yunyao have known each other for many years, and I have only known you for half a year. Yifan felt depressed, and the guilt in his heart became even stronger. He had originally said this half-jokingly, but if Su Qingxue really heard these words, it would hurt a woman's self-esteem too much. Although the reason why he had a relationship with Chu Yunyao was to stabilize his position in China to a certain extent, causing the Wang family to have some misgivings, but in the end, he was still greedy for Chu Yunyao's beauty. As for slowly developing some true feelings for Chu Yunyao, that was another matter. In the end, it was because he didn't control himself well. I think we might really not be suitable, Su Qingxue said leisurely. Hearing this, Yifan's entire body turned ice cold. When a woman said such a thing, it was the most flustered. Because when a woman said such a sentence, it meant that even the thought of working hard to be with you had slowly disappeared. Honey, don't let your imagination run wild. I can tell you everything that happened. Without waiting for Yi Fan to say anything, Su Qingxue had already gotten off the car and walked out. Fan Xian was anxious. He quickly chased after her, grabbed Su Qingxue's shoulder, and said, "Wife, don't be like this, I was wrong. I was wrong. I will never say those things behind your back again." He gently shook the woman, but Su Qingxue was like a walking corpse, completely unresponsive. Yi Fan was at a loss of what to do. "Wife. What will it take for you to forgive me? If I had known that you were so angry because of that audio, I would have knelt down for you a long time ago." As Yi Fan said this, he actually knelt down on one knee and hugged Su Qingxue's legs with both hands. "Wife, I really didn't know it was like this. That Wang Zhouxiao set up a trap. At that time, I casually made up some nonsense. How could I not respect you so much in my heart? Furthermore, at that time, I was only pretending to be Chu Yunyao's boyfriend. It was Chu Yunyao who made a deal with me, all right. Don't say any more." Su Qingxue interrupted the man's words and said with a tired expression, "I'm not angry anymore. Get up. Don't kneel, ha. Wife, aren't you just teasing me? You're not angry, why are you still like this?" Yi Fan said dejectedly, "If you don't forgive me, I'll keep kneeling." Su Qingxue frowned and said, "I've already thought it through. You didn't do anything wrong, why should I be angry at you?" How could I not have done something wrong? I promised you not to follow Chu Yunyao. In the end. Sigh. Yi Fan sighed awkwardly. "But this is you." Su Qingxue faintly said, "You are such a person to begin with. If you hadn't married me, you would probably have a lot more women by your side, right?" Yi Fan was stunned, he didn't know why the woman suddenly said this. "You have your way of life, you have your way of treating women. This is your freedom. After all, whether it's Feng Yuing, Ling Shan, or even the current Chu Yunyao, you didn't force them to be with you. At first, I thought that I wouldn't mind your lifestyle too much, but now I realize that I think too highly of myself. I simply can't turn a blind eye to it." As time passed, I naturally felt more and more uncomfortable in my heart. Only then did I feel that I really wasn't as powerful as I thought I was. As Su Qingxue spoke, she stroked her hair, took a deep breath, and said, "Don't kneel here, it's not good if Aunt Jiang sees you. In the future, you can do whatever you want, and I won't say anything. In any case, our marriage was fake from the very beginning. Although there were some twists and turns in the middle, I feel that we should take advantage of this opportunity to let us see each other clearly. It would also be good for this contract marriage to return to its original track." After Yi Fan heard this, he was already a little confused. He felt a sense of loss and shame in his heart, making him not know how to persuade a woman. He couldn't say that he could give up on other women for Su Qingxue. To be honest, his relationship with Su Qingxue wasn't that deep, and it was that unforgettable. Therefore, Yi Fan could only choose to remain silent. When the two of them returned to the hall, Aunt Jiang had yet to clean up the dishes. Seeing that the two of them didn't look too good, Aunt Jiang didn't dare to ask. The two of them casually ate a little and went upstairs to repose. Li Fan Xian returned to his room. He was too lazy to take a bath. Lying on the bed, he opened his eyes and thought about the relationship between the two of them, falling into a state of melancholy. Late at night, in the intensive care unit of the Jiangnan Military Hospital, Ting Ziqiao, who had just undergone surgery, heard the doctor's report of the regretful news to him. His eyes were red and tears flowed down his cheeks. To a man in his prime, a famous young swordsman in the martial arts world, the captain of the Dragon Soul Commandos, had suddenly become a eunuch. Naturally, he felt worse than death. "Young master, your team members want to come in and visit you," a bodyguard whispered from the side. Ting Ziqiao shook his head, his chapped lips moved. "Let them all go, I don't want to see anyone." "Yes." The bodyguard sighed and went to let the members of the Dragon Soul Commandos leave. "Young master." When the bodyguard returned, he asked, "Is there anything you need?" Chapter 357. 0357 Yifan didn't sleep much for the whole night. He was thinking about the matter with Su Qingxue and didn't have the mood to sleep. In the end, he simply went to study his cultivation. Yifan hadn't finished studying the incomplete book that he had obtained from the Yin Corpse sect, so he used it to divert his attention. In the morning, Xiao Linfuan's phone call made Yifan realize that the sky had already brightened. "Boss, why are you so angry recently? You just got ashore. Why did you cripple the beloved disciple of Daoist Guyu from the Tai Chi sect?" Xiao Linfuan was on the verge of crying. Yifan thought for a moment, then remembered that it was Ting Ziqiao. Whenever he thought of that guy, he would feel annoyed, so he naturally didn't have a good expression. "What, did that guy complain?" Yifan asked. Xiao Linfuan sighed. Ting Ziqiao is the Dragon King's subordinate. Although the Dragon Soul Commandos won't hurt even if he is missing, boss, you really didn't give the Dragon King any face this time. If it wasn't for my advice, the Dragon King would have gone over to ask you for an explanation. However, I can advise the Dragon King, but the people from the Tai Chi sect won't listen to me. Daoist Guyu's strength was, after all, one of the top 10 experts in China. That Ting Ziqiao said that he was his direct disciple, but he was actually an illegitimate child of his, so he valued him greatly. This time, his son was kicked into a eunuch. On the surface, Daoist Guyu was using the name of the Taiji sect leader to give her disciple an explanation, but to put it bluntly, she was looking for you to collect the debt. To vent his anger for his son. Yifan coldly snorted, his eyes filled with killing intent. "If Guyu wants to avenge his son, then let him come. I don't mind letting the Tai Chi sect change their sect leader in advance." Xiao Linfuan sucked in a breath of cold air on the other side of the phone. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Boss, how did this Ting Ziqiao offend you? There are very few things that can make you so angry, right? This guy wants to put on a green hat for me. What do you think I should do?" Yifan didn't hide anything. Xiao Linfuan immediately fell silent. After a while, he said, "This Ting Ziqiao. He's lucky that he didn't die." "I understand, boss. If there's anything, I'll tell you." After hanging up the phone, Yifan took a simple bath and went downstairs to eat breakfast. Su Qingxue was already eating. The woman seemed to be very calm. She didn't seem to be embarrassed at all because of what happened yesterday. However, this kind of calm and emotionless appearance made Yifan feel uncomfortable in his heart, because the distance between the two of them had once again arisen. He remembered that when he first met Su Qingxue, this woman looked like she was imprisoning herself on an isolated island. She was surrounded by icebergs and cliffs, and now, Su Qingxue had returned to her original position. "Wife, you're so early today." Yifan tried his best to talk to Su Qingxue. However, Su Qingxue only lightly replied to him, "Morning." Even Aunt Jiang, who was in the kitchen, frowned when she heard this indifference, but she couldn't say anything. Yifan ate a sumptuous breakfast, which also tasted like chewing wax. When he was halfway through eating, Su Qingxue directly stood up. "Wife, I haven't finished eating yet." Yifan said. "It's okay, I'll drive myself." Su Qingxue took out a BMW M6 car key and placed it on the table. "I'll give this car to you in the future, we don't have to go to work together anymore. You have a lot of things to do yourself, so you need to use a car." Yifan hurriedly got up, wiped the rice off his mouth and said, "No need, I'll go with you. I'm done eating." Su Qingxue had already made up her mind, "Just take it." It's better for us to split up, it's easier. Yifan blankly watched the woman walk to the garage, his heart feeling empty. In Su Qingshua's heart, being with him was actually a heavy burden. Since it was like this, how could Yifan still have the nerve to stick to her like this? When Su Qingxua drove her sports car to work, Auntie Jiang walked out and sighed, "Yifan, it's normal for a couple to quarrel. Don't be discouraged, in a few days, Miss might have thought it through." Yifan smiled awkwardly, "Aunt Jiang, the problem of feelings is really much more difficult than cultivation." Aunt Jiang also smiled bitterly. Although she didn't ask much, she could roughly guess the source of the conflict between the two of them. This was also a dead knot left behind by the old madam, by Shu Qin, before she died. After breakfast, Yifan slowly headed to the company. Su Qingxua obviously didn't plan to care about Yifan's working hours anymore. This made Yifan feel relaxed, but also a little disappointed. After arriving at the embroidery group, Yifan once again went online, preparing to use the game to pass the time. Moo 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 was also online. Seeing Yifan go online, the girl sent a few surprised emojis. "Damn Yifan, where have you been these past few days? My score dropped by more than 500 points. So angry." Yifan curled his lips and typed a reply, "I went to a deserted island to survive. It's normal for your level to drop by 50-100 points. Humph. This lady is going to participate in the youth piano solo competition at the Grand Xia Academy of Arts this Sunday. You have to come and watch me perform." Yifan was stunned. "You play games every day, and you still want to participate in the piano competition? Are you sure you really know how to play the piano? Are you stupid? If I hadn't been locked up at home every day to practice with the orchestra, I would have run out to play with you a long time ago." Yifan thought about it. That's true. No wonder Moo 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 didn't look for him these past few days. "Yifan, you must come. If you want to bring teacher Du, it's fine. Just report my name when you get there. I'll be going off first. I just played a round and I'm going to practice the piano again. Woo woo woo. Help me get back to 5,000 points." Moo 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 sent a few crying faces and then went offline. Yifan thought to himself that he might not be free on the weekend, so he would talk about it when the time came. If this girl really had the talent to play the piano, it would be good to give her some encouragement. No matter what, she was still his student in name. After helping Moo 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 play a few rounds, Yifan saw that it was noon and went down for lunch. What made Yifan a little puzzled was that Su Lingshan wasn't in the dining hall. He was used to eating with Su Lingshan, so he wasn't used to it. He originally thought that the woman had already finished eating and left, or that she wouldn't come to eat, but he didn't expect that not long after Yifan ate, Su Lingshan, who was wearing a security guard uniform, walked in again. The woman took some food and looked at Yifan. Then, she lowered her head and silently walked to the opposite side of Yifan and sat down. His relationship with Su Lingshan was still in an ambiguous stage. Of course, he wanted to get this woman with a good figure and outstanding looks. However, he wasn't in a hurry and enjoyed his relationship with Su Lingshan. "Little Shan, now that you're so self-aware, I thought you would purposely sit away," Yifan said. Su Lingshan pursed her lips and asked, "Did everything go smoothly when you went out a few days ago?" Yifan nodded. "It was quite smooth. What's wrong?" "I'm just asking," Su Lingshan said in a low voice, as if she was a little absent-minded. Chapter 358. 0358 Nothing. Just a small matter, Su Lingshan said. "What is it? Can I help?" Yifan asked. Su Lingshan ate 2 mouthfuls of the mashed potatoes on the plate. She raised her head as if she wanted to say something, but when she looked at Yifan, she seemed to have lost her courage and fell silent once again. "What was this? Little Shan, tell me." If you don't tell me, how do I know if I can help you solve it? What's wrong? Su Lingshan frowned, as if she had made up her mind, and then said, I might be getting married. Fan Xian's expression froze, and he couldn't react in time. After a long time, he asked, who are you going to marry? Her face slightly blushed as she said, it's Xiao Tianxian, my former fiancé. You should remember him, Yi Fan frowned. Of course he remembered that the captain of Dragon Fang's second team was the one who helped Su Lingshan scare Xiao Tianxian away. Are you being forced into marriage by your family again? Or did the Zhao family give you pressure? Yi Fan naturally didn't think that the woman was willing. Su Lingshan bit her lips and said, no. No one forced me, no. It should be said that I am not very disgusted. Hearing this, Fan Xian felt a little depressed. Then do you like Xiao Tianxian? Su Lingshan shook her head. Are you familiar with Xiao Tianxian? Su Lingshan still shook her head. You want to marry into the Zhao family and become the young mistress? Su Lingshan shook her head even faster. Of course I'm not interested. I don't like to be like a vase, just to carry on the family line and keep giving birth to children. Then why did you marry Xiao Tianxian? Yi Fan asked curiously. Su Lingshan frowned and looked at Yi Fan deeply for a while. You really don't understand. Yi Fan shook his head. I don't understand. Because I'm a woman. I'll be 28 after the new year. I can't always be single, unmarried, right? Su Lingshan said. Yi Fan was stunned. He had always looked at the problem from his own point of view, so he didn't look at it from Su Lingshan's point of view. Yes, she was a woman who was almost 28 years old. Was it wrong for her to want to get married? Fan Xian originally wanted to ask why she didn't marry him. But thinking about it carefully, Su Qingxue, whom he had married, was still in a cold war with him. There was a trace of sadness in her eyes as she faintly said, tomorrow, I will be returning to Su City. The day after tomorrow is my grandfather's 80th birthday. I've been away from home for more than 3 years, so no matter what, I have to go back and celebrate my grandfather's birthday. My mother said that she felt like she was aging very quickly recently, and there was a lot more white hair on her head. My 3 brothers all got married, and now I'm the only one left. I'm almost 30, and I'm still single. When I saw my mother's appearance in the video, her wrinkles, her crow's feet, and her white hair, I felt that I had been too willful before. Actually, I also know that I might not be suitable for Zhao Tianxian, but at the very least, I know what kind of person Zhao Tianxian is. It's better than finding another stranger, and our family will also be more satisfied with this marriage. Yi Fan remained silent. He didn't know where to start, because from Su Lingshan's point of view, what she said was not wrong at all. She was the daughter of the Su family in Su City, and it was basically impossible for her to marry an ordinary person. The Zhao family was one of the 5 great sects, and what they wanted was face. They definitely wouldn't treat her unfairly. Yi Fan, Su Lingshan smiled. At this moment, she was no longer the swift and decisive security captain, but a gentle lady from a wealthy family. Actually, last time in Su City, I brought people to protect Director Su. After that, you came over and took Director Su away in front of us. At that time, I suddenly felt that even if I had something with you, you were still someone else's husband, someone else's man. If it's not your own, no matter how good it is, it's useless. What do you think? Su Lingshan asked. Li Fan Xian touched his face and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that you would still remember what happened that night so clearly. Sorry, I must have neglected you at that time. Su Lingshan smiled and shook her head. No, you're not neglecting me. You're not anyone to me. You should have protected Director Su like this at that time. You didn't do anything wrong. Although the woman said this and had a smile on her face, Yi Fan still felt uncomfortable in his heart. It was especially twisted. Thinking back to when he first met Su Lingshan, he was looked down upon by women in all sorts of ways. The two of them even started a fight and fought a few times. Later on, they often ate together and experienced all sorts of things together. Although it couldn't be said that there were no feelings between the two of them, it would definitely be a lie. Alright, the food is already cold. After eating, I still have to go to work. I still have to go to Director Su's place to ask for leave, or maybe resign, who knows. As Su Lingshan spoke, she started to eat in big mouthfuls, as if she had once again returned to her identity as the security captain. Yi Fan also lost his appetite. After eating, he walked out with Su Lingshan. When the two of them entered the elevator, there was no one else in the elevator. However, the two of them had their own thoughts and neither of them spoke. When they were about to reach Su Lingshan's floor, Su Lingshan suddenly lowered her head and asked, "Have you really liked me before?" Yi Fan was stunned. He didn't know how to answer. Like? Then could he marry her? Could he give her a home? Say you don't like it. Then Yi Fan felt that something was wrong. Just as he was hesitating, they arrived at the floor where the security department was located. Su Lingshan didn't say anything and quickly ran out. Yi Fan's mouth was half open as he watched Su Lingshan run away. Immediately, the thought of never seeing her again appeared in his mind. Yi Fan muddle-headedly returned to his office. He didn't even have the mood to play games anymore and was in a daze. When it was time to get off work, Yi Fan picked up the key to pick Su Qingxue up. However, he remembered that the woman had already separated from him to use the car. Yi Fan thought of Su Qingshue's cold and indifferent look and felt a little discouraged. After thinking for a while, he called Feng Yuing. Feng Yuing was about to get off work. When she heard that Yi Fan wanted to have dinner with her, she was naturally happy, but she was also a little puzzled. After all, the man's voice sounded weak. In order to avoid suspicion, the two of them arranged to meet at Feng Yuing's house. When Yi Fan arrived, Feng Yuing was already home. The woman was hurriedly tidying up the living room and tidying up some miscellaneous things. Seeing Yi Fan, Feng Yuing blushed awkwardly. "Wait for me for 3 minutes. I'm working at home, so it's a little messy." Chapter 359. 0359 Feng Yuing didn't have time to take off her beige waist double-sided tweed coat, and her coiled black hair was also a little messy. However, when she was busy, the clothes that accentuated her figure especially highlighted her beautiful curves. If it was any other day, Yi Fan would definitely have wanted to pounce on her and take care of the woman on the sofa. But today, Yi Fan didn't have that kind of impulse. There were too many emotions in his heart, making him just want to quietly look at the woman. When she was almost done cleaning up, Feng Yuing realized that Yi Fan had been quietly looking at her the whole time. She couldn't help but ask with a red face, "What are you doing? Why do I feel that you're weird today?" "What's weird?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. "I can't say. Anyway, it's different from usual," Feng Yuing said. Yi Fan squinted his eyes. It seemed that Feng Yuing was really observing him. This woman was always as gentle as water, and every single strand of moisture penetrated deep into his heart. Yi Fan walked over, opened his arms and hugged Feng Yuing. He lowered his head and kissed her on the cheek and lips. "Ing, is it hard to be with me?" Yi Fan asked. Feng Yuing felt the man's warmth and snuggled into his embrace. When she heard this question, she was rather puzzled. "Why do you ask?" "It's not hard at all." "What's wrong with you?" Yi Fan gently caressed the woman's face. "It's a long story. Anyway, my heart is in a mess and I want to talk to you." Feng Yuing blinked and said understandingly, "Then let's go out to eat. There's a restaurant that's very suitable for chatting. I've always wanted to go there. The gold medal Napoleon cake there is very delicious." Yi Fan nodded, "Sure. Then wait a moment, I'll go change my clothes." Feng Yuing smiled sweetly and ran into the house, planning to change into a more casual outfit. Yi Fan was planning to sit down and wait, but he realized that after Feng Yuing entered the house, she didn't turn on the lights and the bedroom was dark. Ing, why didn't you turn on the lights? If you want to change your clothes, then change. Are you afraid that I'll peek? Yi Fan smiled. No. My light bulb is broken, I haven't had time to find someone to change it. Feng Yuing said. Fan Xian smiled and said, it's just changing a light bulb. I'll change it for you. Where's the light bulb? I don't know what kind of lights to change, so I didn't buy any. It's okay, I still have a bedside lamp. I'll get the property repairman to take a look in a few days, Feng Yuing said. After Fan Xian heard this, he felt very upset in his heart. It was just changing a light bulb. Such a simple matter was not simple for a woman. After all, this kind of work was usually done by men. Yi Fan suddenly thought that he treated Feng Yuing as his own woman, but after so many nights, Feng Yuing's bedroom was pitch black. Of course, this might be Yi Fan making a big fuss over a small matter, but this kind of small detail just happened to reflect that he really didn't care enough about the women around him. Yi Fan walked to the bedroom door and looked at Feng Yuing, who was changing her clothes. The woman was taking off her woolen skirt, revealing a pair of long legs. When she saw the man coming in, she was a little nervous. Yi Fan. What's wrong with you? She originally thought that Yi Fan would come in and do something to her, but who would have thought that after Yi Fan walked in, he jumped up and looked at the lights in the bedroom. Ing, let's go buy a light bulb first, then go eat. I'll help you change the light bulb tonight, Yi Fan said. Feng Yuing was stunned. Seeing Yi Fan's serious look, a trace of warmth surged in her heart. And Feng Yuing nodded. Is there anything else in your house that needs to be repaired? I'm a repairman, don't forget, Yi Fan asked with a smile. No, it's just a light bulb. Most of the things in my house are still new, Feng Yuing laughed. When the woman was done changing, the two of them walked out of the neighborhood arm in arm. There was a rush hour at night, so the two of them didn't drive. When they passed by some hardware and electrical shops, they bought light bulbs and stuffed them directly into Feng Yuing's bag. The two of them took the subway to the bustling commercial area in the city center and found a Western restaurant that Feng Yuing wanted to eat. Feng Yuing ordered the cake that she liked, while Yi Fan simply ate a plate of pasta and drank a cup of coffee. Yi Fan also told her about the problems that he and Su Qingxue encountered, as well as what happened with Su Lingshan today. Feng Yuing listened quietly and didn't interrupt the man much, but she would occasionally frown. After listening, Feng Yuing drank a mouthful of Ceylon black tea and exhaled, Yi Fan, you're so annoying. Talking about your emotional entanglements with other women in front of me. Yi Fan was also quite apologetic. Ing, isn't there really no place to talk about this? I also felt that I wasn't good enough to you guys just now. If anything goes wrong at home in the future, you must tell me. If you feel lonely, remember to look for me in time. I used to be free and unfettered by myself, and there are many habits that I can't change. Feng Yuing pursed her lips and nodded. Actually, I'm fine. I think that going on a date with you once a week is enough. After all, I have quite a lot of work to do. As for you and Director Su, to be honest, I don't have the right to say anything. After all, part of your problems were caused by me. But I always feel that your current appearance is too lacking in confidence. Your current appearance, it's as if you don't even have the confidence to make Director Su happy. Then how can Director Su believe you? Confidence. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment. After being reminded by the woman, he realized that his heart was empty. What exactly was he missing? Actually, what he lost wasn't any woman. From the beginning to the end, whether it was Su Qingxue, Feng Yuing, Su Lingshan, Chu Yunyao, actually, women were still living at their own pace. They were just doing what they had to do. From the beginning to the end, the only one who felt that he would lose them was Yi-Fan himself. That's right. Feng Yuing smiled and said, I've always felt that the thing that attracts me the most is that sometimes you're completely unreasonable. Everything you do is according to your wishes. If you can't do it, you have to do it, although it can be quite depressing at times. Isn't this what makes you different from other men? At this point, Feng Yuying's face was flushed red. What she said naturally included the situation where Yi-Fan barged into her office and did that to her. I'm not you, and it's impossible for me to know everything you're thinking, but I feel that as long as you're yourself, you don't need to be affected by others. Haven't you always been like this? Feng Yuing said. Yi-Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath and look at the woman emotionally. Suddenly, Yi-Fan stood up from his seat and walked in front of Feng Yuing. He hugged Feng Yuying's face with both hands and lowered his head to give her a heavy, tisk kiss. Chapter 360. 0360 What are you doing? There are so many people here. Feng Yuying's face was burning, and she quickly pushed the man away. However, Yi-Fan laughed foolishly and said, Didn't you say it? I don't care what others think, I just think you're cute and want to kiss you. Then. You can't be so reckless, Feng Yuing mumbled softly. Yi-Fan held the woman's hand and said, Ying, it's all thanks to you being here. Otherwise, I would have been lost. Come, in order to thank you for pointing me in the right direction, hubby will take you to buy a Christmas present. Old. Hubby. Feng Yuing couldn't react in time. Yi-Fan nodded, that's right, I feel that you keep calling me by my name, it's too strange. You should call me hubby from now on, I'll call you Ying's wife, okay? I don't want to. So mushy. Feng Yuying's heart was filled with sweetness, but she naturally wasn't willing to say it out loud. Yi-Fan didn't care, he kept shouting, Ying's wife, his voice getting louder and louder. This attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Many people couldn't help but laugh, thinking that this couple was showing off their love. Feng Yuing hurriedly covered the man's mouth, all right, I'll just call you hubby. Your skin is really as thick as the city wall. We're not married, is it appropriate to call you husband and wife? Seriously. Although I can't give you any documents for the time being, you can still call me that. Besides, we have a good relationship, what does it have to do with them issuing a certificate? Yi-Fan said. Feng Yuing giggled, she couldn't do anything about the man, you were so depressed just now, but now you're so glib-tongued. Yi-Fan chuckled, Ying's wife, call me a few more times, I've already called you so many times. Feng Yuing pursed her lips, reached out to hold the man's arm, and asked gently, hubby, what Christmas present do you want to buy for me? In less than a week, it would be Christmas. The streets were already decorated with Christmas decorations, which helped Yi-Fan remember this holiday. Aren't there all kinds of luxury stores nearby? I don't think you have many branded bags, I'll go pick one for you. Yi-Fan planned to use some connections to see if there were any limited edition bags. Feng Yuing rolled her beautiful eyes and said, all right, I just so happen to want to buy a Prada killer bag, you go buy it for me. Assassin bag. Isn't that thing rotten on the streets? No matter what, you should at least buy one from Hermes, right? Yi-Fan said. Feng Yuing rolled her eyes at him. It's not like the more expensive the bag, the better it is. An expensive bag doesn't suit me and I can't carry it out. It's better if I like the gift. Are you going to buy it for me or not? When Yi-Fan heard this, he also knew that the woman really didn't care about the price. He smiled in relief and brought her to the nearby Prada counter. After buying a dark green medium-sized killer bag, Feng Yuing seemed to be in a better mood and dragged Yi-Fan to watch a movie. When the two of them came out of the cinema, it was already midnight. Yi-Fan naturally wouldn't go back, he still had to help Feng Yuing change the light bulb. After changing the light bulb, Yi Fan said, "Ying, let's take a bath." Feng Yuing was stunned. You're not going back today. It's already so late, why are we going back?" Yi Fan smiled and said, "Besides, I will definitely accompany you tonight." Feng Yuing hesitated and said, "But isn't Director Su still cold to you? If you act like this, she will definitely be even more unwilling to talk to you." Yi Fan went forward, one hand holding onto the woman's waist, the other hand placed between her cheek and ear, and said with an evil smile, "If I don't care, then I don't care. If I were to be in a mess because of a woman, how would I live in the future? Anyway, no one can steal a woman from me. I'll just think of a way to make her happy in a few days." "You speak like a bandit leader. If Director Su heard this, he would definitely kill you with his eyes." Feng Yuing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Hee, I can only say it in front of your wife, Ying. Of course, I can't say it in front of her." Yi Fan smiled and lowered his head to kiss her. Feng Yuing half-heartedly pushed and the two of them walked into the bathroom. The next morning, Hua High-Speed Rail Station. Su Lingshan stood on the platform with a bag in her hand. She turned her head and took a deep look at Hua High Station. Although she had only taken a leave of absence, she didn't know if she would be able to come back here after she returned this time. If it was said that half a year ago, the only thing she was reluctant to part with in this city was Su Qingxue, then now, there were some other things in her heart that she couldn't let go of. Su Lingshan shook her head, took a deep breath, and didn't think too much about this. She walked into the carriage, found a seat, and sat in. She didn't buy a business seat or a first-class seat, just an ordinary second-class seat. Perhaps it was because of the time period, but there weren't many people in the carriage. Su Lingshan put on her headphones, prepared to listen to songs, and then leaned against it to sleep. Because this was the first time she had been home in 3 years, Su Lingshan hadn't slept the entire night. She tossed and turned, and now was the perfect time to catch up on her sleep. Not long after, someone seemed to have sat down beside her. Su Lingshan didn't open her eyes and continued to sleep soundly. Unknowingly, after an unknown period of time, Su Lingshan suddenly heard someone calling her. "Little Shan, do you want a box lunch? Are you hungry?" Su Lingshan opened her eyes in a daze, wondering why her earplugs had been removed. Moreover, why was this person's voice so familiar? And he was even calling her. When Su Lingshan turned her head and saw the man who was sitting beside her and smiling at her, she was stunned. Yi Fan saw the woman's shocked expression and smiled. "I'm asking you, do you want a box lunch? You. Why are you here?" Su Lingshan rubbed her eyes to confirm that she wasn't dreaming. Yi Fan sighed. He first bought 2 boxes of food from the attendant at the side, then said, "You're here to answer the question you asked me yesterday." "Ask questions." Su Lingshan thought for a moment, and her face immediately became hot. She didn't know what happened to her yesterday, but she asked such a question that made her feel shy. Actually, this had always been a mystery in her heart, but if it wasn't for the last moment, she wouldn't have had the guts to ask. However, Yi Fan's silence yesterday had also caused her heart to be blocked for a long time. In her opinion, the man had already used his silence to tell her a cruel answer. So, this made her even more determined to take a bus back to the Sioux City today. Yi Fan nodded and said, "I didn't even answer, you were going home, so I had to check your car and go back to the Sioux family with you." "What? You want to come back to the Sioux family with me?" Su Lingshan asked in surprise. "Why?" Chapter 361. 0361. When Su Lingshan heard this, her delicate body trembled slightly. She quickly turned around and covered half of her face with her left hand. Her heart was beating like a deer. "Ah, little Shan, you asked quite boldly yesterday. Why are you so shy today?" Su Lingshan took 2 deep breaths. She refused to admit defeat again. Regardless of the burning sensation on her face, she turned her head and said angrily, "Nonsense. How am I shy? Your face is as red as a monkey's but, can't I, a martial artist, be full of vigor?" Yifan didn't want to provoke the woman, so he hurriedly waved his hand. All right, what you said makes sense. Come, it's time to eat. I think you haven't eaten breakfast yet, your breath smells real. Really? Su Linshan was shocked. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand and exhaled. She wanted to smell it, but she couldn't smell anything. There doesn't seem to be any smell, and I brushed my teeth. Su Linshan said in a very mindful manner. Suddenly, Yifan supported the back of her head and kissed her on the mouth. Yifan took a deep breath, then separated from the woman's lips. Looking at the woman who was staring at him with her beautiful eyes wide open, he smiled and said, "What I'm saying is, there's a sweet smell." After taking advantage of him, Yifan was in a good mood and started to eat the boxed lunch in big mouthfuls. I think this food is pretty good. The price is a bit more expensive than outside. I should have asked for an extra portion just now. Yifan muttered as he ate. However, Su Linshan didn't have much of an appetite. The joy in her heart was mixed with all sorts of complicated emotions, making her feel like she was dreaming. Seeing that the woman didn't move her chopsticks, Yifan asked curiously, "Little Shan, what are you daydreaming about?" "Eat." "You? Are you really going to the Su family?" "Yeah, didn't I already say that? Otherwise, why would I take this bus?" "But, what are you going to say to my family? Did you tell Director Su?" Su Linshan asked nervously. Yifan shook his head. "I don't care so much, I only know that I like you. Although I don't know how much I like you, I can't let you marry Zhao Tianxian. Aren't you being too reckless? Although our family can't compare to the 5 great sects, we can't just casually enter and exit, and CEO Su will definitely be angry." Su Lingshan said worriedly. Yifan laughed evilly, "Even if it's the 5 great sects, no one can stop me. Your Su family's strength is only around the top 10, who can stop me? As for my wife, Sai, I'll coax her in a few days. I'm a man. If I'm always confused by 1 or 2 women, how am I supposed to live? You're really reckless." Su Lingshan was speechless. However, Fan Xian really liked this evaluation. Yingying said yesterday that she likes my messing around, don't you? Su Lingshan blinked. "Were you with Sister Yuing yesterday?" "Yeah, I came straight to you when I came out of her house this morning," Yifan said. Su Lingshan completely lost her temper. This playboy was really hopeless, but she didn't know why, but she didn't hate him. Su Lingshan was a little flustered. She couldn't guess what this guy was planning to do. In the afternoon, the train stopped at Su City. After Yifan and Su Lingshan left the station, an old man wearing a gray robe and 2 young bodyguards immediately came over to welcome them. "Eldest miss, you're finally back." The gray-robed old man was very excited. When Su Lingshan saw the old man, she also smiled from the bottom of her heart and hugged the old man. "Uncle Yen, are you well?" Yifan looked at the old man with a smile on his face, feeling happy in his heart. Su Lingshan's question was too stupid. This old man was at the peak of the Xiantian stage. As long as he didn't court death, he would live for 100 years. Was there a need to ask if his body was good or not? The Su family was indeed worthy of being a military family that had lived in the city for a long time. An old butler would be an expert outside. Yan Hui nodded. Good. Eldest miss, you seem to have grown a lot." Although old man Yan Hui couldn't tell what Su Lingshan was cultivating, he could tell that Su Lingshan's essence, energy, and spirit were stronger than before. This was naturally the result of the set of movements that Yifan had taught him. Very quickly, Yan Hui turned his gaze to Yi Fan. He had lived for most of his life and had read countless people. In fact, he had long since discovered that Yi Fan was extraordinary. This gentleman. Is he your friend, eldest miss? Yi Fan said in a very familiar manner, haha, old man Yan Hui, right? On the way here, I heard from Shan Shan that you, the old butler, loved her the most. When she was young, she was scolded until she cried and went to you to complain. As Shan Shan's boyfriend, I am really grateful to you for taking care of her back then. Yi Fan grabbed Yan Hui's hand the moment he came up, and kept holding it, causing Yan Hui to be stunned. Su Lingshan, who was at the side, remembered that her face was flushed red. This guy actually introduced her as her boyfriend. You're the young Mrs. Boyfriend? Yan Hui was very surprised, and at the same time, he looked at Su Lingshan worriedly. Su Lingshan didn't know how to explain, so she could only smile awkwardly. Uncle Yan, let's go back first. It's a long story, Yan Hui sighed, as if he had already foreseen that something was going to happen at this birthday party, but he could only silently nod his head. The group boarded a Mercedes-Benz Maybach and headed towards the Su family's courtyard in the north of the city. On the way, Yan Hui told the two that the people from the various great clans had basically all arrived. This time, the Zhao clan had already let go of their previous unhappiness and had Zhao Tianxian bring quite a few people over, as if they were officially engaged. In this way, Su Lingshan became even more worried. On the other hand, Yi Fan was leisurely looking at the scenery outside the window. From time to time, he would ask some random questions, but he didn't take it seriously at all. Yan Hui looked at Yi Fan for a while, but he didn't see anything specific. He felt that it was more and more strange. In fact, if the Su family had a connection with the Dragon Soul, they would definitely know about Yi Fan's display of might on Luchun Island. Unfortunately, the matters on Luchun Island were basically all confidential. Even if it was a famous family, it would be very difficult for them to know the inside story. Therefore, Yi Fan's reputation was far from being spread that far. When the car arrived at the Su family's courtyard, it was already filled with all kinds of luxury cars. The entire Su family was built around a small natural lake. There were pavilions, rockery, and strange stones. The scenery was elegant, and it had the flavor of a classical garden. After getting off the car, Yan Hui said, "Eldest miss, the patriarch, master, and madam are all in the back garden. Do you want to change your clothes before going, or?" Su Lingshan directly said, "It's okay, there's no need to change. Uncle Yan, get someone to help me bring my luggage in, I'll go see them." Chapter 362. 0362 I'll go too. It just so happens that I can explain our situation to your family. Yi Fan said with a smile. Seeing that Su Lingshan still wanted to say something, Yi Fan said, "You should be clear that no one can stop me if I want to go, so you shouldn't worry about this anymore." Su Lingshan sighed, "Then don't be too rash with your words. My mother's health hasn't been good recently, so don't make her too angry." Yi Fan nodded, indicating that there was no problem. After the two entered the courtyard, they walked through a quiet and secluded corridor. When they passed by a few gardens, there were already some plum blossoms that had bloomed early, emitting a faint fragrance. The servants they met on the way were all surprised and pleasantly surprised to see Su Lingshan. They respectfully greeted her. Only then did Yi Fan know that although Su Lingshan was the youngest in the Su family's main bloodline, because she was the only daughter, she was also called Eldest Mississippi. When they arrived at the back garden, they saw a few people drinking tea and chatting in a large wooden pavilion. In order to keep warm, there were quite a few charcoal stoves around the pavilion, so it wouldn't be too cold. The closer they got to the pavilion, the more nervous Su Lingshan became. She bit her lower lip and walked with great agility. Sitting at the head of the table was an old man wearing a fur coat. He was the current head of the Su family, Su Maolin. Although his hair and beard were all white, his eyes were still hale and hearty. With a single glance, one could tell that he was from a military background. Beside him, there was a middle-aged officer wearing a major general's uniform. He was Su Lingshan's father, Su Mingyu, and a graceful woman wearing a white fur collar coat was her mother, Dongfang Xian. There were also a few strong young men, all of whom were at the rank of captain to colonel. It was obvious that they were all members of the Su family. However, what made Su Lingshan the most uneasy was the few people from the Zhao clan sitting in the guest seats. Zhao Tianxian and an elder, along with a few members of the Zhao clan, were also sitting in the pavilion. They were obviously waiting for her. Shan. Seeing her daughter, Dongfang Xian stood up happily and couldn't help but walk down the pavilion. Su Lingshan saw her mother, who had aged quite a bit, and ran over with tears in her eyes. The mother and daughter hugged each other very warmly, but the group of men stared at Yi Fan, who was behind them, their gazes cold. Yi Fan. When Zhao Tianxian saw Yi Fan, his face turned pale. Tianxian, do you know that person? Asked an elder of the Zhao family. Uncle, he is Yi Fan. Back then, he was the one who knew the military advisor and told me not to look for Lingshan. When Zhao Tianxian thought of this matter, his heart was still filled with anger. As the second young master of the Zhao family, when had he ever been bullied like this? After that incident, he was too ashamed to stay in Dragon Teeth Team 2, so he ran away. In the past few months, he had turned to politics and no longer planned to join the army. Zhao Tianchuan's uncle was the Zhao family's second master, Zhao Guoping. He was also a high-ranking official. This time, he had brought his nephew over to officially become engaged to the Su family. Elder Su, General Su, why did this person also enter the Su family? Are you trying to make our Zhao family lose face? Su Maolin narrowed his eyes and said, Lingshan, come here and tell Grandpa what exactly is going on. Who is that brat? After Su Lingshan separated from her mother, she walked into the pavilion and greeted a few elders before saying, Yi Fan is my friend. It's my boyfriend. Yi Fan walked up and added. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the pavilion went into an uproar. Su Lingshan, on the other hand, gritted her teeth and was so nervous that her palms were sweating. Humph. Elder Su, what was going on? Didn't you say that you were going to forget about the unpleasantness and set up a new marriage? My Tianxian is willing to marry your granddaughter. Could it be that your Su family really doesn't put our Zhao family in their eyes? Zhao Guoping angrily slapped the stone table in front of him. Su Mingyu stood up and said seriously, Minister Zhao, don't be agitated. Our Su family is also a reputable family with 100 years of history. If my daughter did something wrong, she will naturally apologize to you. After saying that, Su Mingyu questioned, Lingshan, is what this young man said true? Is he really your boyfriend? Su Lingshan was silent. She had never directly admitted it before, because Yi Fan had never formally confessed to her before. Dongfang Xian was anxious. She grabbed her daughter's shoulder and asked, Shan, say something. Why did you suddenly have a boyfriend? Mom. We. Su Lingshan gritted her teeth and said, I like Yi Fan. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the pavilion fell silent. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He stepped forward and hugged Su Lingshan's waist, saying, Everyone, it seems like the engagement plan needs to be changed. From the beginning to the end, you guys never asked Shan if she liked that Zhao Tianxian. There was a problem with this arrangement. What era is this? The words of the parents are too outdated. Zhao Tianxian felt humiliated again and couldn't help but stand up and gnash his teeth. Yi Fan. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're strong. You're already married, and your wife is Su Qingxue from the embroidery group. Do you think I haven't investigated? Don't tell me you want Ling Shan to be your lover. These words were equivalent to another heavy bomb, causing the faces of the Su family members to turn green. Su Lingshan's delicate body trembled, not knowing what to do. Li Fan Xian blinked, then I'll go and change my nationality to a polygamous country tomorrow. Wouldn't it be fine if I just marry a few more? You. Zhao Tianxian was stunned. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone so shameless. Yi Fan said, at least I sincerely like Shan Shan, and she also likes me. We are happy to be together, what can you do about it? What an arrogant brat. Do you think that just because you know the military advisor, our Zhao family will let you humiliate us? This nephew of mine is still young and cannot be oppressed by the people of the Dragon Soul. However, I, Zhao Guoping, am not scared. As Zhao Guoping spoke, he fiercely swept his gaze across the crowd and said, Elder Su, General Su, your Su family's daughter is really amazing. She went back on her word without any warning. In vain, we came here on purpose and found quite a few people to celebrate Elder Su's birthday. If my big brother had to follow the chief abroad for a visit, he would have personally come. I didn't expect that something like this would happen today. Fortunately, my big brother didn't come. Otherwise, wouldn't my Zhao family lose even more face? I, Zhao Guoping, will leave my words here today. From today onwards, with our Zhao family here, your Su family can forget about peace. Hearing this, the Su family members became anxious. Although the Su family was also a famous family, there was still a gap between them and the Zhao family. Especially in times of peace, the power of the military was greatly reduced. Su Mingyu hurriedly said, Minister Zhao, please calm your anger. My daughter is extremely mischievous. This is her own random decision, it cannot be taken seriously. Chapter 363. 0363 Su Mingyu was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He shouted, You shut up. Get your hands off my daughter. Yi Fan replied with an oh and embarrassedly retracted his hand. In front of someone else's father, it didn't seem appropriate to touch his daughter like this. Get lost. Get out of the Su family. You're not welcome here. Su Mingyu reprimanded. Su Lingshan hurriedly advised, Dad, don't be like this. You still don't understand Yi Fan. He really helped me a lot, shut up. You went back on your word and made our Su family lose face. You still have the face to speak up for this man? Su Mingyu questioned. Su Lingshan refused and said, I never officially agreed to marry Zhao Tianxian. I was just considering it before, but I really don't want to marry someone I don't like. When Zhao Tianxian heard this, his face burned. He stood up and scolded, Su Lingshan. What do you mean by this? Do you think I can't marry a woman? I came to marry you because I think highly of you, and you still have the face to say whether you like it or not. Hearing this, the expressions of the Su family members turned ugly, but they did not dare to flare up. However, Su Xiaoshuo's mother, Dongfang Xian, frowned and said, Second young master Zhao, how can you say that? No matter how inappropriate my daughter is, she still wants to find someone she likes to marry. What's wrong with that? Zhao Tianxian realized that he had misspoken and quickly said with a flushed face, Auntie, please calm your anger. Don't misunderstand, I was just muddle-headed just now. Naturally, I like Ling Shan, so I came to propose again. Zhao Guoping glared at his nephew, then said to Yi Fan, You arrogant fellow, do you think that the marriage between the Zhao family and the Su family is a child's play that you can casually cause trouble for? You already have a wife, yet you still came here to seduce the daughter of the Su family. If I were you, I would have already lost the face to stand here. You really don't know shame. Su Mingyu couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Guards! Chase this shameless brat out. As soon as the order was given, 7 or 8 Su family guards immediately ran out from the back garden. They all looked like soldiers and were well trained. Seeing that she was about to make a move, Su Lingshan hurriedly shouted, "Dad! Don't do that! Shut up! Go back to your room. You're not allowed to come out." Su Mingyu scolded. Su Lingshan was anxious. She wasn't worried about Yifan, but she was afraid that these guards would suffer. Without saying a word, the 2 guards first went to grab Yifan's arm, wanting to detain him and take him out. However, when they grabbed onto Yifan's shoulders and arms, they were unable to move Yifan no matter how hard they tried. Even after using all their strength, Yifan still stood there, calmly looking at them. The faces of everyone in the Su clan changed drastically. The guards in their clan were all ancient martial arts practitioners, and they had the ability of a small success in the acquired realm. Although their genuine qi was not very powerful, their strength was definitely not ordinary. Yifan actually didn't move at all, which really made them feel a little strange. "General Su, why do you have to do this?" "I'm here to celebrate Elder Su's birthday. I'm also very frank about what happened between me and Shanshan. I know it's a bit difficult for you to agree immediately, but the Su family is also a famous family, and their horizons are definitely not something an ordinary family can compare to. If there's anything, we can always talk about it. There's no need to make a move, right?" Su Mingyu asked the guards to step back and said with a sullen face, "Talk. What do you want to talk about? You can put forward your conditions. How are you willing to let Shan come with me? I can see if I can satisfy your requirements." Yifan said with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Guoping, who was at the side, shouted, "There's no need to talk anymore." He was simply looking down on everyone. "If your Su family can't drive us away, then our Zhao family will." Zhao Guoping looked at a man in black leather clothes at the side. He had a strong physique, a face like a knife, and was 1.8 meters tall. He said, "Nya Yun, go and teach this kid manners." The eyes of the man in black leather were already burning with interest, as if he was very interested in Yifan. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, he stood up and said, "Since Second Master Zhao has said so, then I will respectfully obey." Everyone from the Su family frowned. Su Mingyu said, "Minister Zhao, even if you want to chase someone away, it should be our Su family who sends a martial artist." Humph. Nya Yun is the eldest disciple of the Blue Cloud sect leader, the first in line to inherit the position of sect leader. "Is there any martial artist in your Su family who is stronger than Nya Yun?" Zhao Guoping disdainfully said. The Blue Cloud sect was an ancient martial arts sect in the Zhao clan alliance. It was said that it was founded by an ancient general, so most of its absolute arts were techniques used to kill enemies in battle. The Azure Cloud Overlord Spear technique was considered to be one of the top 5 spear techniques in China. However, the requirements for the cultivation of the spear technique were much higher than that of the sword and saber, so very few people could truly unleash its true power. Li Fen Fan Xian came up. He had already noticed that Nya Yun, who was sitting there, was the strongest martial artist that the Su family had seen. Only now did he realize that he was the eldest disciple of the Blue Cloud sect that the Zhao family had brought over. When the Su family heard Zhao Guoping's words, although they felt uncomfortable, they had to admit that the Su family did not have any experts that could compare to Nya Yun. Nya Yun's sharp eyes stared at Yifan as he walked in front of Yifan and said, "You really have guts to dare to snatch the bride from the Zhao family. I heard from second young master Zhao that your strength is not ordinary. I want to see if you are the real deal." Finished speaking, Nya Yun suddenly made his move. With a step, his body was already in front of Yifan. He used a set of military martial arts to form a long fist. When he fought, it was like a tiger, and a whip fist smashed towards Yifan's head. Fan Xian had never met anyone from the Blue Cloud sect before, so he wanted to see the Blue Cloud sect's martial arts. Thus, he saw the move, raised his right hand to block, and retreated a few steps. The two quickly arrived at an empty space below the pavilion. Nia continuously increased his true energy, and his fists were like the roar of dragons and tigers. When he punched out, the wind blew the grass away, and the sound of breaking through the air could be heard. Blue cloud sky breaking hand. 1,000 June steps. Nia saw that ordinary moves were unable to dissolve Yifan's defense, so he used the two ultimate techniques of the Blue Cloud sect. His fists turned into palms, and his footwork began to be filled with aggressiveness. Every step he took, his palms were like lightning striking down from the sky. His speed was extremely fast, and not only was the speed of his arms fast, but the miraculous effect of his footwork caused his palm speed to more than double. His palm was as fast as lightning, and his power was naturally doubled. With a series of muffled bangs, Yifan was forced to retreat step by step. His arms were also barely able to block, and he was hit in the chest several times. After a round of palm techniques, Nia looked at Yifan in astonishment. Strange. Why don't you even have the slightest bit of Xinqi, yet you can take 13 of my palms. Chapter 364. 0364. But the problem was, it didn't seem like Yifan had changed much. Even though he seemed to be very passive, he wasn't really injured. Yifan looked at his tattered clothes and grinned. The Blue Cloud Sect's 1,000 June steps should be paired with the Blue Cloud Overlord spear. Wasn't the key to spear arts footwork? As the saying goes, don't speak footwork, don't speak stance. I can see that you have just entered the body refinement realm. If you want to use your fists and feet to deal with me, it's a bit difficult. Why don't you try using a spear? Nia Yun's face twitched. You really are an expert, to be able to see through my cultivation. You're bare-handed, and you want me to use a spear, wouldn't that be bullying me? Ha, your strength is using a spear, and my strength is bare-handed. Why are you bullying me? Yifan shrugged indifferently. Good. Although you are shameless, you are still a man. After Nia finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and shouted, Bring me my spear. A Blue Cloud sect disciple who had followed along opened up a cloth bag and tossed the 3 segments of the gray spear body towards Nia. The 3 metal rods were controlled by Nia true chi in midair, and directly fell into Nia hands. Nia quickly put them together, and with 2 king sounds, a silver spear that was about the same height as him was already in his hands. The spearhead didn't seem sharp, but the body of the spear was very thick. There were a large number of ancient characters carved on it, and it was silver in color. The moment Nia held onto the spear, his entire temperament changed. An austere and mighty aura spread out from him. Be careful, my cold-drinking white jade spear never has eyes. Just as Nia finished speaking, he rushed in front of Yifan with 1,000 June steps. Before he even arrived, his spear had already arrived. With a sudden thrust, Yifan dodged to the side. The spear was like a flood dragon, and the moment it flashed past in front of him, Nia feet actually changed, and the spear moved horizontally towards him. Yifan didn't expect this. He didn't even have time to dodge before his head was hit by the spear. Bam! With a loud sound, Yifan felt his skull shake, and even his ears were buzzing. Fortunately, his entire body was very hard. Most people would probably have a concussion or a broken skull. Great spear technique. Although Fan Xian had underestimated his opponent, he still felt that this spear technique was interesting. With the help of his footwork, he was able to achieve the effect of moving his spear as he pleased. Nia was even more surprised when he saw that Yifan wasn't affected at all. He also had an exceptionally strong competitive spirit. His spear was like a wild dragon, sweeping towards Yifan with dozens of spear flowers. Azure Cloud Dragon Dance. Yifan's body wandered around, churning, and the spear followed him like a shadow. Every time it appeared, there would be countless spear shadows. The people in the pavilion could no longer see the moves of the two people. They could only see that Niayun seemed to be moving in a small circle, while Yifan was moving around the periphery of the circle. Do you only know how to run? What's the point of fighting like this? The more Niayun fought, the angrier he became. Although he was able to tear Yifan's clothes several times, Yifan was always able to predict his position, so he was unable to truly kill Yifan. After testing out more than 60 moves, the Sail felt that it was about time. After roughly understanding the path of the Azure Cloud Overlord spear, its body suddenly stood up. Let's end this. Niayun found an opportunity and stabbed straight towards Yifan's chest. This spear seemed simple, but it sealed off most of the escape routes. However, Yifan did not dodge. His eyes flashed, and his right hand unceremoniously grabbed towards the spearhead. In a split second, Niayun only thought that Yifan had gone crazy, but the moment Yifan's hand grabbed onto the spearhead, he was stunned. No matter how hard he tried, the spearhead could not move forward by even half an inch. As for Yifan's hand, even though he was grabbing onto the spearhead, there was no blood flowing down, as if his skin was copper and bones were made of iron. You! How could you? Niayun was stunned. However, just as he was in a daze, Yifan's foot directly kicked the spear. This force caused Niayun's hands to go numb, and the spear also flew into the air. Yifan's body was like a cannonball, brutally crashing into Niayun's body. Bam! Niayun's entire body was sent flying. With a clang sound, he broke through a courtyard wall more than 10 meters away before stopping. This scene directly shocked everyone in the back garden. They didn't even blink as they stared at Yifan, dumbstruck. Yifan stretched out his hand towards the sky, just in time to catch the falling spear. He casually twirled the spear, and with a clang sound, he stabbed the spear into the ground. Yifan remembered a line that he had forgotten where he had heard it from, "I'm done, let's call it a day." The scene suddenly became very quiet. When Yifan walked back to the pavilion and saw the complicated expressions on everyone's faces, he couldn't help but smile and say, "Why are you all looking at me like that? I didn't kill anyone, that brother surnamed Nya isn't dead." At this moment, Niayun was indeed crawling up from the pile of bricks. His face was deathly pale, and his eyes were filled with reverence as he looked at Yifan from afar. The Zhao family's Zhao Guoping and Zhao Tianchuan's faces alternated between red and white. They never thought that Yifan would be so ridiculously strong that even Niayun wasn't his match. As a result, the Zhao family could be said to be in a difficult position. Their arrogance from before had also disappeared. Su Lingshan looked at the man excitedly. She had been on tenterhooks the entire time, but now she felt a sense of pride. A girl like her, who had grown up in a military family, liked strong men more than ordinary women. Therefore, Yifan's performance made her feel that she had more confidence in front of her family. Clap. Clap. The 3 claps came from the Su family's patriarch, Su Maolin, who hadn't spoken much. Su Maolin's eyes flickered with a few glimmers of light, and he said in an ancient voice, "What a young and energetic kid. No wonder my granddaughter would say such bold words in front of so many elders for you. Father, what do you think we should do?" Su Mingyu was a little uneasy. Although he hated Yifan, he didn't know how to deal with Yifan's strength. "Your daughter, you and your husband are in charge. I just admire this young man, hee. After Su Maolin finished speaking with a smile, he quieted down again. Yifan chuckled and waved at Su Maolin, "Elder Su, you have better eyes. Let's not talk about anything else. With my genes, my descendants will definitely be very strong, right?" Chapter 365. 0365 Su Mingyu frowned deeply. He looked at the ashen-faced Zhao Guoping and said, "Department Head Zhao, why don't we calm down first? We will definitely give your Zhao family an explanation. He was at his wit's end. Yi Fan was so abnormal and thick-skinned. He couldn't chase him away or scold him away. He was like a sticky candy. What else could he do? Drag it on. How could Zhao Guoping have the face to continue wasting time? He coldly snorted, "Explain." How can I explain it? Your daughter has already said it. She insists on being a little lover and refuses to marry into my Zhao family to be the young mistress. We are not interested in meeting a cold but in finding such an ignorant girl. If my nephew wants to marry a wife, there are plenty of young ladies from prestigious families in China who want to marry. There's no need for a living treasure like your Su family. With that, Zhao Guoping led the way out and shouted, "Let's go. We can't afford to celebrate this birthday." Zhao Tianxian fiercely glared at Yi Fan and Su Lingshan, then silently followed them and left. Very quickly, Zhao Guoping brought the Zhao family members, including the slightly injured Nia Yun, out of the back garden. Thinking about it carefully, Zhao Guoping was also helpless. He took the initiative to send Nia Yun to teach Yi Fan a lesson, but was instead shocked by Yi Fan's skills. This was equivalent to completely losing face for the Zhao family. Staying behind would also make the Zhao family look weak. It would be better to just leave and avoid being bullied. After the people from the Zhao family left, Su Lingshan mustered up her courage and said, "Mom, Dad, Grandfather, I know this is very disappointing to you, but I'm serious. You unfilial daughter. You still have the face to say that. You know that he's a married man, and you're still acting so unclear with him. How do you want our Su family to face the people from other families?" Su Mingyu questioned. Yi Fan blinked and said, "General Su, didn't I just say that I will make up for the loss of your reputation? If you have any requests, we can talk about it. You make up for it. How are you going to make up for it? I have never seen such a shameless brat like you," Su Mingyu said angrily. Fan Xian didn't waste any time and said, "If I let the Su family become one of the 5 great sects, will General Su agree to me being with Shan Shan?" As soon as these words came out, Su Mingyu was stunned, and the other members of the Su family were also stunned. Su Maolin's eyes flickered as a playful smile appeared on his face. Seeing Su Mingyu and the others' expressions, Yi Fan chuckled and said, "Look, General Su, you guys don't really mind. Did I violate any morals or laws when I was with Shan Shan? To put it bluntly, as long as I give you a high enough bargaining chip, you won't reject me being with her. Didn't you want to marry into the Zhao family for the sake of status? So, let's not talk about those useless things. You name your conditions, and I'll see if I can fulfill them. It's that simple." When Su Lingshan saw the hesitation of her father and the others, she felt a wave of sourness in her heart. In fact, she had long since understood that her marriage was a deal to the Su family. This was also why she would rather choose to be with Yi Fan, even if she didn't have any status, than to be with Zhao Tianxian. At least she could be with the person she truly loved. "What happened to all of you? Have you been possessed?" Dongfang Xian's face turned pale as she said, "Hubby, why aren't you saying anything? Don't tell me you really think so." Su Mingyu frowned, as if he was considering the truth of Yi Fan's words. After all, they didn't know what kind of background Yi Fan had. They only knew that he was very close to the military advisor. Dongfang Xian was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down. She stepped forward and questioned, "Shan Shan, do you really want to be with this man? Even if you don't have a status, you're still willing?" "Mom. Su Lingshan bit her red lips. She didn't know if she really wouldn't mind, but every time she saw Yi Fan and Feng Yuing together, she felt a little envious. You silly child. You want to anger me to death. How can you lower yourself like this?" Dongfang Xian couldn't help but cry bitterly as she patted Su Lingshan's body. Seeing her mother cry, Su Lingshan's eyes also glistened with tears. "Mom, don't be like this. Your health isn't good, don't be angry." Halfway through his words, he suddenly saw that Dongfang Xian seemed to be unable to breathe. She covered her chest with her hand and slowly slid down. "Mom!" Su Lingshan cried out in alarm. Dongfang Xian had already fainted on the ground, unconscious. This gave Su Mingyu and the others a fright. Even Su Maolin stood up and shouted, "Quickly call the doctor. Quick!" Yifan immediately knelt on the ground, grabbed Dongfang Xian's wrist with one hand, and then lowered his head to listen to Dongfang Xian's heart. "What's wrong with her?" Yifan asked with a frown. Su Mingyu angrily said, "Get out of the way. You don't have to worry about it." Yifan frowned and said, "I'm not trying to cause trouble for you. I'm a doctor from the cardiothoracic surgery department. Tell me, is there a problem with her pulmonary artery?" Hearing this, Su Mingyu was stunned for a moment, and the other Su family members were also quite surprised. "How do you know?" "My wife checked out a few days ago and found out that there was a blood clot in her pulmonary artery." Su Mingyu felt that it was a little strange. Yifan could actually hear the problem just by taking his pulse and listening. Yifan sighed, "Hurry up and call an ambulance. With her current condition, you guys still want her to leave the hospital and come home. What a mess." "Yifan, is my mother seriously ill?" Su Lingshan knew that Yifan was very powerful, so she didn't doubt that Yifan was a doctor. "I don't know what the exact situation is until I finish the examination, but Auntie's condition is definitely not as simple as a normal blood clot," Yifan said. "Don't be alarmist. My wife will be fine." Su Mingyu coldly snorted and immediately called for an ambulance. Because there was a military hospital nearby, everyone arrived at the hospital in less than 20 minutes. After the routine rescue, Dongfang Xian finally woke up. However, just in case, she still went in for another checkup. The attending doctor was a vice president of the military hospital, called Chao Jinju. Because she was Su Mingyu's wife, the hospital had sent the best experts to assist in the treatment. Chao Jinju took the latest chest radiograph and came to a conference room. He respectfully said to Su Mingyu, "General Su, look at our latest radiograph. What we found on it is that your wife has a blood clot blocking part of her pulmonary artery." Su Mingyu waved his hand, "Principal Chao, we don't understand this either. Just tell me, how should my wife be treated?" However, Yifan came forward, snatched the film and carefully examined it. Chao Jinju said unhappily, "Who are you?" Chapter 366. 0366 Chao Jinju almost thought that he had heard wrong. He frowned and said, "General Su, is he the doctor you invited?" Su Mingyu said in dissatisfaction, "Yifan. What do you want to do? My wife's illness is a very serious matter, and you still want to make trouble." Looking at the chest film, he said, "Pulmonary embolism, embolism from the main part of the pulmonary artery all the way to the left pulmonary artery. If you perform surgery, it will be a bit difficult to remove the intima of the pulmonary artery thrombus." Hearing Yifan's logical explanation, Chao Jinju and the other doctors looked at each other. "Director Chao, is what he said true? Is this surgery difficult?" Su Mingyu didn't understand either. Seeing that the doctors were quiet, he asked. Chao Jinju hurriedly said, "General Su, what he said is right, but if we adopt conservative treatment, we can use anticoagulation therapy and thrombolysis therapy. It can also be cured, there is no need to worry too much." Yifan sneered, "Bullsh *t. What did you say?" Chao Jinju angrily said, "Who the hell are you? How dare you question the results of a discussion between several experts in our hospital?" Yifan said, "With such a large thrombosis, there is a risk of sudden death from pulmonary embolism at any time. If you don't perform surgery and engage in internal medicine, aren't you gambling with the patient's life? Sudden death. Su Mingyu was shocked and turned to ask Chao Jinju, Principal Chao, is what he said true? Ah. Chao Jinju wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, in theory, it is possible, but the probability is not very high. Let's do the surgery. At least if you leave it to me, I will definitely be able to cure Auntie. Yi Fan smiled confidently. Su Lingshan asked nervously, Yi Fan, do you really know how to perform surgery? Are you really a doctor? Fan Xian couldn't help but laugh. What do I have to lie to you about? This isn't a joke, it's a very serious problem to treat an illness and save someone. Chao Jinju snorted and said, even if we have to do the surgery, we have to do it. Where are you from? Do you have a certificate? Yi Fan curled his lips. He really didn't have any of the documents in the country. He turned to Su Mingyu and said, General, we will immediately arrange for your wife to undergo surgery. Don't worry, we are experienced, and the probability of failure is very small. It's not that the probability is small, it's that you can't fail. Su Mingyu said solemnly. Chao Jinju smiled bitterly. General, the surgery is somewhat risky. Please understand, there's no risk if I do it. Yi Fan muttered at the side. Chao Jinju gritted his teeth and said, you don't even have a medical certificate, and you still have the face to say that. There were no surgeons in this world who could never make a mistake. Not everyone could predict the risks in the process of surgery. You're a complete amateur. Fan Xian ignored him and said to Su Mingyu with a smile, General Su, if you want Auntie to recover 100%, or 99%, 98%. You can consider it. Su Mingyu was also struggling in his heart. He didn't really believe that Yi Fan, who was so young, would be more experienced than Chao Jinju. However, Yi Fan's ancient martial arts strength had truly shocked them. For a young man in his 20s to have this kind of ancient martial arts strength was equivalent to proving that he was a genius. In the words of geniuses, some common sense was no longer applicable. I can't gamble with my wife's life. This operation should be left to Dean Chao and the others. Su Mingyu thought about it, but still didn't dare to let Yi Fan go. After all, Yi Fan didn't even have a qualification certificate. Yi Fan was very helpless. Su Mingyu was still too conservative, but he could understand. In that case, can I make a suggestion? Yi Fan said. What suggestion? Have you done a PET CT on Auntie? Yi Fan asked. Su Mingyu frowned. What is that? General, PET CT is a positron emission computed tomography. Chao Jinju frowned and said, why are we doing this kind of test? We have already found out the cause of the disease. Yi Fan shook his head. I think you guys better do it, because when I saw Auntie, I found that not only was it difficult for her to breathe, she was also very unnatural when she stood there, as if her back was in pain. My wife's back pain is also related to this disease. Su Mingyu had also heard Dongfang Xian mention it before, but he had always thought that it was because of his age that it was normal for his back to ache. Chao Jinju and the other doctors thought of something and suddenly came to a realization. Are you saying that Madam might have a pulmonary artery sarcoma? This is just my guess at the moment. Yi Fan lightly said, malignant tumors grow in the pulmonary arteries, and it is very difficult to detect them through ordinary chest films and CT scans. The symptoms are also very similar to pulmonary artery embolism, and there are also many cases of misdiagnosis, right? Although the people of the Su family didn't know much about medicine, when they heard about malignant tumors, they still knew how serious it was. Dean Chao. Hurry up and give my wife a checkup. Su Mingyu didn't care about anything else, he felt that checking would definitely not be a loss. Although Chao Jinju felt that he was making a big fuss out of nothing, he could only agree, all right, I'll go arrange it now. More than an hour later, the PET CT was also completed. When they took out the results, the experts in the hospital all had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Chao Jinju's hands were trembling as he held the radiographic films. He didn't know what to say. Yifan's sharp eyes stared at the white area above and said, "Such a large tumor, no wonder Auntie's back hurts." According to the current situation, without surgery, she might not be able to live for more than a month. Yifan. My mother really has a tumor. Then what should we do now? Seeing that Yifan's words had come true, Su Lingshan believed in Yifan's medical skills even more. Yifan grabbed the woman's hand and comforted her. "It's all right, I can do this operation. I won't let anything happen to your mother." Su Mingyu's face was also gloomy as he swept a glance at Chao Jinju and the others. "You guys actually misdiagnosed it before." Chao Jinju awkwardly explained, "So?" "I'm sorry, General Su, we didn't expect it either. Normally, this kind of tumor doesn't exist. We really didn't expect it. It's not that you didn't think of it, it's just that you guys wholeheartedly wanted to cure the general's wife so that you guys could gain face. However, you guys didn't really look at all the symptoms of a patient from a doctor's point of view. If the butcher sells his meat and cuts it wrong, he can just change the knife. However, if the doctor's knife cuts down and says that he wants to change the knife, then he will die. What do you think?" Yifan asked in a joking manner. Chao Jinju and the others' faces flushed red. They felt that they had been defeated by a brat, so they were naturally unconvinced. "Even if you were right, can you do this operation? The adhesion of this tumor is already very serious. Without enough surgical skills, you won't be able to cut it off," Chao Jinju said. Chapter 367. 0367 arrogant to the extreme. Do you think that all of us experts here have never seen the world? The difficulty of this operation requires the cooperation of several of us experts to complete it, Chao Jinju said. Su Mingyu's head was about to explode as he shouted, "When can the operation begin? My wife only has a month left, I can't wait any longer." "General, we can do it today," Chao Jinju hurriedly said. "Then why aren't you going to prepare?" Su Mingyu no longer had the patience to be polite with them. Chao Jinju hurriedly brought a few experts and began to prepare for the operation, as if he was fleeing into the wilderness. "Dad, just let Yifan do it. He was the one who found the right illness. I believe in him," Su Linshan advised. Su Mingyu glared at Yifan. "You believe him, I don't believe him. Let him do the operation and save your mother. Then wouldn't he be able to climb all over his face? What time is it? You still care about this? Mother's life must be more important. Dean Chao and the others won't fail." After Su Mingyu finished speaking, he pushed his daughter away and strode out. Fan Xian stepped forward and hugged Su Linshan's shoulders, comforting her. "It's okay, little Shan Shan. I'll go into the operation room with them later and pretend to observe. If something really goes wrong, I'll help." Su Linshan looked at the man with red eyes and nodded helplessly. In the evening, the operation officially began. Yifan shamelessly said that he wanted to go in and observe, and then he snuck into the operation room. Although Su Mingyu noticed it, he hesitated for a moment and didn't stop it. A group of people guarded outside, watching the situation inside through the live broadcast, afraid that something unexpected would happen. Vice President Chao Jinju personally held the knife. Before the operation, he took a few deep breaths before announcing the start of the operation to remove the pulmonary artery tumor. He took the scalpel and cut it. Yifan silently stood not too far away, watching the few doctors busy there without saying a word. When he saw the tumor, Chao Jinju's brows furrowed even more. "This won't do, Dean. I can't see the section near the tumor," an assistant said in distress. After Chao Jinju realized the seriousness of the situation, he thought for a moment and said, "Enlarge the opening and give me the scalpel." When he enlarged the incision again and saw the situation inside, Chao Jinju's face turned green. "Oh no, the tumor has spread to the exit of the right ventricle. It has already reached the aortic valve, Dean, this. How are we going to strip it off?" The two assistants panicked. Chao Jinju gritted his teeth. "I still have to remove it. Quickly remove the pliers for me." Chao Jinju tried to peel off the adhesion of the tumor, but the blood vessels were very stubborn, and he did not know where to start. "Dean, why are you sweating so much? We can't go on like this, director. We've underestimated the severity of this tumor." The words of the doctors fell into Su Mingyu's ears. Su Mingyu was so angry that his face turned blue. He picked up a walkie-talkie and shouted at Chao Jinju in the operating room, "Chao Jinju. Didn't you say you could do it? Why are you in a daze?" Chao Jinju was on the verge of a mental breakdown. If it was an ordinary patient, he would have given up on this level of tumor. But this time, it was the general's wife. If he failed, he would be disgraced in the future. At this moment, Yi Fan sighed, walked over, and directly pushed Chao Jinju away. "Get out of the way, don't delay the operation." Yi Fan raised his head and said to the camera, "General Su, I will perform surgery on your wife now. If you want her to live well, then let everyone here listen to my commands." This time, Su Mingyu did not hold on. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right. Everyone in the operation room, listen to Yi Fan." Yi Fan turned around and said to a nurse, "Give me a magnifying glass and a scalpel." The nurse naturally did not dare to refuse and quickly gave Yi Fan tools. Yi Fan took a look at the progress of the operation, and without saying anything further, he began to peel it off. Yi Fan's technique was much more skilled and precise than Chao Jinju's, as if he was already familiar with the adhesion of this tumor. So fast. He actually peeled it off. The two assistants cried out in alarm. Chao Jinju, who was behind them, was also dumbfounded. Hearing this, the eyes of Su Mingyu and Su Lingshan, who were outside, lit up with hope. After peeling it off, Yi Fan stretched out his hand and said, "Start removing the tumor, give me the surgical scissors." What's your name? Don't stand there foolishly, go and pull the tumor section towards me." At this moment, when Chao Jinju saw Yi Fan's skill, how could he dare to refuse? He quickly ran to the other side to be an assistant and cooperate with Yi Fan. Yi Fan focused on removing the tumor, and this speed made everyone gasp in amazement. "Next, rebuild the right ventricular exit." Yi Fan gave the order. Chao Jinju weakly asked, "This? Doctor, aren't we going to remove the left lung?" "Cut the crap." Yi Fan raised his eyes and said, "Why?" Chao Jinju was puzzled. What if it moves to the left lung again? "Are you stupid? The tumor has been removed and the lungs have been checked before the operation. Why should we cut it?" Chao Jinju and the others suddenly understood. They hadn't thought about it in such detail. "Don't waste time, take out the heart." The first assistant, at the same time, do the pulmonary artery suture. In the operation room, under Yi Fan's leadership, everything was carried out in an orderly manner. Everyone felt extremely relaxed. Outside the operation room, in the room where Su Mingyu and the others were, the group of people also heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. A middle-aged man, along with a few people and a group of black-clothed bodyguards, hurried in. "What happened to my sister?" Seeing the person who had arrived, Su Mingyu's expression changed, as if he was displeased. Su Lingshan was stunned for a moment before she smiled and shouted, "Uncle, Ming, you're here." Su Mingyu said, "Dongfang Bai, why did you bring so many people to the hospital?" The people who had arrived were the president of the Azure Sun Association, Dongfang Bai of the Dongfang clan, and his son, Dongfang Ming. Outsiders rarely thought that Dongfang Xian was actually a member of the Dongfang clan, a woman from an underground family. Back then, when Su Mingyu and Dongfang Xian met, they didn't know the identity of a woman. After they fell in love, it was very difficult for them to part with each other. In the end, they convinced Su Maolin to marry Dongfang Xian. However, the Su family was, after all, a famous family. No matter how rich and powerful the Dongfang family was, they were still an underground family. Therefore, Su Mingyu and this brother-in-law of his, Dongfang Bai, had always been at odds with each other. Dongfang Bai also looked down on the Su family and rarely mentioned to others that his sister was the wife of the Su family. But this time, it was Su Maolin's birthday, so Dongfang Bai brought his son over to congratulate him.